by Fury. And sure, Kevo can ult, but it's not going to do diddly squat. Wow! Looking for four with the counter strike, and it's an absolute butchery. Three-man moonfall. Shaolin has an easy time tidying this one up. The tornado secures him the double. No way! How does he do it every time? Oh, he rolls! Flash! Petrifying gaze stuns 3! That is going to be him taken out by Toaster, and it's only Indecision standing an ace for the side already. A quadra kill for Toaster. And that one looks absolutely beautiful. A double kill, triple kill for Zapdo. Gonna get over that wall, but Natives are winning the fight on the other side. The Baron's gonna be stolen away, but as punishment, Domino will get aced. Because he is shooting out bullets that are completely wrecking Unique. Uko on the back line, offering nothing at all.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Northern League of Legends Championship. It is week 2, day 1, baby. My name is Ashano Maya. I will be your host, and I'm not alone. I have Hiprain and Foxtrot. Hello. How you doing, gentlemen?
Hey, how's it going? I'm on desk. That's a bad thing, guys. That's a real bad thing.
Just tried to take the flare out. I had the flare. There you go. That's lovely.
You're king of predictions, bro. You deserve to be on an analyst.
I'm not. I'm third.
He's no
well,
longer.
you were.
I was.
after
For one day, I was the greatest person in the world, but I lost it real quick.
How are you doing, by the way, Foxtrot? You're back. You did day 1. You're doing day 3. How are you doing? How was it like 1 day break and then almost a week?
Oh well, it's painful, obviously, not being here for the second day, but we did survive, fortunately, and we're here for game number 3. And I'm excited. I'm excited to see what the teams have got in store for us. I think we're sort of starting to get an idea of who the stronger and the not so strong teams are in NLC, but there's a lot of time to flip narratives. So I want to see if there's any of that happening this week.
We'll talk about that later on, but yeah, tell me here, Brian, what do you want?
I was just gonna say, can I derail this immediately and just like comment on Archer with like the cricket get up? I love that.
Cricket getter.
It's like he's ready to hit the cricket field, man. It's sick.
I never
love it.
used this in my life. I'm trying to
It's a
new
good look.
things.
It's a good look, my guy. It's a good look.
It looks good, yeah. It suits you, I'm not gonna lie.
So we have these two gentlemen with us on the desk, but these are not the only voices we'll be talking today. We need the voices inside of the Rift, and that's why I'm going to introduce you, Eragon and Duckling. Do you know Duckling is Danish, though?
He's never told us, not once. He didn't tell us 5 times in the Discord call before the show either.
I think you're underestimating me. Probably 7 or 8 times during the call so far. No, I'm excited. I've escaped the desk, Asheram. I'm free from your chains. And
Wait, what do you mean escaped? It's not a prison. What do you mean?
It's fun being on the desk, but I'm excited to get onto the Rift today and cast some League of Legends, you know.
If I had
likewise,
to ask, what is the team you're looking out for the most? Who would you pick, Duckling? Who would you pick, Eragon?
You go ahead, I gotta think.
Okay, if you gotta think. I mean, for me, Verdant had a disappointing week 1, so I'm not looking at them anymore. I'm looking at DMG. I'm still yet to see my boy Agony Pain pop off. I know he has the capabilities to do so. They had a rough week 1, DMG. Agony Pain wasn't too bad, but he didn't make much of a difference, and that's what I want to see this week. And up against a weak Verdant roster, I think DMG could make an upset here. I'm very excited for that last game.
Yeah,
About
I
you,
think
Aragon?
mine goes to Venom Crest. I'm a big fan of how they
Fair
play
point.
the map as a unit. I know they're 2-0 right now, so it's an easy answer, but I don't think anyone expected them to do so well.
I agree. I'm actually really surprised, and I'm turning out to be a fan of them. So that's why our predictions are so tied up. By the way, is it today we're going to be untied and I'll get the first place, Aragon?
Say that again one more time. My earphone got out.
Oh, okay, I just want to beat you at the predictions. That's it. Well, good luck on the Summer Drift. I'll move on to the
You
desk.
are going down, my friend.
Still
You are
the
going
voice
down.
of Aragon. He's gone, and we're back with the desk. Chaos.
Turned into an old person on the phone. I can't hear you. Speak up. Man, phone's not working.
What's your prediction, Aragon? I think my pack is a... One thing that is also back that was an old thing, but it's now new. It is time for the games. I missed this. Let's play a game of Who Am I? Items edition. Okay. So this is how it's gonna work. I'll give you a name. I'll give you a clue. And I'll say, hey, Brian, this is first clue. And you miss. I'll toss it to Foxtrot. And then I'll give another
gosh.
clue. And you'll miss. And I'll give the third one. And if you all miss on the clues, I'll be extremely disappointed. I'll give you points depending on what clue you got the item. And let's move on with the show. So let's start with the first one. The first clue of the first item is you need to buy too many swords to achieve my greatness. Hip Brain, it's on you to tell me. Who am I?
Damn it. I was going to say that. I can't remember the name of it already. I was going to say the name of that, like, kind of bruisery crit item. But I think they built that out of a pickaxe. I don't know the name of any of the new items yet.
I
I haven't
don't know
learned them.
anything
So it's a
about you.
complete fail. Let's go for the second clue. It's on you, Foxtrot. My ego will bring you power.
Oh, damn it.
That's no, what's that
Headset.
called?
I know
the
Tick
name.
tock 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 tick tock tock.
Hubris.
tock. Hubris!
Damn it!
Yes,
Damn
it! He gets 7 points. The third
Seven?
clue,
Was escaping
yeah,
me.
would be the king needs a crown and the crown needs a kill. That would be the third clue. This is quite an easy one. If you get the clue, if you get the first clue, you get 10 points. If you get the second one, you get 7. If you get on the third one, you get 5. And if you don't get it, I'll be disappointed. Just like
that's
my
the worst.
parents. Moving on to the second one. Foxtrot, it's on you. How many mantles and cloaks can you handle?
I'm gonna say force of nature. I don't know.
Oh, that is an amazing guess. It is wrong though. Moving on to the
What
second
did he
one.
guess? I totally missed what he guessed. What did he guess? I don't guess the
He
same
said
thing.
force of nature.
I guess.
Okay, cool.
Second clue is on you, Hiprain. I'm shy, so I need 12 seconds before I can appear.
Ooh.
This item has been built so many times in the first 2 days of NLC. It has
Oh,
been
no.
so powerful. He knows, but he doesn't know. And I love
Jack
this.
Show. It's not Jack Show. It's Is it Jack Show?
I don't know. Tell me. Do you want to?
I'm
bet
gonna
Jack
say
Show?
I'm gonna vote Jack Show here.
Do you want to go for Jack Show?
I'm going for Jack Show.
Lovely. It is not. The third clue.
Damn it!
It is. Mages hate this simple trick or item.
Is it the the banshees equivalent or whatever that is? I can't remember the name. My
Tick,
names
suck,
are
suck,
letting us
tick,
down.
suck.
That's all I got. I just got banshees, something
Don't
like
worry,
that.
man. It's not only the names; it's everything that is letting us down. It's Kainik
Yeah.
Rukern. I don't know if this is the way you
Oh.
pronounce
What the
it,
hell?
but it has been
Oh,
so
yeah.
many times and given
Is that
the
actually
top
its
liners.
name? Kainik Rukern.
Yeah, it's so awkward to say. I'm not native, so you guys need to help me on that one. I'm Portuguese. Moving
that
on to
isn't-
the third
that's
one.
fair.
It is?
That's
Okay.
ridiculous.
So
Yeah.
it's on you hit
Me.
right now.
It's
Yeah,
on
yeah,
me.
yeah.
Oh god, I can't let myself down here.
People stopped buying so many books, but I still required it. Because the codex has been stopped, you know the build from Gragas, the boss build?
Oh, is it Malignant?
No, but that was really close.
That's 2 books. It's Fiendish and Lost Chapter. So I thought,
Exactly. It's
Yeah.
it's really
That's
close.
close, yeah.
Oh,
Foxtrot?
it's another one of them then.
Did you
Or
know?
less. Oh,
I
sorry.
also have magic penetration.
Oh.
Oh, damn it. I know exactly
Oh.
which one that is.
I'm still a little. Yeah. It's the Bloom one, isn't it? I don't know its name.
I need more.
Okay,
I need more.
I'll say Morelos because I don't know the full name of the Bloom
It
one.
is not Morelos, so that's moving on to the third clue. Hiprain, it's your time to get 5 points. You're sitting at 0, by the way. I bloom with the death of others and bring
There it
life to
is.
those around it.
It's Crypt Bloom.
Yeah.
It is Crypt Bloom. You
I
told
said
me.
I got 50% of the name,
5
the
points.
Bloom item.
Yes, I don't go 0. That's all I needed. As long as I don't go 0, I'm fine.
Fourth item. Let's
Oh,
go
there's
on
4?
you, Fox. 5.
Oh, I suck at this so
I'm
bad.
antisocial, so you need to stay away from me.
Oh, come on.
That's the item, not only me, okay? That's also the item.
Is it a
That's
hole
the first clue.
breaker?
No.
Oh.
Moving on to the second one.
Okay.
Hiprain. My temper burns when someone collapses.
Is it called Agony's Embrace? Is that the name of it? They're like the AP, the like magic resist burn item? They call it the Barmies. I can't remember what it is. I think it's called Agony's Embrace.
It is not.
so
So that's moving on to Foxtrot. My brother has been part of the league since season 1, but it is my time to shine. Hiprain was onto something, by the way.
Yeah, I can imagine. Is it the?
If it's not full, it's...
Empty.
Aww.
I'm just gonna pass because I don't know.
No
this
item
at
for
all.
you, then Hollow Radiance.
Wait, isn't that what I
Hollow-
guessed? I did
Hollow
get. I got the
Radiance.
name wrong. Ah, I got
You
the
got the
name
name
wrong.
wrong.
I said that was
What
the
is
item I
it?
was thinking of. I said it's the Barmies burning item. I couldn't
Last
remember the name.
item. Why build swords, Hiprain, when you can have a stick?
Oh, Brutalizer.
There you go. Wait, what?
That's the name of it, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
What's that got to do with a stick?
It is
It's a stick. The Brutalizer
it?
is a stick.
Yeah.
It's been in the game for years, man. Well, it's been
yeah,
out
but
for years, but it came
was
back.
it always a stick?
It was always a stick.
It was always
Yeah.
a stick. That was
guess, like,
actually
I
one
can
of the
kind of-
clues. I took a vacation, but now I'm back, baby. It's
Yeah.
going to be brutal. Yeah. So
Yeah.
that means Hiprain, you just won.
I did
For
it.
the first time.
Yes.
Congratulations.
What's the high
Hiprain.
score?
deserved.
We haven't had this game, so I actually hold the high score right now. So
Exactly.
we can retire this game, and I can
Undefeated.
stay king of the world.
You can
I'm
take the
very
high
happy.
score just like you took on the first day of predictions
Exactly.
and then you lost, you know. But it's a new king. It's a new king and you won something. And by the way, do you know back at home that you can win something as well? All you need to do is head on Twitter and tell us your predictions so you can win. It's not something like you're thinking of. It's actually a mouse from Steel Cities. So head on to Twitter and tell us your predictions for this week. And the person who has the best predictions will actually get this beauty on the screen right now that you're watching. It's called Weekly Community Predictions Contest. So you get the opportunity to win an ADOX 5 wireless Steel Cities mouse. I think I got that one right. And I think we need to talk about the previous week, day 2. We had amazing games, beautiful games. And I want to know which of these games you want to highlight.
I'm quite happy to jump in first. I think
Yeah.
it was definitely for me the Verdant game
Okay.
versus Nord. I think Nord are a really slept on team. Honestly, a lot of people didn't predict them either days, and to be fair, they had tough matchups. They did win their first game of the entire split. They were very, very close to Verdant throughout this entire game. I think the jungle gap was like the major thing for what won Verdant this game, because they just controlled every objective. They played super, super well. So yeah, for me, definitely that game 4 of the second day was the game that I enjoyed the most and thought was the best game.
What about you, Fox?
Well, mine's the one that you're seeing on your screen now. I have to say, Running versus Lions Creed. Like, so coming into the NLC, we didn't really know too much of what to expect as far as seeing how the teams performed, because there were a lot of new rosters. But just from name value alone, Lions Creed bringing in a bit of a superstar lineup. So we thought they'd be a bit head and shoulders above everyone else. But that Ruddy game was honestly really, really close. And to begin with, it was exceptionally close, honestly. Ruddy really did impress me. I think coming in, I wasn't really sure what we'd see out of them. Blew up essentially their whole roster. And yeah, I've just seen, especially in that mid lane with Alex, I think he's been like super good, by the way. I think he's honestly like top top 3, maybe top 2 mid laner that we have here in the NLC so far. So I think a lot of their wins are going to come off the back of him, and I'm excited to see how he progresses in this split.
He's actually one of those one to watch through the entire splits. Edagon was talking about him as well. It was also Veteran who was talking about him. Everybody's bringing up points about that player, and he's actually making it show. So keep in mind that Rudy is going to play further on to the day, and that's exactly where we're going to jump into now to understand what games we have in store for us all. We're going to start with Rudy versus Nord, exactly in a few minutes, followed by Lightside and Lion Crest, Venom Crest, and then Alliance Creed, then Venom Crest versus Natives, and we're gonna end up the day with Verdant versus DMG. The match of the day for today will be Venom Crest versus Natives. This is also an interesting one. Why do you folks believe that this will be the match of the day? Tell me.
Well, they both have 1 player each and 4 bots, as you can see from the from the screen. So
Yay!
you know, you're taking a look at Yaki and such there. No, I honestly, for me, Venom Crest has been surprising. Actually, I'd say both these teams have been surprising. For me, Natives in a sort of negative way. I kind of expected a little more from them, and they were a little bit last week. Whereas Venom Crest, absolutely just, I wasn't expecting much at all, really, from these guys coming in. And they're 2-0. They won both their games. They've looked solid. And even in their games, not just in the results, I think they've honestly just shockingly so looked like a very, very clean team, and coming into the split I wasn't expecting that from them at all. So I definitely think it's a deserved match of the day, and I think for Natives as well, this is where, you know, they had a bit of a shaky first week. They still went 1-1, so not too bad on the scoreboard, but they really want to step it up if you want to live up to the legacy that this organization's had in the NLC.
It's a legacy.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, for me, it's been like, when it comes to Venom Crest, it's been Zubac who's just really impressed me. He's been a really, really solid jungler. So I'm excited to see, you know, how he kind of like defines this game. Like you were saying, everyone was surprised by Venom Crest. I don't think anyone really predicted them to have as good of a performance as they did. 2-0 at the beginning. Obviously, it's early days, so you have a very small sample size to take from. But what we saw was the foundation of a very, very good team. I think what defines them from like where they are now to where we'll see them in, you know, 3-4 weeks time is how much they've improved upon that. If they're still the same level as we're seeing right now, I'd start to worry. So I feel like these next couple of weeks, we want to see what growth they can get. And I feel building around Zubac and Zubac being able to enable his team is going to be a very clear path for them to progress and show that they aren't, you know, it wasn't just a flash in the pan, and they actually are a really, really solid team.
We're still on day 2, but we also have some predictions and wild guesses, and that's why we're going to show you. Well, there's a beautiful folk in first place, which is Edagon. I'm tied with him. Edagon got the perfect day, and that should give him the boost, by the way. I should be in second place, and Edagon should take the first one because he got the perfect day. So we're tied up with 14, followed up by Hiprain, and Veteran tied up in third, and Foxdrop. And we jump into Duckling, Middlecott, and Rudude, and Initialize. Well, yeah, they're trying their best. Now to the predictions for today. Hiprain is all or nothing. On the first day, going for the Nord instead of Rudy. And then pretty much everyone is going for the same games. And there's a lot of belief in Venom Crest. I understand what you guys were talking about. They presented such a beautiful gameplay. Natives have to step up. We have 3 people still believing in them, but they have to show us something different, just like Hiprain did. Nord and DMG, explain yourself if possible.
Right, so first of
Here
all,
we go.
I've put the house down on this game, man. Like,
I love it.
My wife and kids are gonna leave me if that first game goes bad. I bet it all. But no, I genuinely, as far as like the Ruddy Nord game goes, both of them are 1-on-1 right now. I think Ruddy were very impressive on the first day. Really, really impressive. In fact, I made quite a lot of points on Ruddy in that game where everyone else bet against them. So you know. What I saw in Nord was just something that just felt a little bit more stable. They just felt like a team who they showed me this spark, and I believed in them off the back of that. So yeah, I did go pretty hard on my points. I bet on them in this one. It's first of all, it's partly a tactical thing because I kind of had a feeling a lot of people were going to go for Ruddy, but also I genuinely do feel, out of all of like my crazy bets, this is the one which actually feels safe if that's the best way to word it.
Yeah.
I might be eating my words in 40 minutes time, but I genuinely feel like Nord are a team who were very impressive in week 1, even in their loss and their win. So I've got a lot of faith in them, and that's why I bet 5 points on Nord in that first one. DMG, I don't know, man. I can't tell you. I just
The way you started, like you present one for Nord versus Red, you're like, so I have this completely normal and stable thought on this game. DMG, it happened. Like my mouse just went there. So let's see what happens at the end of the day. Obviously, both like a lot of teams understand that they need to step up, and maybe that is the day for today for DMG. They were talking about that previous week. Well, week 1 was not what we expected. Week 2, let's see what happens. Let's see if you get those points. But let's go into the first game of the day. It's Rudy versus Nord. You talked about it, Hip Rain, so I'll let Foxtrot now talk about it, because we're about to jump into Champion Select, and I need to get your predictions or your thoughts about this game, Fox.
Yeah, I think honestly, I'm kind of with Jake when he said that this is probably the closest of his crazy predictions. Like, Nord are certainly not a bad team on paper at all. From what we saw of them last week, yeah, they didn't look too hot, but you just look at the components that make up this lineup, and it's kind of hard to ever write them off, right? You got Nile in the top side, who's always a superstar in the NLC. Romeo and Merb's bot lane as well, the Swedish duo. I think we can expect some pretty good things out of those two. Romeo, especially, you know, he's like a 17-year-old not French superstar, 17-year-old superstar who's coming in hot as one of the rookies that we're keeping our eyes on, right? So I think it's going to be pretty exciting to see how this one goes down, and I don't think it's as one-sided as those predictions might suggest. So yeah, I think it's going to be a good game for sure, and I bet Jake's going to be sweating throughout it, but I could see a world. I can see a world where he's making bank off of this one.
I believe 100%,
Oh, no.
and I love the fact that he took out the Seraphine. I believe one of the strengths of Rudy so far has been the Seraphine. Without the shields, I don't know how they're going to play.
Yes, I will admit though, there's 2 really solid bans from Ruddy, and they're both aimed at Nilly. Both the Cassante and the Rumble. Rumble very, very strong at the moment. Cassante, as we saw a lot last week, eventually just gets to like immortal status, and the ability to isolate someone from their team as well. I think that's a really solid takeaway. I think Nilly being the target here is probably going to be Ruddy's plan, because they're a very stable player, and if they do get ahead, the game can run away with you. So I'd like to see what Nord are going to look to do. I'm expecting to see them look to try and counter towards that top side. They've picked the Jhin up in response to the Varus, getting themselves the Zinzal there for Roshan in the jungle as well. So now Ruddy probably looking to complete out their bot lane, and then also picking themselves up a solid jungler in this next phase.
This I hate saying this out loud, but this Varus is a flex. We've seen Frank Varus top, right?
Yes, I did forget
Sadly,
about
we
that.
have. Yeah.
Hideous statement to say out loud, but
Yes.
it could be, you know, and I think obviously picking flexes early certainly has its benefits. It's going to be that Maokai matched up most likely in the jungle to Xin. What I like about this is it's both those choices there, 2 very, very strong early game junglers. A lot of pressure there, a lot of pressure in the lanes, especially for those ganks. So going to be pretty hot and heavy right from the get-go, which means you're probably going to want to pair up some crowd control in those lanes to set up those ganks and to make that early aggression possible. And Rel is a choice there. Very, very solid.
Had a lot of front line for Rudy. They're playing with a different mindset. They don't have access to that shield we saw previously from the Seraphine. We talked about the possibility of a Sona appearing, but I don't think that is going to be on the table. On the other side, Nord really want to go in, but also play from afar with that Jhin. And to final up, to bring it up, maybe getting the support. There we go. Another engage tool. So bloody team fights is what we're getting so far, at least in my opinion. This could be a massive CC fest, and whoever gets the perfect CC wins so far.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be a very, very fighty game. There's going to be a lot of fights. I really want to see both Romeo and Edward move around to get these objectives, like these early Void Mites and things like that for the team. And I want to see them be in places to enable their jungler to be able to run away and kind of take all of the objectives. It's like I was saying in that last game of last week, where Verdant played up against Nord. The big thing which Nord fell to was objectives. Like, they lost all of the dragons. Soul went over to Verdant fairly early in that game, and it was a Hextech Soul as well. So I would like to see Roshan be more on it with objectives in this game, because that was their great undoing versus Verdant, and that was a close game. So if they can be a bit more controlling of those objectives, I think this could be their avenue in. They've picked up the Xin Zhao, who's going to be very scrappy early, so that's kind of where my expectations are on that. Having a quick look at the bans, the LeBlanc gets taken away, the Riven gets taken away, and there's the Yone, technically a flexible pick as well there, getting banned away by Nord. One last ban coming in here for Ruddy. See what they're going to take off. We did see the Yone, I believe it was Built who played it top lane last
Alex
week.
played it last
well.
week mids.
It was Alex who played it.
And he did very well. I mean, Bill also played it top lane last week, for what it's worth. So
they had two Yone picks. Okay,
they both played it. So not too surprising to see that one taken away. Yeah, I mean, we still got, honestly, there wasn't a huge amount of champion diversity from Ruddy last week. Both games with Seraphine Rakan bot lanes, for example, but obviously the Seraphine being banned away might throw a bit of a spanner in the works for that one. Just trying to get rid of a lot of the safe mid laners here. Obviously there's a huge pinch in that role right here with the Nico, Syndra, LeBlanc, and Yone. So Corki, yeah, pretty uninteractive so far there in mid. I wouldn't be surprised to see like that Azir, maybe Orianna or something on the backside to kind of just match that, just like an intensely non-interactive and boring mid lane here matchup to go through. Either way, we're gonna see how this comp rounds out, whether it is the Varus top, whether that's a flex, whether that is the ADC. Jace coming through here, that could be against Corki. Actually, one of the few mid laners that does provide a little bit of pressure against Corki, matches a bit with that wave clear when you get like one item and can put some pressure on him too. It looks as though this Varus is actually ADC, and we're just going to get a standard top laner here for Built.
That's a tremendous amount of AD coming in from Ruddy.
That is very true. That is very true.
Yeah, it is. I will say both teams actually have quite a lot of poke tools. They do have engage tools, but I actually expect to see both the Maokai and the Rail get used more as a disengage tool, or a kind of once enough damage has gone in, then they jump into the middle of the fight. Obviously, Nord now looking to round out their comp. They got to pick something that's going to feel comfortable going toe-to-toe with this Aatrox in the top lane here. It looks like Nilly just going to try and unlock themselves in the side lanes, switching around a bunch, actually ending out on the Gwen here. Does give them, the ability to kind of play in those side lanes, but also some team fighting utility as well. Again, though, it's going to be a little bit rough when you got to get through all of that poke, but the W on the Gwen does mean, you can eat up some of that poke and not actually take any damage for the team while your team can fire back. It's going to be an interesting game. And not just because I voted on them, I do really like what Nord have put together here. If you've seen Corki, when he gets the Malignance and the Eclipse, and that free item spike on the Corki is really nasty. You follow up the Jhin poke as well. It's really brutal, but also Lethality Varus is really not fair at the moment. So one ult hits from that Varus, and that actually probably is just GG on a fight, because you will get popped.
But it's extremely dangerous. The composition from Machine Zhao that can isolate himself, the Gwen can isolate herself, and Alistar can deny damage. So Nord are extremely powerful as a frontline, even though you don't have a specific frontliner. They're like, I negate that damage. I can ignore that damage. I don't think that all AD team, and I'll send it to you, Foxtrot, for the final thoughts from Ruddy, can prove itself as useful as we saw in the previous 2 games last year.
Yeah, I would say personally in that draft, I would have preferred a dog champion for Nile topside. Something that can just stack armor, maybe with a little bit of engage, because you really would have screwed over the Ruddy's game plan there, especially when it comes to things like poke, because then you just stand in front of it. You just stand in front of it and you protect your whole team, right? So the Gwen, on the other hand, though, does provide a bit of a win condition for the top side to play through. Like Xin and Gwen versus Aatrox, absolutely abusable, and Nile is Nile. So certainly Nord playing towards their players' strengths, but I'm more curious to see what everyone thinks of the draft, to be honest. And
exactly.
Yeah.
I want to see, because that top lane has a lot of things to be talked about, so that's why I'm going to send it to Aragon and Duckling, who's probably salivating with the idea of too many team fights.
Oof, yeah. I mean, I'm looking forward for this one, Aragon. Had the honors of watching the draft with you. You predicted it very well, I will say, but that doesn't leave me without questions. For Ruddy, I like a lot of what they've done, but to me, in my play-by-play opinion, Aragon, it seems like it's a lot of AD damage.
Yeah, right. So typically before, you used to have Maokai standalone because you went AP Maokai, right? You used to farm until you get items like Demonic and then throw saplings, and that was enough magic damage. So I still think it's enough, right? It's still fine. You've still got enough damage on the team comp. The only worry is, like, you've got Jace, Varus. I hope it's on-hit Varus, right? So you can do enough DPS to threaten a Baron or something. Otherwise, you can never really force that. Still, yeah, I think in general it is enough, right? Especially when the enemy team don't have any dedicated tanks. You could argue Alistair and Xin Zhao, I believe, but I think it's still fine.
Okay, so shouldn't be too much AD, and I really like the fact you brought this up because it was something I was thinking as well, right? One of the things I like about Varus personally in this meta is the opportunity to flex the champion build depending on what the draft concludes, because initially they might have thought, yeah, this will be a poke Varus, because normally I see most of the Lefality Varus. I know a bit of the on has been played over in China, I've seen it in the LPL, but in games like this, right, where, okay, maybe we have too much AD, the poke won't really stick up against someone like the Alistar who will heal up when the minions die, so let's just go for the on-hit build instead, get that more AP damage, and I agree with you, if that's the route Silky Math is going to take, they should have enough AP damage to be able to cut through the not-so-tanky Nord lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a bit divided in terms of opinion as to what build you should go. Typically, sorry, not typically, I've been speaking to some LEC coaches, and some of them legitimately just say, go on hit every single game, right? I can't wait to see what runes Silky Smath is running so we can actually see. Some people really hate lethality, and it's a lot of it is because of this Baron threat.
Yeah, okay. So it's because you can't really threaten the neutral objective early on, and it seems to me, I spotted on Silky Smath, he has gone for the Arcane Comet. So initially, at the very least, yeah, has to go for the poke, right? And that's the thing with runes, though, to kind of tie you down.
Yep. So
okay.
Yeah, so usually when it comes to this kind of, you're playing against poke compositions like with Jace, Varus, Inton, Maokai saplings, right? That's what they have. And then built there in front as kind of a flexible pick where he sort of stands there, facilitating the poke, creating space. So it's on Nord in the mid game when they're versus this poke to try and match the range, which is what they've tried to go for with the Corki rockets and the Jin, who have very long range, as well as engage, right? You want to cover that ground so you don't get poked out too hard. It's going to be a very long range game. That's what we're looking at in the mid game. In the early game, however, very often versus Maokai, you want to attack it, right? You want to use the priorities of your lane. So looking from Nord's perspective, you have a Xin Zhao, very strong early game. You have priority top side. Then you get pushed in the mid lane and the bot side. So you don't really want to invade there, unless I'm wrong here, but you've leashed as Nord bot lane, so you're probably not going to.
Yeah, no bot lane did end up leashing as we go right into a pause. Maybe that was a mistake. Shouldn't have leashed bot potentially. Time to chrono break it back now. Just joking on that one. So you talked about this before we came on. We shouldn't be expecting too much action early on. We are more looking for that mid-game situation where you have to play around the neutral objectives, force your opponents into these pits, and try and see if you can poke each other down. Yeah, but there is also a bit of engagement, is what I'm hearing. Exactly,
and if there is going to be action early game, it's going to come from the setup of the Rel plus Maokai and the Varus damage early, or it's going to come from Xin Zhao attacking Maokai and using priority from topside. I think that's probably the best play, but we'll have to see. It's pretty open-ended.
No, and I really like the fact that you're talking about some top lane priority as well and bringing that into the equation, because for Roshan, one of the things I'm excited to see him bring into the league is a bit of a different view on what a jungler can do, because he formerly has played in our ecosystem in the NLC Div 2 or back then as well in the Norwegian League as a top laner for Bifrost and helped them qualify to the NLC. So he's had a lot of success in our ecosystem as a top laner, but now he's transitioned into the jungle role. He had some time over in the Benelux scene, did do quite well there, if I recall correctly. So now to see him in the NLC, I want to see if he has a different approach, because if there is any jungler in our league who knows what the top laner needs and what the top laner can do for you, it is him, right? So it'd be great to see him utilize, for example, a top lane priority to get Nila rotating down and abuse that to get himself ahead.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Keep an eye on what Roshan wants to do. Some trading comes down bot side. Typically top side, because you're talking about it right now, it's kind of sleeper in this matchup. The waves just end up bouncing, and with Gwen getting priority, and there isn't that much setup. Gwen naturally has no CC in her kit, whereas, Aatrox's CC is a little bit easy to avoid, and this is the nature of bot lane this season. Super volatile, even in melee support matchups. You trade really heavily, and hopefully, your trades can result in good, a strong trade against the enemy condition, which could facilitate a dive. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. It looks like both junglers are actually going to path topside though. So again, eyes on the invade.
Eyes on the event, still
Classic.
waiting on it. It's been a couple minutes now as yet another pause comes through. You know, back in the day, Aragon, of like 2018 and 19, back in the Danish scene, this was something that happened all the time. It became like a meme in our local community that we can't start a game without a pause. We'd go into a game, that'd always be this like 5-minute pause. And as a caster, obviously, back then we had spectator delay as well. So we had to wait like 8-10 minutes after draft to get into the game because there was always this pause. And, you know, it's bringing back the memories of never really getting to see the game first, just having to drag out the tension for a little bit extra.
Yeah, I'm trying to recall now. Back when I was a player as well, back in the UK scene, I don't recall having any too many pause issues. So it sounds like it's a Denmark problem, right? Danish league.
Don't put out Denmark problems, man. No, you know, that's not gonna flow well. That's not gonna work well here. This is a pro Denmark casting today. If when you get hip brain back, you know you can talk trash about us all you want. Yeah, you can talk all that smack, but then again, it's not gonna hit that hard. You're from the UK, so. I mean, you do live in Germany now, though. Certainly better. I think the weather's better as well, right there, right where you live. You live in the south of Germany or something. You should have like what 30 degrees in the summer, anything.
No, honestly, it's kind of awful. 40 degrees often, and yeah, you're overheating, and it feels really, really bad. And then in the winter, you're freezing, and everything is sleet. So I'm not a big fan.
That sounds worse than the UK weather. I mean, I was in the UK not too long ago, and other than a lot of rain, the temperature was actually pretty nice for December. It was like 11, 12 degrees. That was very, very, very decent at that point of time. We are trying to get an update on the pause to find out what is next. Hopefully the issues aren't too severe, but the fact that we came from a pause into the game and then to another pause, that does worry me a little bit. But luckily our producer just told me that we should be back sooner rather than later, so we don't have to throw it to a pause or anything. Fingers crossed though, because I could just be caster cursing it at this moment. But Aragon, if you have anything interesting you wanna add,
I just wanted to shoehorn in there that Hipbrain is very angry at me being a caster on the UK scene, and he's saying there was actually a pause every single show back in the day. So maybe I'm just misremembering.
And he would know. He
would.
Yeah, he's an old man, you know. Getting older is a part of time. Regardless, though, back to the laning phase and the pressure early on from this Ruddy bot lane. You talked about the heavy trading. The priority as well is certainly in Ruddy's favor.
Yeah, and it looks like both junglers going for a standard full clear, right? Yeah, priorities down to the bot side and the mid lane, exactly how we expected. Doesn't look like Roshan is going to go for this invade. It doesn't really. It's pretty nice. You have the classic Xin Zhao Gwen combo, which are super painful potential frontliners, right, in front to back situations. You see Nili getting vision down in the jungle here, but I don't think anything is going to come of it. He doesn't choose to opt to a cheetah recall and drops a minion to get some vision, but still ultimately going to scout out the clear for Natty Nat. Maybe they can do some kind of invade on second rotation camps, but we'll have to see what they choose to do.
Yeah, fighting that time at the moment. As you said, we are expecting a bit of a slower early game. One thing though with the new season that I do like with the Void drops, it does kind of accelerate the early game. It feels more common now to see either some early first bloods or, these early objective trades where someone goes for the Drake, someone gets the Void drops, and it has that little bit of extra tension early on. And now that pass will cross. Natty Nat gets engaged upon Roshan. I do believe he managed to steal that away. So yeah, gets that extra bit of gold in his pockets. That's very nice, denying that away from Natty Nat. As Roshan now walks towards the mid lane. Alex low on mana, but Roshan, he has one thing in his sights, that is that second scuttle.
Yeah, second scuttle going to go over to the way of Roshan, or the ping's coming down on that raid camp, so could invade the respawn times without, at the very least, drop a deep ward. Alex is going to have to recall and TP back, so he, with that tier, yeah, there it goes. That's really brutal. That's the second rotation version of it, and this is what I'm talking about, right? Natty Nat's being invaded. Maokai, this is his big weakness, right? You have insane dueling power from the side of Roshan on this Xin Zhao, and he's just showing it, taking all these camps.
I mean, that is such a fantastic feeling from the jungler, getting all that, right? Normally getting 2 scuttles, you'd be happy, but getting the chance to steal away one of your opponent's camps as well, that's really, really good. That's just pushing these small leads that will eventually add up to already a couple of 100 gold, and getting some sour ahead. Definitely helped us stay in the game.
Romeo?
A successful gank here would make it even better. Romeo flanking. Will he get the CC through? Oh, the flash polarize hits them both, but Silky Math reached the play well. Now Romeo very low, no flash, remember. Has already used it. Nice to walk forward. Natty Nat looking to close the gap. He has the flash. Roots them all. The CC is there. First blood comes through for Silky Smith. Now Roshan taken quite low. Does still have the flash and forced to use it as well. It was not who made the play, but Ruddy who punished.
Yeah, the really strong early game coming out from Ruddy. You can see both teams expected action down bot side. You see Roshan trying to move there with Romeo on that flank position, but it might just continue.
And Merps has flash, but they are going between the turrets here to look for the kills. Edward forces that flash out of Merps.
Look at that wave. Look at that wave down bot side.
Alex is
Merbs
down here as
really
well.
miserable.
Romeo is back, full HP, but underneath the turret goes Natinet. This could be too far forward, and it is for now. Can they get anything though? No, not quite.
Warzy's
Silky
here.
another one rooted up. Doesn't have the flash. Let's see what Warzy can do. It's an early game corgi, but he can still do something. A couple more autos will seal the kill, and it feels like Ruddy now have bit off a bit more than they can chew. They should lose 3 here, I feel, as Edward likely to go down. Can the rockets land? Flash comes out as well from Warzy. Yeah, he'll get this one. There, gets secured. Alex now as well. There's no way they get all 4, right? This would be a disaster for the Ruddy Nation, and I believe they will do so. Romeo will survive this. Alex, can he get out? The accelerator gate gets him out for now. He flashes towards Romeo. He goes for the outplay. He turns it around. I wrote his death warrant, but he turns it around and finds a solo kill.
Yeah, what started out as a really, really good play for the side of Ruddy actually turns out pretty bad. You can see all the waves and the minions that Merbs was missing out on underneath the tower constantly, but then they overextend a little bit. I believe it was Natty Nat on this Maokai, goes under tier 2 turret, and it ends up being a 4v4 full bot side. Warzy eventually manages to come, but in the end, they don't actually miss that many minions, right? Luckily, Alex manages to turn around, get a kill for himself, but still, overall, is it fairly even? With if you factor in the amount of minions that Merbs lost, it's pretty hard to say because of how long that fight was.
It was a couple minutes long, and normally, again, one of the things I like to do when these fights are so close, right? You look, where did the kills go to? Did the gold go into
Romeo?
the right players? And as Romeo now looks to rotate mid, I can certainly say that for both Nord and Ruddy, it did. The mid laners and AD carries picking up all the gold here.
Yeah, yes,
As
Hex
Romeo
Flash.
looks to the flank. Yeah, Hex Flash is there. He's underneath the turret already. Alex, you want some revenge. Romeo will secure this one for his team. Should not die here. Oh, there's no way,
for
Alex,
one.
man. 1v3 makes that a 1-for-1. Incredible as the Void Grubs go into the pocket as well. They are getting... I can't believe he gets a kill there. Insane.
Yeah, NLC Player of the Week, securing 1-for-1s, outplaying constantly. Roshan trying to make a beeline down to bot side against this siege. Silky Smath and Edward getting 2 plates there on top of that because Romeo decides to opt for this roam. Romeo not finding the angles that he did last week. We praised Romeo a lot, right, for finding all of these engages on champions like Nautilus, like Blitzcrank. But down bot side with that dive doesn't work out. And now, Roshan, with that timer, knowing that timer on the raid camp since they stole the last one, going to take the 3rd rotation respawns and be pretty content.
Yeah, and it feels like a bit of... When you're playing support, right, these engage supports, and you are balancing a bit on the knife's edge between insanity and these insane outplays. I really like the idea from Romeo here. The rotation up. Yes, he might lose a couple plays, but if that works out, which it almost did, you get a free kill, your mid laner will get even further ahead, who's already 2-0. Just unfortunate to take that extra bit of damage, and Alex, credit to him for managing his damage output and getting these outplays 2 times in a row now on Romeo. This game has delivered way more early game action than I expected. In terms of neutral objectives, though, the 3 Void Grubs have gone over to Nadinet, and that first Drake is still alive.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll start it up. They don't have priority. It's a bit awkward without Flash on this Jhin, so... he lost so much, right? From all those minions, as well as the Flash and all his summoners. You can see GM Edvard potentially trying to set up his remount to flip over with Maokai down bot side. They need to trade and kind of force something. No, actually they don't, because the wave is coming into them. So Nord bot lanes are facing a bit of a dilemma. They need to crash this wave, so they need to call Roshan down here. You can see he's making a beeline down bot side because they need to crash. With Natty Nat pressuring, they're getting zoned off of a lot of XP.
Losing a small bit of 300 gold lead now between the 2 AD carries, so that comes thanks to the plates and all the CS that has been denied from Silky Smath. Top lane asleep, as you said. Nida, though, looks like he wants something here. The network has come out. Decent bit of damage, but looks like he just wants to, you know, trade build low and force that crash of minions. Now, though, the ultimate in the bot side, good engage from Edward. Oh, they're all locked up. The piercing arrow cuts through the HP bars initially, but the kills can't quite be found. Romeo, too far forward here, has the flash. Goes underneath the safety of his turret, but it's not that safe. They're so low as Alex, with that accelerated gate, deals good damage with the shock blast as well. Looks for the kills here. Romeo meets his arch nemesis this game as they lock him up, and all 3 just try and run. Can Alex close the gap? Flash available on Merbs, will use it, and they are all out. The investment was massive from Ruddy, but they can't quite get the kills, as now it's Warzy underneath the turret all alone. TP coming in again. Nila will join his mid laner in this fight, as it looks like it is a horror situation for Ruddy. What is happening? As now Nila is here as well to try and close down the kill on Alex, and he will. 3 kills into the pockets of Nord? I don't know how that play turned around so badly for the UK organization.
Yeah, Warzy TP down to try and catch the wave, right? But it was so frustrating watching Alex try and kill Merbs and Romeo there, because he couldn't hammer form Q forward because he was getting interrupted by the Alistair Q, right? If he went in, it would be interrupted mid-air. So he had to just stand there autoing as a range champion, never engaging, and Merbs could just flash out. Then you look at that dive, and they just don't have enough damage, because I believe what happened was Warzy managed to somehow avoid, whether it was through being knocked away by the Maokai Q or something like this, he managed to avoid the Varusy, so all the damage disappears, it fizzles, they don't do enough, he survives, and it's a double kill. Man, both these plays down bot side are really, really volatile and keep somehow backfiring for the side of Ruddy.
Yeah, we are really in a tight game. It feels like these plays could have gone in both teams' favor multiple times, and it's all about who finds the mechanical outplay, makes that individual error or whatever to really be able to either win or lose you a play. So very tight game so far, and this was one I was really looking forward to as well. You can see it on the predictions. Pretty much all of us think this game will be close, unless if your name is Hipbrain and you've betted 5 points on Nord for some reason, as this first drake will be taken into the what am I gonna say? Who does Nord represent in terms of nations? I don't know. I tried to push him to go for Denmark, but they didn't really like that idea, as the Void Grubs will go over into the side of Ruddy as well. So they'll pick up 6 Void Grubs. That will help them later on as they try to take these turrets down, as Roshan will look for a counter move here. Did he just mess up that headbutt pulverize?
I think he decided mid headbutt, decided he didn't want to go for it. Roshan's just going to settle for this Krug camp. But yeah, no, props. I want to give props, right? Because it's not all Nord messing up. It's also players like Warzy TPing at the right time and outplaying and actually doing incredibly well. Got that Eclipse Rush already, finished it off, and going to proc on those singular rockets, which is really OP. Now,
ult lands. Merbs, no flash, yeah. Metal Storm Crackdown, a couple more auto attacks, and the shutdown is found. And now Romeo might find himself in a dire situation. Does have the Unbreakable will available. No flash now on Edward as he had already used it. So Romeo able to get out alive, but Merbs gets punished, shut down into the pockets of Edward. Not quite where they wanted to go.
Look topside.
But
look topside.
happy with getting it. Yeah, Nile. 1v2, yeah, he could kill Build, but the Needlework goes wide now. If I could turn around Nile. Feels like he still fancies this, but Build does not, and he backs out as well with Medinette.
Yeah, nearly getting the better of this 1v2. Not finding the all-in for the side of Bill and Natty Natty. I mean, it makes sense, right? They lack the damage together, unless they land a full combo to be able to get through the Gwen healing and resistances. So, just going to opt to take a reset here after almost getting 1v2'd. Fairly even. It's 3 for 3 plates down bot side. I'm surprised with how volatile it is. Yep, yeah, everyone going to reset.
Yeah, this game is a banger so far, again, and I think looking at the schedule for today, we could have multiple of these games, but this one on paper in my eyes, the hardest one to predict. Ruddy have surprised me immensely this split. I didn't know many of the names. I knew Silky Smash from his time in the Danish league, but he wasn't too impressive over there. And to now see him in the NLC, he's performing better than I remember, and the rest of the team is looking good as well. So many mechanical outplays coming through every now and then from these players. It's impressive to see.
He's on a ward.
Let's see if Bill can outplay his way out of this one, as Roshan is here, does have the world and available. Can Bill just run his way out, does have the flash as well.
He can.
A fancy outplay called walking out of a bad situation comes through as Bill survives.
Yeah, you can see Alistair's trying to get there, or I don't think he has the damage.
No way, right?
He has Ignite. That's probably what he's thinking, right? He's thinking...
Don't go for it. I mean, Roshan had, or Romeo rather, does have the balls to go for that play, but maybe after... he has made a couple of oversteps this game, decides against it, as Build is able to get out of that one. Alex pushing in the mid wave, as wasn't quite there to catch the wave. Merc will instead get it. Plates disappear, as I do believe Nilo was able to pick up 1 or 2 plays up in the top side after he forced Build out of the lane. Get that extra bit of gold, but so far the game is very even. Pretty much only the mid lane where the gold lead is substantial, and that's only 900 gold.
Yeah, Nord shifting Merbs to mid lane because he can't farm bot because it would have just been doped by the Maokai, and in the end, Ruddy coming out on top of that trade because of the Romeo roam that didn't quite work out. Getting both plates that were left as well as first tower. Now, it might come down to a fight here, but I don't think that Ruddy want to contest this. They're a bit late, so... Something interesting, though, just to talk about with Rift Herald, is they introduced a passive to Rift Herald where if you're soloing the Rift Herald, you do a lot less damage. So, yeah, they're having Merbs come over here and to alternate that buff, which debuffs the person hitting, the last person hit, and they're going to get it. I wonder where they're going to hit. It's actually really valuable to potentially hit mid, right? Versus Alex, who will have to then overextend to potentially get CS without a tower. But, yeah, up to Roshan. We'll have to see where he puts it.
That is a really good point. It's definitely something that can be felt. Normally, Junk is able to take that with ease and pretty quickly as well. The old Rift Herald all on their own, and with that change now, it does take either a long time or you need to call up someone to help you out with it. Two members of Ruddy, though, on towards the spot side, just trying to make sure Warzy can't farm too easily and continue to scale up. Corgi, a champ that with the removal of mythic items has really been freed Aragon in terms of the build paths and what is the correct build. Look, this is an Eclipse Corgi, something you'd never see just one season ago.
Yeah, it's because Eclipse passive with the percentage health is proccing on rockets when you have Malignance. Malignance is contributing to that multi-hit passive for some reason, who knows? Honestly, my eyes go over to the Profane Hydra Jace. That's not something I've seen, personally, because Jace isn't really played that often. I think Jace had a little bit of trouble with items recently. I think I've seen Opportunity, but Profane Hydra, I don't know when you get in range to be able to use that when you're playing a poke composition like Varus, Jace, Maokai at teamfights. Maybe when you go into cleanup. Still, very interesting as... Does look like with Dragon spawning up, everyone's going to go shift into the mid lane and contest mid prio. They really need to get the vision set down and start pummeling each other with this poke. Package going to come up for Warzy as well, so eyes on that.
Getting closer to the mid game, Malignance won't be bought at this time, as we just see Warzy looking for that Manimune. I would suspect that's a second item. But other than that, though, first items have been hit pretty much across the board. A couple. I mean, the support with Romeo hasn't gotten it, and same goes for Natty Nat. So Herald has been summoned now. Will you take it for a drive, or will they just let it charge naturally? Won't be driven into the turret. Will instead just crash by itself. That's a decent amount of damage. Obviously, they did nerf that a little bit. Now they want you to take control of the monster yourself. But Drake seems to be started up. Roshan should be able to get it for 3, but it will be traded north, or Nila rather. What will you do in this potential 1v5, as Warzy is here to be back up though? Here comes Edward initially. Alex spots out Warzy, and this might be the sign for them to stop the engage. Yeah, Nila able to walk away. The turret though should fall, right?
Yeah, smart from Nord though. Smart from Nord though. They know that with that Herald pressure, Ruddy can't move in, so they decide not to actually contest the Dragon. They know they're going to cross-map topside, potentially dive Nilly, so they send Warzy with that move speed from the package to cover that topside. And in the end, they only lose a tower rather than Nilly's life. So Nord kind of running the entire map right now. Yes, they lose a tower for it, but they managed to steal second Drake. Now that Dragon Salt Wind condition, if they get another one, is activated. As built, gotta be a bit careful, mate.
Built with the World Ender has been able to walk out of a couple bad situations. Hasn't died yet, and actually sits on a 100 goal lead, as the goal lead for the game has now swung over into the favor of Ruddy, and that is thanks to the 2 turrets they have just managed to take, and in particular the goal lead down in the bottom position as well. Silky Smith pretty far ahead.
He's on a ward.
As he now gets spotted. Yeah, on the ward, recalling. Romeo flashes forward. Will there be further engage? Silky Smith just forced to flash out. Nature's Grasp dissuades any further engage from happening, as Roshan happens to just find his way out. TPs are coming through. Do they want to extend this fight? Build arrived just to say hello and walk out of the situation, as Warzy also TP'd in. Mid lane tier 1 is the target, and Nila, he's on the flank.
Yeah, bit of a strange set of events. There was no tools to actually turn as Ruddy, so I'm surprised Built committed the TP there, because maybe you were scared of being dove afterwards, right? In which case I could see it, but Varus ult wasn't up, right? And there was absolutely nothing to turn with. Cooldowns were down.
Built.
Ruddy. Warzy's senses are tingling.
I don't know if he spotted him back with his Scribe's boom.
He did.
He was wanting the other
did.
side of the bush. Okay, he did. Okay. I mean, I know that bush is confusing toward the way it curves around the map.
Yeah.
The terrain makes it very hard to ward. Not hard to ward well. If I'm saying that, I'm probably just too bad at warding. But it's harder than other bushes. That's my point. Right? Has certainly changed Rift, and as a support player, you have to rethink where to place your wards most optimally. Regardless, though, we're almost reaching that 20-minute point, and after a very exciting early game, Aragon, the tempo has slowed down.
Yeah.
It's been more focused on the macro play and getting these neutral objectives off the Rift.
And I think you can expect it to continue to not be super exciting, and that's because on both sides you don't really have that great neutral objective damage, right? You don't have like Jhin infamous for being very slow, lethality Varus the exact same, Jace not exactly gonna do a huge amount. You don't have huge shred. I guess Gwen on the side of Nord can do a little bit, but neither team has that wow factor in rushing down this Nash, so they got to play for tier 2s instead and potentially little picks as they invade. It's exactly what they're gonna do. So Natty Nat gonna scout, potentially try and invade that neutral objective respawn, but it's gone now, so things might just fizzle as they shadow the mid push.
Yeah, Herald up in just 20 seconds, and all of a sudden, a Sora gets picked off, especially Roshan on Natty Nat. The game could very quickly flip on its head. It is pretty much dead even, as we will also start to see more of the effect of the poke coming through as the second, and especially those Manimutes are close to getting upgraded to Mirror Man, as 3 of them bought so far this game. As that is just Baron spawning. Confused me on the map for a second, as Romeo on this flank knows that Silky Math has no flash. Turret is low as well. They could go for a play here. Romeo, when does he come over the wall? He finds the
The
target,
bush.
and they just dive right in. Finds the kill easily. As Edward forced to crash down to safety. Nature's Grasp can't stop this engage from happening. As Silky Math is already dead.
Yeah, and you can see the reason for that happening was because Aatrox, built on this Aatrox, actually didn't push out topside. He tried to make a play before by grouping up. Then he had to go catch topside, and Nilly and Warzy synced up their waves to crash and be able to crash and then walk to mid lane to dive. So really good play. Set a macro from Nord coming out here as they find a pick onto the flashless Silky's Math.
Yeah, and Nord are looking better this week. One of my complaints about Nord in the first week was, yeah, you can see that they have good players. I'm looking at the roster. I know many of these names. I know that they can play at the level of NLC Division 1. But they looked somewhat uncoordinated. Their plays wasn't that great because they just didn't feel like they were on the same page. It took them 20 minutes more to close out the first game off the split even that they should have up against Nate, which is why I thought they played well in the early game. But they fell off towards the mid and late game, and they really struggled to win that game. And here, though, they still have the chaotic early game, but they were the ones who came out on top, and now they're playing the macro game pretty decently as well, we'll say, and they look more coordinated, and that was my big criticism. So very happy to see the improvement so far.
Yeah, Murman is almost online now. Dragon becoming the point of contention. It's third Drake for Nord, so very important to secure for both teams. Ready, getting the push in the mid lane. With that damage and that threat from the Rel and the Varus ulti. So going to be able to move in. This is really important because now you have to face check. If you're Nord, you have to face check through these saplings, through the potential threat of all this poke. And that's going to be really crippling. So maybe we're going to look for some kind of flank, something like this. Move in together after this mid push to secure some vision. But it's so hard to get past this kind of no man's land between the river and the bushes as the ult comes through.
And Nature's Grasp will look to try and lock someone up. It will be Romeo, but he'll quickly walk out of it. Netted taken quite low though. They re-engage from Romeo. They want the fight. TP's in as well. Nila is there, but can they cut through the front line? It is Silky's Math instead. They've somehow find the back line. As Netted now locked up as well. Romeo finds 3, and Nord finds the fight. It is Build now running. He's trying to turn it around, but you're not this shy. Double kill for Nila. This will be Baron and Drake likely for Nord.
What an interesting, like, such a strange set of decisions from Ruddy, right? You have full bot side vision. You can force the enemy to come to you and continuously tank poke as they come, and then potentially ult as Maokai to secure that dragon if you start it up to dissuade them coming forward. Instead, they decide to barrel it down, focus down a Xin Zhao who can always press R and not be able to kill him. And it seemed a little bit desperate, right? Maybe they thought that they would just get out-poked in a poke war because of how fed the Gorky is. But you had so much vision control. Just take a look at the wards down bot side. Still, good punish from the side of Nord. You know, understand you're making a mistake, collapsing onto the Xin Zhao, and they DPS and win.
Yeah, and Ready this time though, they will be able to stop that soul point from happening. That's a silver lining, but I wholeheartedly agree with your point. It felt like Ready were a bit too impatient, or maybe as you said, hold on.
Was he?
What? Was he? It's not Christmas, man. You don't have to donate presents. What?
Okay. So, what have they lost here? Have they lost much? They don't have TP. So that was a TP flank from Warzy. I don't think anyone was expecting.
You're joking, man.
I can't justify
What?
it. I'm trying to justify it.
Go on.
Maybe Nilly was on his way as well, and with the Hextech portals, he can make it if Warzy could buy enough time. I don't think he was expecting to get one pop. He really wanted to use that 3-item spike. But yeah, not the best use. Still, it's going to be alright. He's just going to respawn, come onto the map with those Hextech portals, and be on the map pretty quickly, and they can continue the siege down bot side to that tier 2.
You know, that is why I love the NLC, right? Because
I love it too.
we have the best plays and the worst plays at the same time. We just... I still can't believe that. Yeah, I mean, I'm almost at a loss for words, man. That was crazy. I can't believe we just saw that. Regardless, though, to try and bring it back to the point of conversation, the items are starting to come through, but you can start to see the difference in gold as well, in particular in that mid lane, right? A full extra item here for Warzy. Yet to see the effects of it, despite his best attempt to making it shine. I will also say that the top laners have been pretty quiet this game, but oh, that 2.5 item Gwen, almost level 16 Nila, he is very, very strong at this point. Despite the gold difference only being 1.3k, I mean, Build feels very far behind when they 1v1, and now it's Edward who might be caught out. Does have the crash down available, the shield already popped. A bit of burst from Alex, but that poke isn't strong enough at this point. Only 2 items on the chase, and yeah, Ruddy, I mean, it just doesn't feel like they have the damage at the moment.
Yeah, amazing frozen heart value. We were talking about how Jace got picked up, and we were surprised it wasn't Orianna. Maybe some champion pool things for Alex, and he just prefers the AD mid with the Maokai, but just for the ability to win lane a bit harder into this Corki, and maybe he doesn't get online. Still, it probably doesn't come down to picks. There was so much shenanigans early game. As Natty Nat, he's on a ward. Nah, it's just gonna be a siege down bot side. Nothing too interesting.
I mean, I understand why North have gone back to do nothing extraordinary here, as they did try to do that before with Warsy, and maybe they. I don't know if you have this saying in the UK, but in Denmark, right, we say "brand barn skyld," which is like once you make a mistake or get burned on the stove, you won't do that again. A child will learn from that mistake, and it seems like Warsy has done that here after just going 1v5 mode.
Yeah, no TP. It's going to be pretty hard to split push. If your team gets engaged on by a Maokai ult, right, and you can't TP in, it's pretty problematic. So now, after going bot side 5-man, they're going to go top side, turn the attention to that top side with the Baron respawning soon as well. I'm going to siege, take that really low HP turret. So it makes sense. Take a lot of the freestanding gold. It's really, really easy to siege. You could just press, you could just threaten right behind the turret for a dive, and that's exactly what I'm going to do.
And Aragon, what now for Ruddy? We are both ready predictors here. Obviously, Himbrain is laughing in this chat at the moment with Nord winning the game.
He's really happy, isn't he? Yeah.
But for Ruddy at the moment, how do they come back? Because it doesn't feel like they have anyone who's incredibly strong at this moment. Now 3 items on Silky's math, but I'm not seeing him connect many Qs, and
I think it's incredibly hard, right? It's incredibly hard because of the fact that both team comps kind of function pretty similarly. Both are extremely long range, focused compositions with options to engage, right? And if you function exactly the same, you just lose the head-to-head at your worst, right? So for Ruddy, I'd rather they cross-map, maybe give over the 3rd dragon, potentially play for tier 2 topside. But the problem with that is that Nord have shown an aptitude to be able to know when the enemy's going to cross-map and defend it, right? Whilst also securing the objective. Warzy in particular is pretty good at this. So that would be my opinion. Unless they think they're an item component spike where they can fight. I'm just looking at Natty Nat's inventory, and it's making me a little sad, so I'd rather they cross-mapped.
Yeah, I mean, that's what is he building at the moment?
It looks like Kanik Rukun sitting on Barmies. It's just a lot of components, so I love builds like this where you've got 50
He's
components.
thrift shopping at the moment, right? He's trying his best, man. He's buying what he can for sale at the moment at the local Waitrose or whatever UK store you guys shop at. Tesco, maybe, I don't know.
I'm
3
a
items now,
Morrison's guy.
though. You're a Morrison's guy. I've never heard of that. I've heard of Poundland, though. Made an assignment about that back in the day of my my school years. Regardless, the 3 item spikes are coming through, not only for Silky's Math, who has now reached that point, but also for Nila. I discussed 2.5 items being scary. Now he's level 16 with that Ravenous Death Cap as well. He's going to be able to cut through anyone that he likes. But
watch the poke.
Point is up here. Yeah, let's see the poke. A couple of connections first off from Silky's Math. Has set up hurt moves, but like the damage just isn't that massive. The poke not quite sticking, and Warsy, he's having the time of his life. He could look to recall. I do believe he might have the big package ready again soon. Would like to get that for the fight.
Yeah, gonna TP in with that Kanik Rukun from Natty Nat, gonna be absorbing a bunch of that Corki poke, and it is a Varus plus Jace versus purely a Corki poke. You have a little bit from Jhin, but not that much.
Okay, TP in from Warsy as well.
But in this fight, it is crucial. Who gets poked, right? You really want it to land as the package is coming out. He could just send it.
Yeah. It is quite
Watch
low.
the
These
Maokai
guys come through. Can they get into the pit? I mean, look how far away Roshan is. He can't get there in time. It's gone. Second Drake into the favor of Ruddy. Will the fight be here, though? So Nord can claim something back. Build taken low. Should be taken down as a big package go forward. But the healing from Build is excessive. He won't
Build?
quite die yet. He's still alive. How is he healing so much, man? Could he die? No, finally.
But look at the
answer
base.
was a yes. Yeah, look at the base. Nil is split pushing. He's going for the game. Can they get back? Oh, they can. Alex already there. 950 gold bounty. The game is becoming chaotic, but it's into the favor of Ruddy.
Yeah, Gwen's such a good split pusher. They opt, we're gonna waste their time whilst we split push, and Warzy's probably gonna fall here. No, Edward just misses.
Where's the remount? The TP. Yeah, Warzy's dead here. No way out of this one. The big auto will come through. Should secure it as well. Alex TP's in. Baron is in the cards here. Roshan alive though. 3 members from North to try and stop this, but Ruddy have found their way back into this game.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it, right? So it's really creative to use the threat of the split push from that Gwen. The 3-item Gwen can 1v1 pretty much anyone, right? And then waste their time at this dragon.
Roshan
But
is
posturing.
looking. It's half HP. They do have vision over the Baron. Can he get into the pit? It is 5 members of Ruddy here. Down to 3k HP. Yet again, the Nature's Grasp just locks up the rift, ensures that Nord can't move. while the time ready, do all the business moves and lock up that Baron, the gold lead. Being closed at the moment, just 3k separates these two teams, but more importantly, the confidence boost this gives you as well. You now have the gold lead in the mid lane in your favor as well. 3 items on the poke champs really helps a lot. And ready, they haven't given up.
Yeah, so what a long sequence of events, right? They really try to secure that dragon as well as the cross map. But the problem is, I'm pretty sure Nord with that 5-0 Corki could, if they barreled it down as a 5-man, just secure the dragon and then play for the tier 3 afterwards. Still, that pressure from the inhibitor is going to matter a lot as they siege down bot side. Wow, really rough. And that inhib will be taken for the next dragon spawn as well for pressure for that. So, pressure in terms of waves going to be favoring Nord right now.
It feels like we're at a crucial stage of the game, right? 30 minutes in, now Baron for ready, but to me, I'm a bit scared for what I'm seeing from Nord as well. You mentioned it, had they gone just 5-man for the Drake, they would have likely secured it, and then they could have looked for the tier 3s, but instead they split out the map. It seemed a bit coordinated when to go for the push, when to go for the Drake, and in the end, they ended up, yes, they've broken open the base on the top side, but they lost the soul point for the second time in a row. They also gave up a massive shutdown bounty into a Baron, and I praised them earlier in this game for looking more coordinated, but the further we move into the game, the less coordinated Nord seem, and the more chaotic these games become.
I mean, just recall back to last week. First game of the split was Nord. I can't remember exactly who they're against, but the game went to 50 minutes. It was natives, 50 minutes, right? Of course, you could argue it was compositional, the reasoning. But still, it was the lack of, like, coordinated macro and confidence. That's what Nilly said in the post-game interview. And that's for the reasoning that they could not end the game quicker. Still, this game is still really even, right? You have Dragon spawning in a minute 40's time, so everyone's barreling it down mid lane with one down bot side potentially for that shove to threaten that tier 2. They can push both mid and bot lane now, move in for this vision, and create a huge pocket of darkness that Nord have to face check. And they might just secure soul point here with that threat of the Maokai again. It doesn't seem like Nord have a way of dealing with it.
Yeah, ready. They've had a tough start to the split, not in terms of how they've performed as that poke absolutely hurts. That is incredible damage coming through. Now let's look at build here. He does take up a good amount of damage. We know he has the healing. Can he survive this one as well? Survives for much longer than he should have. But he is now gone. Silky Smith low as well. Look at the Hex Gate. Can Roshan find the engage, already be able to get out? It seems like they will, as the game is far from over, but so far they've had 3 tough opponents ready, right? They've had Nord, they've had Verton, they've had Lion's Creed. 3 rosters that are on paper very strong rosters in our league. If they could win this game, they would be sitting at a 2-1 scoreline. That would be making a statement about what this roster can do. And if they lose this game, I'd still be happy with their performance. They've surprised me so far by making these games way closer than I think they should have been allowed to, especially after they lost that first Baron, but Nord and closing out games haven't been the best story so far.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on how they do going forward. Still going to be able to close out this one down bot side with this tier 2 turret and secure. Hopefully they just recall and go bot side. They can't keep sieging. I don't think so because the wave clear is too strong, but I might have to hold my tongue as they recall and potentially defend this inhib down bot side. Ult comes out.
Oh, yeah. Ult comes out, but doesn't do much though, unless Nile locked up. Oh, that's a pause.
Oh, he DC'd.
Oh, he DC'd. No way. That was why his move. Oh, his.
That's why, yeah, it spread. The chains of corruption from the Varus spread to Nilly there, and he just stood still. So I wonder how we're going to go about dealing with that one.
He could have W, right? Normally, even when you're
Exactly.
as a Gwen, you can still use the Hell of Mist, and then you'd be able to survive for quite a while in there, in your own little safe zone, and the poke wouldn't have hit. And at a crucial point of the game, we've just discussed how important these next couple of minutes are. They got the inhib, but Nila might now die because he's finding himself in a situation he doesn't do. And I mean, I know we're the NLC, the greatest ERL, but I don't know if we have the power for chrono breaks or anything like that. I don't think so.
So that's why, like, 2 minutes before, I was saying, I really hope, or more like 30 seconds, I really hope that they just push in this wave, secure the tier 2 bot side, recall, and then go for Dragon, because it'd be soul point for them, right? It's not like Ruddy lack wave clear or the ability to engage after they get back on the map. So, you know, the engage probably doesn't come down if Nilly is in the game, you know? So we'll have to see how that unfolds. I just think they could have all recalled, gone on the map, and secured vision for this next Dragon.
So does it feel like we've been discussing a lot about Nord? They're a bit too greedy sometimes. You know, they want to bite off more than they can chew, and they make these mistakes where they then get punished because, no, you can't go for the tier 3 up top side while also securing yourself the soul point. You will be punished one way or the other, and sometimes the punishment is bigger than the reward they gain.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think...
Oh, let's watch get right back in. Nila does survive for now. Pops the ghost as well. He's back on the rift and instantly runs. Roshan now the target. Forced to flash away. Nature's Grasp come through and just see Warzy hits one big rocket and Silky Smath. He's down to 30% HP. But Warzy, not so tanky himself, tries to poke while he's running back. One big shock blast will connect and Warzy's slowed up. Should be taken down. He's rooted. He's gone. The mid lane and the most damage has been removed. This Nila still running back. Same goes for the rest of Nord. The soul point now on the cards for Ruddy. The curtain has been called. Can Alex find his fan to feet? And he will.
Romeo?
He's out to safety. Romeo, can he close the gap? Might be able to, but let's turn our attention back to the Drake because Roshan wants to take it. Build half HP.
Oh, no,
Nila's
Ruddy.
back. He does not have the needle wake. He can look to cut through the HP bars of Ruddy in this situation. 4k HP on the Drake, but it's not the target at the moment. It is winning the fight. And from that, maybe even the game, they'll claim Natty Nat. They'll claim the soul point. Could they march on towards the Nexus, or will they be stopped? This game, Aragon, so back and forth.
I think the wave clear is going to be too much with that, with Alex alive, with Silky's Math alive as well. I think the problem was that they had there was the fact that they just had no damage onto this dragon. They had, I believe it was just Natty Nat and this Aatrox hitting it. So the screen freeze, Duckling,
don't worry,
or is
you
it
can
just
see the
me?
time is moving.
Yeah,
That is,
yeah.
I do believe we've had this once before, and it will eventually catch back up. We are going back to our beautiful faces while we get that fixed up.
There we go.
I mean, these pauses are coming at a horrible time. Just like in the beginning, we were setting up for invades. Now we're setting up for game-winning plays, and we're being disrupted at every chance.
I think it's not too bad. At least there's a bit of a lull time right now. I don't think they're going to threaten to end or anything like this because the wave clears, they'd rather just recall spend their gold. They just secured soul point. So in the next 5 minutes, they can score the next one and then potentially threaten to end that wave because the poke with a Hextech Soul, we all know how potent that is, right? With the long range slow. So definitely going to be on the cards next.
That Hextech Soul is going to be so important. It is as you say, for the poke, it just means a whole lot more. And looking at how much this game means, obviously we're only 2 weeks into the whole system, but it feels like we're getting to get a better grasp of our teams as we move forward. And I've mentioned it for Roddy already. They've had 3 tough opponents in a row. If they win this, 2-1 would be a fantastic scoreline for Nord as well. They haven't had the easiest games. They've gone up against Natives, who on paper is a roster that, in my opinion, should challenge for playoffs. And they've had a game against Verts. They've won one and lost one, but their games have all been so close. And while I'm having a good idea of Ruddy being able to punch above my initial expectation from the Nord, it's hard to say where I judge them because they're so up and down. This looks pretty good though, as Build is locked up. We know it can survive for a while, but up against a late game, Gwen, yeah, he's cut through very quickly, cut down, and that's a Baron spawning as well, Aragon. They could turn towards it now without that top laner. Is there anything Ruddy can do? Do they just have to give it up?
Nah, they have to give this up. Then maybe they can come. So when you're on Baron, a big threat is the poke. But I think this just goes down so quick because Nilly's huge. He does so much damage to this Nash.
Yeah, that is gone very quickly. To say that at the least 5k the difference between these two teams, but that's not what matters right now. It's if Nord can find that one fight. Build still down for 25 seconds. Nord want to push this advantage to the limits. Big packages here as well. This feels like it could be Ruddy's last stance. The poke is there, but the damage not as massive as you would have hoped for almost 40 minutes into the game. Your top laner's back in 10 seconds though. And now you're fighting tooth and nail to keep your base alive.
Yeah, and I think it's about mitigating right here. Even if you TP in, you probably just get one shot. So no angle to TP, in my opinion, for Built. He's just going to run over. Oh my.
Oh my god. Silky
These
Smash should be
corky
forced into the
rockets.
GA here. Curtain Call comes through and connects in the first shot as well. We know who they want. It's Silky Smash. He respawns, but he has just seen death twice in 5 seconds. Nord were waiting on top of his body as it was coming back up, and now Ruddy with Alex have to keep this game going for 45 seconds without that main poker. Now it is Alex though, trying to clear the wave as Edward tries to zone away Nord from that third inhibitor. The minions will now be charging through with 6 super minions in the coming waves, but Nord don't seem like they need to wait. They could go for the game-ending play right here still. Silky Smath gone for 25 seconds. Nedinat stepping up, trying to just zone them away from the turrets. As they do get Romeo quite low, Nord have been over eager in the past and they just Might not want to make that mistake one more time. Alex, though, if he forwards the game, surely it's over.
Yeah, I mean, they just gotta wait, right? They gotta play with time. They have minion waves flooding the base in every single lane. You could see the army of super minions coming out of the enemy base right now at Nord's base, 2 in each lane. So it's just going to be a pummeling with Poke, waiting for those minions as it's
That
playable.
shot blast was massive. Silky Smith is back as well. Now Nord, can they win the fight? Romeo goes in, but he instantly taken down. Same goes for Rashawn. Can they find more here? Kid Ruddy look to potentially win the game. The death time was long, but Build walks forward. The backup not quite that because the minions are destroying the base they have to kill the minions. Nord, it felt like they yet again stayed for a bit too long, but this time with the minions there, they won't lose more than they can't come back from. And Ruddy are fighting tooth and nail, but they are losing an inch every time they make a play, and now there's only their Nexus left.
Yeah, I mean, their base is going to be sieged. Ruddy's base is going to be continuously sieged now, and once all 5 members of Nord spawn and they just barrel it down mid, it might be too much. Usually, triple inhib is a death sentence, especially if they manage to secure Baron somehow, but Dragon is coming up, so they might just end up going to Dragon. Using the threat of these triple inhib super minions, they can just go to this Dragon and secure this soul. It's not going to be pretty. They have to sit there and wave clear as long as they can. With these super minions continuously pouring in, I don't think they can even leave their base.
That is for 3 more minutes as well. I don't think they can test the soul. Maybe Netnet could go down there for the flash. But I think if he dies, even if he denies the soul, I mean, they just lose the game 4v5. Can they even win a 5v5? I have a lot of questions about the games that we're finding ourselves in, and many of them, my answer at the very least is as Ruddy will have a tough time coming out on top. 5k gold difference, but I mean, that doesn't matter anymore. The damage on Nord is just too much.
Yeah, it's so difficult when you're faced with so many super minions because you have to commit your spells to defending, and then the enemy can just engage, right? Because you don't have any spells. So it looks like they want to try and find something, but I don't think they can. I think this is going to go down.
And that's the soul finally in the pockets of Nord after 40 minutes of gameplay. They will now barrel it down midline, I assume, and look to close this one out. The game has been long. It's been back and forth. Ruddy, do you have one final stand in you? It is all about who hits his poke. Warzy, one big rocket on either Alex and Silky Smith, and they are pretty much dead. But if Silky Smith and Alex connect their poke together, they could look to take down one of the important carries of Nord, and then maybe, just maybe, the fight is back on the table, and Ruddy could look to come out on top.
Yeah, every auto from Nili here, quarter hits the Nexus. They have to decide right now. They have to engage before the super minions barrel in. Do you go on to Nili, or do you engage mid? They have to pull the trigger. Where's the Maokai? Watch Natty Nat.
Yeah, let's look for the Nature's Grasp, but look, Silky Smith been hit by one ultimate from Warzy, and now he is already very low. The curtain has been called, and now the fight breaks out. They're going for Nile, but they can't cut through his HP bar. Look at the healing! He just doesn't die! He refuses to go down, and Nile will find 3. Could have been a Penta, but who cares? Because Nord, they're happy they take the win. 40 minutes of grueling back and forth action. But Nile refused to go down, and Nord take the game.
And in classic Nord fashion, they bring the Nexus to their knees. It's just absolutely brutal. With the scaling coming in from Nili on this Gwen, as well as the Corki scaling, it's just too much. It was an interesting game, though. I feel like, in some ways, Ruddy handed the early game to Nord when they were diving. I recall at Tier 2, a Maokai flash W under Tier 2 turret into a collapse, and Warzy just kept picking a bunch of kills. Still, really well played from Nord capitalizing.
Jesus Christ, that Nili healing was insane in the last fight. What a game. Back and forth game. Ruddy, I'm impressed by their performance by them being 1 and 2. They've had tough games and they've shown up. Fair play to that roster. I'm excited to see what next. For Nord, they are also taking steps in the right direction, but they still need to improve on closing out these games. They are grueling, they are long, and they are hard fought. But we'll take a well-deserved break. When we come back, the analysts will break down the game and get us ready for Lions Creed, who will be looking to dominate and continue domination up against Lundqvist Lightside.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
live forever, baby! That's what I'm talking about!
Welcome back. Hipbrain jumping into predictions with 5 points. Betted on Nord. And you both were talking about how this game would go both ways. So that's why people were eager to like, I'm going to bet 1 point or 2 points at the maximum. I understand Hipbrain was just mega mind. And he got those points going in, so we need to understand what happened. What was so important for Rudy or even for Nord to get to the point of the game? I do believe that engage on the bot side on the first turret and then going for the tier 2 turrets before 10 minutes in kind of complicated things for Rudy.
Yes, I think the bot lane had me sweating. I'll be completely real with you. I think Merbs was heavily denied, and that wasn't him playing bad. That wasn't really any... I wouldn't say that was a fault of Nord. I think Ruddy played really, really well towards the bottom side of the map. I think Warzy was just such a salvaging fact for this team. Like, he was so on it. Every time a play went bad bot lane, he salvaged it and actually made it a positive play for the team. It then allowed Merbs time to get back into the game, and eventually that was a 4-5 item Jhin who was just tapping people for ridiculous amounts of damage. But I do think Warzy was the saving factor of this game. For a while, I was like, this is not as close as I thought it was going to be, and it felt very Nord favored. And then they made a couple of mistakes here and there, and Ruddy started to bring that game back. So it ended up being a pretty close game, considering how well that looked to have gone for the side of Nord.
Yeah, I agree. I think the early game was incredibly hectic, and you saw a lot of good plays actually coming out from both sides. And Ruddy's game plan of ruining Merb's day went pretty well until it didn't, and they were just a tad too far, just a bit too aggressive, and I just think it was a really impressive game actually. I think despite the fact that Ruddy lost and Nord won, and it's just going to be like a 1-0 in the scoreboard at the end of the day, and Jake getting 5 points and everyone else losing it at the end of the day, we saw some good things out of both of these teams, and I think these are probably some of the we're definitely looking at playoff teams here for sure. And I was a little disappointed with Nord in week 1. But I think so far, like that was the best game we've seen from them. And I was very impressed.
Yeah, the way they used vision in the map to also get to those objectives, and the way they used the composition. We talked about it before we jumped into the game, the fact that they had no specific front line, no massive front line, but they all had ways to ignore the damage. And we felt it at the end, like a lot of fights. We thought, hey, maybe this is ready. Okay, they can't do damage. They don't deal damage. There's no way to bypass the Gwen W, the Xin Zhao R as well, Alistar R. It was not only on the champion select, but also inside of the game. So do you guys believe this is... Yes?
Would you say they ignored the damage?
Good one. You saw the penny drop.
That's all I had to input on that. I'm sorry. I have nothing more. I'm done.
Not only do I miss some predictions,
Yeah, love
but
it.
also I don't want to talk to you anymore. So Roshan, join us with the interview. How are you doing, my friend? Welcome to the interview. Obviously, that was a big one for you guys. How are you feeling after the game?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling really good. I'm happy with the win.
So at the beginning of the split, everybody was looking into Nord, like the big hype, such legend in NLC. It didn't start the way you wanted. How was it like going from week 1 to week 2? Was there any pep talk, any conversations? Tell me about it.
There are definitely a lot of conversations, I would say. I mean, you could kind of see it as well in the gameplay of week 1. But I would say we had a really slow start. Also in the mid game and trying to get the team together, but I'm really happy with the progress we made from week 1 to week 2. Like we really got a lot better in that getting on the same page.
And we were talking about the MVP and how to bring the MVP. We had some issues looking for Nord's MVP due to the fact that all of you worked as a team, as like a single key. Do you feel that way right now? Like the team is finally connected? Or you still think like we need to touch on some areas of the gameplay?
I mean, I think there's definitely things we still work on, but I think the team, like especially this game as well, like everybody played their parts, they played their role very well together, I would say.
For all the fans of Nord, what can you leave them with? Because it was a slow start, but it seems like you guys are getting the hang of it.
Yeah, definitely.
So what are your your words for the fan base of Nord.
For the fan base.
Yeah.
That's a hard one. Yeah, I would say look out for
The hardest
playoffs
question
because
talking to
yeah,
people.
because we are ramping up and it's gonna be faster and faster. So I think we're gonna be a beast in playoffs.
Okay, love it. Last question for you. It doesn't come from me, it comes from the desk itself.
Uh-huh.
What are those behind you? Because I love those curtains, and where can I get them?
I have no idea. I think it's like from a child's book or something. I've had them for tens and tens of years.
I love it, by the way. I just love it.
Thank you.
Congratulations on the game, by the way. Best of luck for tomorrow, day 2. And I wish you the best. See you soon, Roshan.
Yeah, you too. Bye bye.
Bye-bye. He's so nice, though. It's lovely to meet these players. And those curtains were beautiful. Thank you for the idea,
I'm
Fox.
jealous. I'm very jealous.
Yeah.
I need. I don't know whether it's a Dutch thing or what, but I need to get my hands on those curtains.
I'm just wholesome. So with that in mind, hey Brian, yeah, you did the pun. I still haven't got over it, but it seems like Nord are finally playing as a core, as a team. And even though we only got the sample of one game after the first week, obviously it's too little of a sample. It seems like Nord can live up to the reputation right now. No.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, I saw Nord had a really good foundation. They look like a really solid team. I mean, they went toe-to-toe with Verdant, and a lot of people have been very, very Verdant hyped for this split. I mean, they were last split as well, but this split, is, again, very, very hyped on Verdant. So a lot of attention has been on that, and they were able to go toe-to-toe with Verdant. Yeah, they lost that game, but they won their other game as well, and they look really, really solid. I think that was, I can't remember who they were playing now. They played versus Natives, who another team everyone was very hyped on. They've had a really, really tough run of schedule when you think about it. Like, they've played 3 teams who everyone's been very hyped on for their first 3 matches of the season, and they've come out 2-1. Like, I genuinely think this team are just one of our top teams in the, like, to kind of keep your eyes on. I genuinely expect to see them make top 3. I'd be surprised at anything below that. Maybe a very bold statement to be making after 3 days of games, but I really do see them having legs. And we saw a massive improvement here where they focused on objectives better into this game than they have, in week 1. So there's already some level of progress being made by them. So that's where my attention is right now, is, we're seeing progression from them, but they've also got a really, really solid foundation to work with.
I love it. So let's talk with Ruddy, because we need to understand what happened from previous week 1 to week 2. We have Don Jake with us. Oh, that is a sound I've never heard before from you, Don.
I can make a lot of sounds, to be fair.
Well, that is a... Thank you for the information. So give me the sound of what happened.
I'm not going to do that. I'm not a clown. If you get me on the interview, I'll show
I want you to talk with me to understand, like, what was
you mean
situation.
words, like words as a sound? Okay,
yeah.
Cool. I don't know. I think it's difficult for me to say because it wasn't in comms today, obviously in the watch party. Also, I'm doing the interview 3 times in a row because my players, I need to start cracking the whip. They need to start getting on the interview. It's absolutely ridiculous. They should be ashamed of themselves. They've started saying they don't have cameras and stuff like that. We know you've got cameras. We know you've got cameras, players. Come on, let's be serious. But I think we were relatively happy with draft-ish. I think we kind of entered it a little bit. That can go better. I think we're still massively struggling from a lack of coach, which you can kind of see in our lack of direction. There's not really someone calling us back from some of these bigger plays sometimes, which I think means that the way the early game went was kind of just bad in general. We ended up sprinting it down really hard in a relatively beneficial position. I think it looks like a different game if that doesn't happen. But we're still learning, we're still growing. It's obviously lovely to see so many people turn up to the games. It was actually funny. I was halfway through our watch party. We got about 20 people in there. Someone joined called Don Gary, and I realised after about 5 minutes that it was my dad. My dad actually joined our watch party. So
hey, that's a proud moment.
No, it's pretty cool. It's nice for him to see that what I do, what we get up to, even if it's on a loss. It was nice.
Yeah, it's through defeat that we find victory. So, Don Jake, what can you tell us about tomorrow? Like, what is the work in place for the team? You talked about the fact that you have no coach. So how can you deal with this situation and move on to the next day?
I mean, we're still actively looking for one. Talking to a few people. I'm picking up the pieces a little bit, like putting a lot of effort into just. I won't ever claim to be someone that can like provide coaching services, but just asking questions, facilitating just the general structure. I make sure that I'm around a little bit these last few days. To bounce back, I think today's a bit of a wake up call. I think some people turned up a little bit sleepy today, weren't fully switched on, and that reflected in their gameplay. And in the day, that's a harsh reality that they're going to have to face, and that we have to face as a family, right? We're all a team. Switch on for tomorrow and give it against one of the other teams that are competing for this top 4. Because I think right now the state of the league is there's 5 teams competing for top 4. And I think you can't really afford to sleep lest you find yourself just about missing out on that playoff spot. So it's a bit of a somber interview for me, not many jokes, but I'm sure we can pick it back up. And I want to say a massive thanks to everyone that comes and spams in the chat, comes to the watch party. Chat's alive every time that we play. It's only really, the Nord fans only really turn up after they've won, to be fair. They're not really typing that much during the game, so we're able to drown them out until we lose. So I'm fine with that. That's all good with me.
We got a little bit of spice at the end of the interview. Thank you so much for that one, Don't Shake.
No worries.
And the best of luck for tomorrow, man. Have a lovely one. A little bit more calm as well, but it's an issue. It's an issue. If you don't have a coach, things like the tower dive at tier 2 will happen. You lose direction. Because confidence is a slow and insidious killer, isn't it?
Who says that? Is that a Darkest Dungeon quote?
It is.
Yeah.
That marked my life because it's a reality. It is a reality.
Yeah.
So moving on, we have the MVP of this game. Let's show everybody who it was, because we were thinking about the jungle. We were thinking about Rudy as well. It was Warzy, due to the fact that it was able to hold on to the early game and transition to the late game like a beast, wasn't it?
Due to the fact he's the only person we had a picture of to use for the graphic.
Oh.
No, but legit, he was very good. I think he was quite, as Don Jake mentioned, the early game for Ruddy looked beneficial for Ruddy in certain parts, but then they kind of just made too many mistakes. But to be perfectly honest, if you're overstepping and making mistakes, they're not really oversteps or mistakes unless you're punished for them, and that's what Warzy did, and that's why he was so instrumental, I would say, in Lord's win, because he really did stabilize that early game and actually turn it into a favorable position for them. And then once that was under their belt, all those rockets coming through, just absolutely grotesque stuff from Lord's mid laner.
I will say I have an honorable mention for Romeo in this game.
Okay.
I think he played very, very well. The odd mistakes, but like things like that Hex Flash from the chicken camp into mid lane, and yeah, it got him killed, but then Warzy got a kill in response and then shoved the lane in, got some power plays. Like it was little things like that which it wasn't definitely MVP worthy, but he was an honorable shout out for me. I think he played like a psycho, and I love a support that plays like a psycho. It was super fun to watch.
All the Nord's players were really good actually. That game, it's actually quite difficult to choose an MVP.
So this allows us to move on to the second game of the day. It's going to be Lightside, who's looking for the victory, versus Lions, who are just at the top of the table. Many people are looking into this game like a one-sided game. That's why a lot of people are betting the 5 points on this one. But is there a world where we might see Lions starve a little bit? That was a lead late.
I would love to play devil's advocate, but I think these Lions are going to eat good, if I'm going to be real with you.
Isn't that how it works? Everything the light touches is for the Lions anyway, so
That actually
don't stand a chance.
Oh my.
Oh, he's been sitting on that for a while, hasn't he?
Mate, as with everything, I pulled out my arse 10 seconds ago. So that's how we work around these parts.
Oh, I love it. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think Lightside are a bad team, but I think Lions Creed are a very, very good team. There's always a chance, right? Like nothing's guaranteed, nothing's 100%. But I think if you were to put a percentage on it, I think it's way more warped towards Lions Creed. This is an incredibly stacked team. They showed us how capable they are. They went 2-0 last week. We haven't brought it up, but I was asked to make some bold predictions going into today. Yeah. It's my introduction as an analyst, which is a terrifying thing to ask me to do predictions. But one of my things was I genuinely believe that Lions Creed are going to go undefeated until playoffs. I think at playoffs you'll start to see some faults in their strengths, but I do think they're going to go undefeated. And I'd look real silly right now if Lightside bring the win out, as we are in picks and bans, and I should probably be talking about that. A lot of ADC bans from Lightside. They are just targeting Jinjo. He is subject of a lot of bullying right now in the ban phase.
Yeah, this is quite typical actually of Lightside. They've often opted into banning away AD carries. Draven, Lucian, I mean obviously the Callista's gone as well, but they throw in like the Ashe bans as well. So a lot of bot side focus. They really do want to try and get that favorable matchup for themselves in that situation. Ivan as well is you might be looking like, who the hell bans Ivan? Well, it's 100% ban against Lightside. So they have some Ivan tech cooking that the other teams in the NLC do not want to see. And for the second time in a row here today, it is going to be that Varus first pick.
One of those AD carries that is always getting the light right now in terms of meta. At least at the patch we're sitting in this NLC, and followed up by Jhin. It's like a handshake between those AD carries. Previous game, Jhin actually got beaten up at the beginning, but then came back. So we see some flaws in both of them. It depends on the state of the game and how you get fed. But Jinju is a beast. So that is the first pick coming in, and followed up, just like the previous game, with the Xin Zhao, supposedly.
Yeah, I like this, picking themselves a jungler who can kind of have some impact on the map early. Doesn't completely fall off as well. The power of that ult late game is really, really good just to be able to negate damage, especially when you're playing in a pokey champion like the Varus. But the big thing is Jhin is not a tank killer. He struggles a lot with these tanks, and getting the Cassante, who we saw again last week, really, really immortal, very hard to deal with. I actually really like what Lightside have been drafting here. Like the Nautilus and the Cassante, they've got a mix of good engage and a really, really tanky frontline. Now the question is how Lion's Creed going to deal with this front line?
Rumble is alive.
Rumble is alive. That is an option. There's also another option in the mid lane, in the Corki, which I know is boring, but I think the Corki is a really solid pickup here on that front. But they actually go for the Gwen just to match that top now. Can duel versus the Cassante, has some side pressure, has team fighting pressure. Lion's Creed honestly just taking a page out of Nord's book here.
I like it, honestly. I think it's pretty solid. I think as an answer to having a tankier composition, having something like the Gwen, which she ramps up in that consistent damage, has true damage as well, is a really, really solid pick there for Banderas, and you already know what the matchup's going to be. So I love that right there from Lion's Creed. It does sort of lessen the need for the consistent damage out of the mid laner, though I would say something like the Corki would still be a solid pick. You kind of want something that can peel itself or be a little bit safe against all the engage and CC from light sides. And here for Lion's Creed, I mean, Kasinga's played nothing but engage and aggressive supports. He had a Blitzcrank game last week. I mean, to be fair, Milio, I guess, doesn't count. But the Blitzcrank game makes up for the Milio game. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see him go for that option. They're already lacking engage for Lion's Creed. So something that can start fights would be very beneficial. And it is going to be that Leona slapdown.
On Kasing as well. Do you remember that, Hip Ryan? He built the Zonias in 2022. He was just killing everybody as a Leona. So he loves that champion. On the other side, bringing this one. I haven't seen Bambi for a long time. I don't know if that's going to be the pick as well. Finding versus Xin Zhao, there's a lot of options. On the state right now, you have a few items that can give you a lot of power, and that's actually a pick.
Yeah. Also very good at dealing with the Void Mites, because you hit them all with your Q. You can kind of take down those objectives very quickly. It kind of gives you some, like, I want to say non-committal long-range engage. You hit the bowling ball onto multiple people, sleep them, and then if you're in a position, you can follow up with the Nautilus, the Cassante, and potentially this Yone if they do decide to lock that in. They have got an AP jungler, so you can have an AD mid here. Deciding actually to lean towards more poke, which I think is better when you got that Varus. I really like what Lightside have put together. Again, they are playing into Lion's Creed, so they have to play this very, very well to find the win here. But I do feel like this is I'll start that again. This is probably the best comp they could have put together if they want to find that win versus Lion's Creed. I really, really like this. I'm now on LeBlanc's side because she's my favorite. Lion's Creed win this game. It's over.
That's crazy. That's actually so incredible to slap that one down right there. I'm a little bit surprised, but I'm here for it. Absolutely. You got such pressure coming through now. The aggression from that mid jungle is insane. The follow up as well. Attacking side lanes is good too if you want to just avoid these kind of team fights and stuff like that. Yeah, I think Lion's Creed, the early game could be quite explosive for these guys, and great news for Johan in the jungle on Xin Zhao. You know, Xin doesn't really struggle to make plays happen as a jungler, but when you've got like a Leona on one side, a LeBlanc there as well, he's going to struggle struggle even less. So I am expecting quite a bloodthirsty early game here in this one.
Playing on easy mode with this champion right now. Hit me, Hip.
Yeah, I mean, for Temps right now, his job is just to enable Johan. Like, this jungle mid is really strong together. I will say, the major problem they have is late game. I feel like LeBlanc is going to struggle into that team. Like, it's super hard to play LeBlanc into like the Nautilus, like Asante. You have to find really good flank angles. So as long as Lightside are setting up vision on their flanks and not just getting LeBlanc one shot from Fog of War, I actually think Temp's going to struggle as this game goes later. LeBlanc typically does struggle into the later game. So it's really about Tempt enabling Johan to set the team up for success going into late game, because towards the end of this game, you're just going to get poked and prodded before you can even find an opportunity to kill someone if you don't have good vision and you don't have good flank angles.
The Lion is fencing another meal, while on the other side we have the Light. It depends on who's going to come on top of this one and ruin everybody's predictions. Let's jump into the casters. This is Aragon and the Danish one. It's not Goldberg. It's
the Danish one. I've been given a new nickname as well. Thank you very much, Ashram. Back here on the caster desk, Aragon, we've been discussing the draft a bit. Obviously, there are many intricacies in a draft like this, but I'm gonna make one point very clear. One thing I've learned from watching Lions Creed in game 1, when you're the underdog against them, it doesn't matter how you draft, it matters if you survive the first 15 minutes without being 10k gold behind. Because Lions Creed, they know how to put the pedal to the metal, and they're gonna be going for a quick win here as well. That's my gut feeling.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like no matter how you slice it, it's kind of a David versus Goliath talk, unfortunately. I really want to see what Lightside brings. Hopefully they can bring some kind of upset. I want them to try and maybe try something early. They've got a nice duo down bot side with the Varus Nautilus. If they can land some CC, maybe make some plays down there. But in terms of draft as well, I think it's pretty interesting. You have the Lilia coming out for EMP. Now, EMP's a player I think was struggling a little bit. Right, just a tad, and he's brought out the carry pick. This is something that Team Heretics actually did, and what you do on the Lilia is you try to outfarm the Xin Zhao whilst your lanes are stable. You play for the priors in your lanes to secure your camps, and then you can also do grubbies. And it's on Johan to find the ganks to make sure, that he's not just falling further and further behind whilst not finding anything with his earlier ability to gank, unlike the Lilia. And it is definitely down to that LeBlanc plus Xin Zhao setup in the mid lane, where they can potentially find something onto the Jace, who hates being jumped on, by the way, which is what their idea is. Maybe shift that down into bot side with that priority.
Yeah. The analysis is so good, Aragon. I just have that one, right? It's about surviving the early game. That is step one. Because when I last week watched DMG play up against Lions Creed, I like what DMG had done. I knew many of their players. They played for their comfort. They played for the scaling. Survive the first 50 minutes, and maybe they have a shot in the team fights. They just didn't survive those first 50 minutes. And the Xin Zhao jungle is certainly someone who can gank. And as you said, if he teams up with Temp Johan well enough, with the LeBlanc as well, from Temp, they just rotate down, they gank the bot lane or something, 2v4, they dive, get 2 kills, and then the game just snowballs from there. Lions Creed are so incredibly good at snowballing. If that can be stopped somehow, then maybe Lungfish Lights have a chance, but I'm already talking maybes, and we aren't even into the game, and that just highlights how much of an underdog story this will be. I really like the tweet that we saw today from Locust Lightside as well. I'm going to read it aloud here because it very much describes how much of an upset it would be if Locust Lightside managed to do something here. They tweeted out, "No one believed Germany would beat home nation Brazil 7-1 in the 2014 FIFA World Cup. No one believed Kaboom would beat #1 European seed Alliance at Worlds 2014. That is also true. And no one believed the Dane, Kevin Magnussen, would qualify first at the 2022 Sao Paulo GP. But they all did." So these are very, very unlikely things. Big points in history that are still remembered in their respective sports. The Kaboom, still talked about 10 years ago soon. Yeah. And we still talk about Kaboom, right? If Lundqvist Lightside pulled this off, it would be probably the biggest upset I've ever seen in NLC history.
Yeah, I think another one to throw in there, right, just dogpile on with another example for League is ANX, the Russian team beating out Rox Tigers in 2016. Right? Yeah. That's another classic.
That's a fantastic one to put in there.
Yeah. So maybe we get another one of these situations. I have hope. I'm a big fan of Butchie. Good. Div 2, I believe, last year, solid top laner, right? Played against some solo queue. But my eyes are on Torek. right? This man has an incredibly hard job. We know how good Johan and Tempt are. Classic duo, incredibly good. And he is on one of the most gank-susceptible champions in the game. So watch Kasing roam up to mid, potentially. Watch Tempt and Johan set up ganks in the mid lane as a classic little top lane standoff.
What was that emote though? The tackle one? I've never seen that before. Confusing. Regardless though, I like your points. I mean, I think there is potential in this Longest Light Side roster to at the very least not go 0-14. And maybe I'm sounding all doom and gloom here, but I mean, I look at the players. Dr. KS has played here before in the NLC back in 2021. Ragnar was here last summer, subbed in on 4th wall. And the roster was definitely better when he subbed in. Obviously, they didn't do too well, but he didn't look too bad. I was excited about both EMP and Booty, to be honest, from NLC Div 2. So I was actually pretty excited about this Longest Light Side roster. They've just had 2 very, very bad games and unmemorable games where they've just rolled over and died. And at the very least in this game, playing up against the favorites to win the whole thing, I just don't want to see them roll over and die. I want to see them, make a fight.
Okay, so eyes on right now, eyes on EMP. It looks like he's going to do the grub path, right? This is something that's been popularized pretty recently where you do, I believe it's, you do first 3 regular camps, and then basically you chain that and then go backwards, reverse clearing downwards, doing blue into red into Krugs. And then you get your second rotation camps and you arrive dead on at the grubs at 5 minutes. It's called the grub bath because you cannot do anything except for secure the grubs. So yeah, he's going to do his grump. He's taken 3 regular camps. Now he's going to do his blue buff and path downwards, recall, then redo the exact same path, end up at grubs at 5 minutes. The problem with this is because you cannot do anything else except for take grubs on time like that, you cannot cover any ganks, so the lanes have to be very stable. That's why I'm a bit worried in this game, because the lanes are not stable by draft definition, right? These are lanes that can be very volatile, especially in the middle bot lane, so we'll have to see if EMP's plan works out, but I like the idea. Be a bit creative with it.
Yeah, I like the idea. Let's see if the execution is there to follow along with it, right? And things don't go too out of control. In particular for me, the bot lane, that's why I've seen Lions could be best when they're able to snowball through that bot lane and then spread the lead out to the rest of the map. Can avoid that here, the hope still lives. Kasing though, looking for the mid lane at the moment, or maybe just looking to gain some vision to see where EMP is at the moment. I believe he might be in the Raptor pit, we can't quite see, just waiting around, fishing for that opportunity. Won't be able to find it. Torek playing it safe. EMP finishing up those, he's on the Crocs at the moment. Will then, as you said, reset and look for those grubs as they spawn, while Johan has completed his first clear up towards the top side. We'll get that top side gone.
Yeah, so it's really on Johan to cause some volatility and disruption. I believe what happened down bot side was Kasing was unlocked with I believe, I was on about my spiel with the grub path, so I'm not 100% sure, but I think Jinjo and Kasing crashed the red wave, got a recall, got a cheater recall, and then Kasing was unlocked to roam mid, try and find something, right? We're talking about this volatility is incredibly important. Now you can see EMP run towards his rates, he's going to do Wolves again, then Grump, and then dead on the dot, 5 minutes, gonna arrive there. But now Butchie, he needs to crash his way, but he can't. Watch Johan.
Oh, Bucci. I mean, he tries desperately. The ghost has been popped. He notices something is wrong as Banderas does it as well. Still has the W. I don't think that's going to save him first blood. And that is not stability that the EMP needs. Banderas picks up first blood and Lion Street. They've got that ball rolling. Let's see if it continues to snowball.
Yeah, he's not going to actually opt to go to the grubs, which I'm pretty surprised about. Maybe he just goes for the dragon instead on the dot at 5 minutes, but dropping a ward instead, going to delay it a little bit, going to put the grubs behind a little bit. It does look like he's actually going to go for them, just wanted some deep vision there, potentially to set up some cover for Torak. Yeah, Butchie, I think his best play there was to hug wall and go backwards a bit and then wait in the bushes, soaking XP until EMP could help. Still, really horrible situation. He didn't have Ghost, and yeah, he just got out. No, I think he used Ghost, but he still couldn't get out of there. Too much damage.
Yeah, but Ghost used now TP as well to get back into lane and not lose too much more. 400 gold behind. It's not good, but it's all right. You're 5 minutes into the game, right? You're playing against Lion Street. Maybe I'm cutting too much back here. Or, let's see though. Grubs have been started up, as you said. Not quite on the dot, but that's because he deviated just slightly from the path, as you said, to get that extra bit of vision. 3 grubs will go down. I do believe even in patch 14B that bug is still about the shield, but it doesn't look like they will use it. We'll just take them as quickly as possible and, Longest Light Side on the board. First 5 minutes have been decently quiet, just Bucci making that one overextension.
Yeah, and Johan not actually finding anything. Not too much. I'm really surprised they haven't just... they have tried to find mid lane, but Torok managing his waves well, not getting ganked, actually playing a lot better than last week in my opinion. So I hope to see this continue as, you know, setup's still there. Tempt.
Now one chain goes through. Connects, that's a good damage, good poke. Going the weird AD LeBlanc thing. I'm not fully sure on why
The
it's strong.
LeBlanc thing, okay.
LeBlanc. Yeah, I mean, I've noticed it every time I mention LeBlanc. I mean, you know, you might know, Aragon, I am Danish, and the way I pronounce the A in Danish is different than what you do in the UK, and that is what leads to the mispronunciation of the champion.
Yeah, no worries, no sweat. But yeah, AD LeBlanc, since you seem to be a bit quizzical about it, it is still pretty good, right? We see it a lot over in the LPL, in the LCK. Caps likes to play it as well, so you play it and you're completely fine. Still has a lot of side lane pressure, even though it has no longer any AP scaling on that, on the item. I think it now bounces towards more minions, but LLS, they're facing a dilemma here again. They have to push out this wave, they have to crash, so they need EMP here.
We've seen the situation before on the top side. We saw an answer of a kill going, what's it look, to Lion's Creed. Let's see if it happens here. Can they crash the wave? Indo stepping up a tiny bit. Seems like they'll focus on clearing out the wards and making sure there isn't the jungler just waiting around the bush, looking for the gank. In the top lane, things have slowed down a little bit, but yet again, Bucci struggling to shove in the wave despite Johan not being there.
Yeah, I think Johan's going to come down bot side now. Yeah, exactly. They have a lot of setup down bot side. Still all sums, so maybe they're deciding, you know, it's a bit too awkward. I'd rather not. I'd rather get these camps and potentially look towards this dragon afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it might sound like I'm really reaching here, but fine start so far from
I'm impressed.
Side. Not many mistakes. They've picked up the Void Drops. They'll pick up the first Drake as well. Let's see though if this will be secured. Johan now knows something is going on, but won't look to contest it. Will just be secured easily. You could say a little bit of a trade in the mid lane, not too much damage. Now though a fight could break out, Ragnar forced to cleanse, and they go towards EMP. Does get shoved out of the route though, another damage goes on towards Kasing. He could fall down. Good flash rate from Dr. Chaos. Johan the next target. Lightside are picking up kills. Could they get two? Yes, they will. But on the backside, Tempt secures one kill in return, and it might be another as EMP is the target yet again. But Jinjo now falls.
Gosh.
That's 4 kills. Solo kill in the top lane as well. Lightside. What?
What is happening? What is happening? I was really sad because
No
I wanted
way.
Dr. Chaos to engage a bit sooner because of the fact that Tempt did not have prior into Torak, right? LLS could move first, but still it all works out. They managed to find the fight, and it's a 3-for-1.
I'm at a loss for words. Let's watch
Yeah.
this one more time. So Kasing initially seizes up Ragnar. He just used the cleanse, walks out. But look, they want to go on EMP, but that's in Sour ultimate. Crescent Guard knocks him out of the W route. And then they just played one by one for the side of Lunkus light side. Dr. Chaos going back in to try and help. Does get spotted out by Tempt. I don't know. Yeah, Bucci in the meanwhile time just finds a solo kill up in the top lane.
Huh. Yeah, I wonder what happened topside. I wonder if he got flipped into tower. That was an old school way of killing on
That's
Cassante.
crazy, man.
But
That is crazy.
Lightside, really impressive stuff. Yeah, even with his dragon lead and a composition that, in my opinion, shouldn't get as much early game, right? When you have Zinzao, LeBlanc, Leona potential onto the Jace. As we get the
Here's the top
replay,
lane.
nice. Thank you, observers. And I just want to take a look at this now. What do they do? How does this actually result into a kill? Does Banderas try to pull the trigger with Ghost and
I
Ultimate?
think Banderas might just overstep.
He dodges the Q, so it does look good for Banderas at the start. But I think Butchie on Cassante with the copy pasta might just stat check him. Yeah,
No
it's just a
way.
stat check.
What?
Oh
Oh,
my
he's low
God.
as well. Oh, the confidence to go back in and just say, okay, I'm fine living here. I mean, the balls on that man is respectable. Same for Johan, though, as EMP. It's taken quite low. The blue buff will be stolen away, I believe, as EMP won't walk back in and risk his life for it. Johan trying to re-establish control and show who's boss on the rift. Void drops have spawned, ensuring that we won't see any of these voidlings. Still don't know what to call them. Me and my friends call them grub hubs, but those won't be spawning this game.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's 6 grubs, right? Oh no, it's going to be denied, actually, right? Because Lilia actually secured the first
So
3.
It will be 3 for each team.
But still, really nice as they secure another crash, right? I'm just at a loss for words because this is going really smoothly. I'm kind of worried if they start fumbling.
Does he overstep here? Good trade back damage. Forced to flash out on the engage that he
Ginger.
started, by the way. Oh, the
curtain
curtain call. Now it's time to show those fancy feet. Dr. Chaos can't tank up them all, that's for sure. He'll go down if he gets the 4th shot. Won't be hit up by it. I mean, they are. It's on a knife's edge so far this game. These trades are very close, but Lunkus Lightside, they are performing incredibly.
Yeah, so just list out what Lunkus Lightside needed to do. right, they needed a stable early game. They needed to secure some grubs, right, and make sure none of the lanes got ganked. They needed Torok to survive the setup of the LeBlanc, which is notoriously broken with the chain, plus the Xin Zhao threat early game, and they needed EMP to outfarm the Xin Zhao, and they're doing all of that, right? And on top of that, they're winning team fights, so far, smooth sailing. Now, can they continue this? Can they continue to stack? And
Mid lane?
is he going to pull the trigger?
Oh,
There it is!
That big shockwave blast didn't quite hit. Forces the flash. Won't go any further. Happy getting that 5-minute cooldown away. Attempt. Wants to try and poke back. Does have the static shiv already completed. I thought I would never see that again, but I mean, Season 14 has been a season of new things.
So, I didn't think I'd have to talk about this, but how do Lions Creed come back? Well, they have a LeBlanc and a LeBlanc in the side lane, right? Really potent in the side lane, triple grubs as well. Problem is they're against some lockdown, right? So LeBlanc thrives when she's not against too much lockdown, but still going to be fine against the Nautilus R. That's the main threat. As Torok is under threat, but EMP's there.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the lilting lullaby, and there aren't many
Torok is
summoners
too high,
to
I
work
think.
with. No flashes. Dr. Chaos could quickly roam up as well. Doesn't have a flash himself, but could look to join the fight. Level 6. Now spotted out on a ward. They might look to try and close down on Ragnar, who is without the flash. Has popped the Jumuth and just runs out of that. Dr. Chaos might be the sacrificial lamb. Locked up initially. Still CC. The chains have connected. No flash. He is dead. So for all the fishing that Lions Creed have done, they do manage to find one kill back, and the goal lead has been closed. I guess you could say comeback completed.
Yeah, playing her in vision. Look at all that vision down bot side, managing to push a wave in and then secure that vision. And yeah, do really good stuff from Kasing. That chain CC with the Jhin plus Leona is just too much. Dr. Chaos falls, and they're going to be comfy again, right? Managing to come back as Banderas. He's a level down. I don't think he wants this.
And I just want to go back because we didn't get much time to talk about it in terms of that top lane 1v1. But for Bucci, I mean, the importance of finding that, unless he just finds one more here, could be the second solo kill of the game. Good healing from Banderas though with that needlework, able to get out. But for Bucci to make a pretty big blunder early on, I will say, to try and push in the wave and gets punished for it. Coming back from the deficit he was finding himself in, losing the big wave and also dying early on to find that solo kill, just closes out the difference up in top lane. That is massive for him. Drake will be secured here from Locust light side, but let's look at Johan because he could look for a counter move and his eyes are up towards the top side.
Yeah, trying to cross-map this dragon, I'm just a little bit worried as the mid-game goes on, because what we've seen a lot, even last week, right? Lions Creed, they might lose, go behind against Ruddy, for example, and this is something they did a lot last year when they were a roster there too. They might lose early, but then they will just micro-outplay you in teamfights, right? And that's just how it is, and unfortunately, it becomes really hard to close out versus them. They remind me a lot of G2 in some ways, in that regard. But we'll have to keep an eye on that, see the skirmishes, see how they pilot them, because they are incredibly mechanical players, but yeah, still, things are going well. They managed to secure another dragon. That's 2 dragons on the board for Olympus light side. And 4 minutes now for the Cloud Soul Point. So, eyes on that, really. Keep it stable until then, and you're good.
And Aragon, just before we got into the game, I did mention Lundqvist light side, their first 2 games, not memorable. They didn't perform well. They looked there. They just rolled over and died. And to see them put up a fight, even if it's just for these 14 minutes, where they've played really well up against our favorites to win the league, it sends a signal, right? They aren't completely out of it yet. If they can, continue this for the next 10-15 minutes, even if they end up losing the game, the mental boost this will give to do this against a team, like Lions Creed, that's massive for them. It's such a positive to see them show up, even for just 15-20 minutes, considering their opponent they're up against. I'm very happy with this so far. And there's I think Tim might be caught out here. Oh, the chain's not quite connecting. And now can they secure the Herald? They're doing it on Vision. Johan is here as well.
No Varasol, no
It
Normal.
takes so long. Yeah, so 2 ults already used. Do they just give it up? EMP in a smite fight up against Johan. Will he win it? Yes, he will. And could they win the fight as well? Kasing goes in on towards Ragnar. Johan taken low. Banderas in the backline with the needlework. Trying to cut through Torek. Dr. Chaos down to half, but he continues to go forward. The flash forward. Double lilting lullaby on 2 low targets will mean 2 more kills into the light side pocket. Double kill for them. They claim that Herald. And things are looking oh so good for the Swedish organization.
And despite being tools down, Lightside managed to find the fight. They were down Varasol, they were down Nortazol, like we said. But still, I think it's Kasing overstepping and diving down at the back of the team fight. And his team was nowhere near. You can see Banderas trying to join from the top of the fight. But again, still could not 1v4 and had to just leave. So, damn, LLS are putting up a real fight and they secure the next objective. Now, how are they going to use this Rift Trail? Probably before the next dragon to secure priority mid. And then be able to move in for vision, and it's looking like a soul point for them.
There we go. That was the perfect expression after what this game has brought us so far. Damn! Like it is.
No, I'm really
the perfect way
impressed.
to describe it. Yeah, it's like the damn. This is not going how we expected it. Look at the predictions. I'm not sure everyone put 5 points on Lion's Creed. I think pretty much everyone did though. Maybe except for Hipray because he is on some different stuff when he's making those predictions. But even he did not predict the upset here. I'm not saying the upset has happened, but this game is already closer than I expected by a mile. At this point, I'm gonna be completely honest. I expected Lion's Creed to be 6, 7, 8k gold ahead, in full control, just slowly but surely building up their lead. But this game is not going that way, and to see Lunkus Lightside put out these fights and just win them, that is so impressive to see. Can
Tempt.
they continue though as they want to catch
Tempt.
out Tempt? He does have the flash, he goes back and forth in those chains. Where were those going? Oh,
He's dead?
My god! What?
I mean, it's the Varus execute damage. It always catches everyone off guard. That was so much damage. 1.5 items coming in for this for Ragnar on this Varus just pops him. Holy moly. Johan has to defend the bot lane, has to catch this wave, but still.
That was crazy.
You're lost for words, aren't you? That's
I'm at a complete loss of words. And then I look up at the kill score and the gold. This is not like it's just one pick to try and get them back into the game. That is to continue to grow their lead. You mentioned the soul point we'd be having to look out for in 4 minutes. That is in 1 minute's time. Look at the gold difference the entire game.
I think they have to cross map, you know? I don't think they can test this next dragon. They have to go topside, play for this tower. Play for the first turret gold with this LeBlanc. They need to get this LeBlanc online somehow. Get a Voltaic Cyclo Sword and then potentially be able to win out in side lane. The problem is, it's not like Casante's weak. It's not like Jace is weak, so she won't by default win. So it's a really hard one. I think they've got to overload topside, try and force a kind of fight somehow whilst they give up this dragon. But it looks like they're going to go for their patented, we will outplay you. So let's take a look. Let's take a look, Lion's Creed, what you got?
Yeah, they're going to try and fist fight their way back into this game. The mid lane tier 1 has to be taken down. In terms of vision, Lion's Creed certainly have enough vision to try and contest this. Tempt, no flash. Same goes for Johan, same goes for Jinjo. Look over to the side of Lunkus Lightside. Everyone has it except for EMP. Obviously, Bucci never has the flash available. He's walking his way right down to this mid lane. The poke starting to come through as Tempt continues to do what he does best and slowly but surely do a bit of damage on the HP bars. Not much at this point of the game, though.
Yeah, so this is the Rift Herald. Rift Herald mid into getting priority for this dragon because they'll be able to move in first here. Now, what are they going to do? They're just going to take this and then potentially try and kill this Rift Herald, but they can get a second charge here. Not going to go for it.
I won't be able to get it through though. Instead, try and rotate down towards that Drake, get a bit of vision control back in their favor. But no, 3 members of Lightside continually want to put down this pressure on the mid lane. Want to try and split off maybe Lion's Creed. They've caught Tempt. He's put up. He's going to die again. He might be invisible, but only for a second. Dr. Chaos takes that. This is the soul point as well for Lightside. Aragon, I am starting to believe.
Yeah, I mean, what is happening? What is absolutely happening? Tempt keeps getting caught. This draft, you really had to accelerate. You only have scaling on the side of Gwen really in that matchup. You have a bunch of side laning, but they have failed to accelerate. Xin Zhao could not find anything. Johan and Xin Zhao did not find anything, and LS now winning another fight.
This is... I can't be looking at this. This is insane. What are we watching? They are just... And they're continually making the right choices, making the right plays. They got a turret here alongside the soul point. Didn't give up anything. Even found a kill to go alongside it. Second items are starting to come through for the members of Lunkus Lightside. Some even building towards that third item. Only 1 member on the side of Lion's Creed having that second item. And that is Tempt. And that is because that first static shift so incredibly cheap to buy. It's not over yet. It's just a 4,000 gold lead. But Lion's Creed are really going to have to show their worth here if they want to win this game. Yep. It's not going to be easy by any means.
Full topside vision control for the side of LLS. They want to threaten this Baron when it spawns. They've got triple dragon and they've got mid push and top push as well as a bunch of prior. They could just threaten this Baron and then sit in bushes for picks. They have a lot of turning and pick. But instead they're just going to start it up. So what are they going to do? Tempt, you got a TP over.
Oh, this is crazy. They're going for it. Instantly as it spawns, now known as well on vision. Bucci isn't there, he would have to TP in as well, so as they see Banderas, they back off. Maybe just trying to force that TP early on, didn't want to commit for it. Johan forced to flash away as Dr. Chaos looks for the dredge line. Ragnar won't be locked up. The game, the intensity of it has risen exponentially. First it was just a couple of good plays in their favor and well done to Lightside, but now they are, 1 or 2 big team fights away from winning the game, it feels.
Yeah,
Or
not
at the very
managing
least,
to
a
find
very,
the
very
turn.
big total goal lead.
Yeah, not managing to find the turn. So honestly, this is kind of nice for Lions Creed. They start up this Nash, but there's no way they do it. They have a Jhin, right? So they're going to continue to play for gold on Tempt on the side lane, right? So that's why they tried to, Lions Creed, LLS rather, sorry, tried to force out this Baron to force the TP from Tempt, which is what I was saying as well. Instead, they don't get anything. They don't manage to find the turn, instead getting Johann's flash, which is still really significant. So let's see what they do now. Does look like they're going to play for the tier 1 in topside to try and come back. I keep talking about LC because they're the ones behind, and it's pretty simple to pilot LS's draft right now. They just got to go over to this dragon, secure vision. For in 2 minutes 30 time, it is the Soul, Duckling.
And one of the good things you could say for Lions Creed is that there is so much poke on the Lucas Light side roster. And well, why is that a good thing? But it's in terms of the neutral objectives, right? You take them so slowly. You don't take them quickly. For example, had you had the on-hit Varus or an Asir in the mid lane. And that gives Lions Creed a bit more leeway, a bit more time to react if Lucas Light side want to pull off any of these sneaks in terms of neutral objectives. For example, they can't just sneak the Soul that easily because it takes quite a while to take down, and that is maybe something they could play around.
Yeah. Ping's coming down topside.
It's crazy this.
Yeah, sorry, Duckling. The ping's coming down topside. They are trying to gank Tempt as he tries to push out to try and find something on him because they do have that lockdown from Nautilus, but you could see Johann is shadowing him in that side lane. There's no winning play here. They can only farm at the same rate whilst they lose vision and pressure, and now it's going to be Baron again.
Tempt looking for Torek up on this top side. Want to keep my eyes on how that 1v1 goes. If anyone manages to assassinate each other, it could be huge for the upcoming fight. Banderas, be aware, is walking all the way up. He will be here soon. And look at how slowly they take the Drake. They're backing off it. They want
No
to fight
flash.
instead. Johann, the target initially, going towards Jinjo. Let's look at the fight. Front to back at the moment. Little Lullaby comes out, but it's only on 2. Dr. Chaos already gone. EMP in the front line, dealing good damage, but he himself so incredibly low, trying to run around. He's healing a bit. Johann might take down. No, the Triumph saves his life. No! The burn! Somehow enough. As Ragnar, pretty low at this moment, kind of back underneath his turret. Tempt looks for it. Can he find it? The red buff knocked enough. 10 HP. And Lightside are playing with fire. Lions Creed are fighting back.
Yeah, the turn not quite there. I kept shouting. There was no flashes for either Johann or Dr. Chaos, who were in the middle of it all. Dr. Chaos, though, managed to fall because of a Johann's ultimate. As we get the replay here, let's take a look at this a bit closer, right? You can see Johann actually goes in. Tempt goes in to find an auto attack. The poke slowly adding up. And the turn comes in. Dr. Chaos is on his own. I think he engages a little bit too quickly, has no flash to get out, and he just falls, right? Johann, however, does not because he has his ultimate. Now, EMP is stuck on his own because of Banderas' pressure down in the bot side, zoning off 3 members alone. So shout out to Banderas there, a bit of the MVP of that fight. And now it's going to come down to that dragon. The fight is over and Soul is on the table.
Soul is on the table. Let's see it here. Ragnar survives with 10 HP. The burn from EMP. Man, that was a lot of damage. I thought the Triumph would have saved that. He healed almost 200 HP from that game. So incredibly close, 1,000 gold to separate these two teams. Soul now on the table again in just 5 seconds time. 2 item spikes are being hit by more and more people. Banderas in particular, I feel like is the strongest member at this moment of that Lions Creed roster. Instantly though, Lightside turned their attention to it. They will be able to claim it, the price of a top lane tier 1. So they will claim the Soul. It is just a Cloud Soul, but that movement speed could be more influential than you initially expect.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of thing you say here is like, guys, Dorian is just Cloud Soul, but realistically, it's still going to be a lot more valuable than just this tier 1 turret. They don't contest it, they opt not to. Potentially playing for more scaling on. Banderas is my only shout here. I don't think that the Jhin is going to have a great time into this armor stacking Bucci on this Cassante, so it is really going to be on Banderas with the scaling here, as well as the side lane potential of Tempt to try and come back, but still, yeah, Soul down. For the side of LLS, and it's only going to help their fights with this move speed.
I'm still kind of shell-shocked that we're finding ourselves in the situation where Lightside are still the ones in the lead with a Soul. Ragnar, very slow picking up that tier initially in the game, so despite him having 3 items, doesn't feel as strong without that mana immune being upgraded. It will still take quite a while as Dr. Chaos steps forward here, a bit too far forward and will be punished severely for his actions. Taken down, TP in from Torek. Can they find something in return? No. They invest the TP, lose their support. Now Baron on the cards here, 25 seconds without Dr. Chaos.
Yeah, the support falls. He still had flash, so he was stun locked for so long.
Kasing.
Watch the flank. Watch Kasing on this flank. TP's coming down from Johann at Tempt as well.
Tempt and Kasing on the flank. Kasing now showing his face. And it's back playing front to back. But Temp though, now finally seen as he takes Torek down to half HP, jumps over. Eyes on the Baron still, that's continually going down. EMP needs to be able to get in there. Where's the poke? Can they cut through the HP bars? Johan finds 2 with the sleep. Will he use the lilting lullaby? Yes, 3 men now. One of them being Banderas. The big main carriers can sing. Goes low, same. Goes for Banderas. They're both gone. And Lightside have found 3. They could find more as well. The Cloud Zone helping chase down Jinjo. It is 4 for Lightside. The Baron, surely the prize. And if they not can claim the ace as well, I do not believe it. Lightside take the fight, they take the clean ace, and they get the Baron.
And Tempt, he just doesn't do enough damage. Bucci there on this Cassante is just way too tanky versus Team Cop. The only one who can kill him is Banderas, but it's just not enough. Take a look. Watch Tempt continuously trying to poke and prod, only finding a bit of poke onto Torak here. But Bucci is full HP the entire time. Picture in picture, you can see the Baron goes down to the side of the Lilia and LLS, but Bucci, this is the problem with all these lethality and the low damage team compositions, like with Jin, like with AD LeBlanc. You just can't do anything to cut through him, and this is why Cassante is so high priority. The Baron shreds through everyone, and then Bucci cleans everyone up.
Movement speed. Like, Jinjo can do nothing. Jin normally a very fast AD carry and retreating, but up against that Cloud Soul, Torek finds the one attempt. We could be having one of the biggest upsets on our hands here, and the reason normally you would call this this is a big enough lead, they should be able to close it out. It's because it's Lion Creed they're playing against. They can always find a way back. At the very least, that's the feeling you're sitting with as a viewer here. But Lightside are in control, and when they play these fights carefully, it looks oh so beautiful. Ooh. Slowly chipping away at the HP bars, waiting until the right moment to go for the engage. And after such a disastrous week 1, what a statement to make if Lightside take down Lion's Creed. They might just be 2 wins apart in the standings, but in terms of fan expectation, momentum, and everything else taken into consideration, this would be a monumental victory. Johan on the flank, same goes for Kasing. They find Dr. Chaos, but they want to go for Ragnar. Curtain call has been called, but they just can't connect, and the Cloud Soul leads the way to escape. Johan now put to sleep with the lilting lullaby attempt, locked up by the depth charge. And the damage, not quite there. Banderas has found Ragnar on the backline. Is this just it? 27 minutes in. They continue to push forward towards the base, but with Banderas still alive, it's hard to believe that it could be over. Torek pushing towards the Nexus to attempt, trying to do what he can, but that does LeBlanc does no damage. Jinjo, the Jin, feels almost useless as Banderas, almost a one-man army. Lightside are doing it. They are walking towards the pearly gates of their first victory. And what a statement to make. It's against Lion's Creed of all people. No longer undefeated. The favorites taken down, and Lightside are on the board.
And Lightside, they have a game plan. They stick to it. They pull it off with no hitches. They had essentially a perfect game. I've never seen such a comeback from losing so hard in week 1. Bouncing back, maybe lacking confidence, maybe some nerves, but now a game no one predicted them win versus Lion's Creed. They actually pull it off.
That was phenomenal. They played that so well after the Baron. They closed it out so easily, so cleanly. You're against Lion's Creed. You shouldn't be doing this, Lightside. You're 0-2. And I am gobsmacked, and my vocabulary is disappearing by the minute. I'll throw it to a break. Instead, our analyst will do the honor of breaking down this incredible game. I expected a 20-minute game, maybe 25 minutes max. We got that in the end, Aragon, but it was Lightside who came out on top. I cannot believe I had to say that. What a wonderful game. Congratulations to Lightside. We'll see you after the break.
Break it down, step on the gas, let's get out of town. We're gonna break out and have some fun. We're gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. It's leisure, we go do.
The undefeated is no more, as Lightside is capable of destroying Lion's Creed. This is a sentence I never thought I would say out loud. I'm surprised, I'm amazed, and I'm confused, but really hyped at the same time. A lot of feelings to digest at the beginning of this one. So let's talk about the early game and how Lion's Creed was giving so much, but Bucci was getting butchered. What happened?
Bucci gang, baby.
Yeah,
It was sick. It was absolutely sick. After he got ganked, died, I was like, yeah, you know, you've picked the Gwen into the Cassante. It's a winning matchup anyway, and now you've got the kill. Okay, cool. We'll see this one out. And then he solo killed. He actually got Banderas' number and was just had him for the rest of the game. It was really, really impressive from Bucci, especially in that top side. To be honest, the whole light side played really, really well.
Oh,
I think it was genuinely draft diff. I really think the draft was the major thing that settled this. We said it in the champ selects as well. We kind of highlighted, but Lightside have a really, really solid draft. There was a lot of tools for them to work with. They had the long range poke, and I a LeBlanc enthusiast, have to admit, as much as I understand the kind of the mindset on the AD LeBlanc there, because like I said, that's actually a very hard game to play LeBlanc into. You jump in, you just get popped. That's what happened, even with the AD, but that's not what you're meant to do with the AD. The AD is a bit more kitey and kind of stay out of range of the CC. It's not about landing your W. Yeah, there were some questionable positions there by Tempt. He might have been the MVP of that game, if we're completely honest. Like,
I think he was
not for his
the most
team,
impactful,
but yeah,
for sure. That was
he did offer a lot for that game, but just not in the right way.
Yeah.
I just honestly think all of Lightside played really, really well. Really, really impressive game, especially like we're saying, Bucci falling behind so much and just able to reel that game back and actually take over the top lane and become a complete menace.
So let's take this opportunity to talk with Lightside. I think we have Torak waiting for us in the interview, and there he is. Congratulations, welcome to the interview. Before we start, okay, what happened?
Can you hear me well first?
Yes, hit me.
I don't know. I think we had no pressure at all. By the way, nice bettings against us, everyone. But I think the fact that we had no pressure, because they are obviously the favorites, and we started 0-2, which is really bad. I don't think we were playing well. We're not playing according to scrims. But I don't know. I felt like they were going to play better, at least the map. But I think they underestimated us a lot because they were taking fights that they couldn't ever win.
And this is something that I wanted to ask. From week 1 to week 2, knowing that you're going to fight versus Lion's Creed, which is the favorites to win it all, did you do any sort of preparation, like any sort of adaptation to your composition or gameplay? Or you just took like game by game?
Yeah, I think the best way to do it is game by game. I don't think we need to prepare against any team. I think the best way to do it is just focus on improving what we do ground. And it doesn't matter which team we face. If we play well according to our combo, we'll just win. So
now you're the Giants killer, and I need to understand, once you defeated the Nexus, or once you realized, hey, this is in the bag, was there any sort of reaction while you guys were talking on Discord, TeamSpeak? How was the ambience between the team? Tell me.
I think everyone was screaming. I think there are like 20 people in Discord right now, in the Discord of Lightside, but yeah, everyone was euphoric, so really nice.
If you had to say one thing to your fans or the fans of Lightside who are tuning in and like, wait, Lightside defeated Lion's Creed? What happened then? If you had to say anything to them, what would you say?
I mean, first of all, don't look at the first 2 games. We literally ran it. We didn't play the game. I also think the drafts were not good. But I don't know. I just be confident on us. I think we can beat anyone, and I think we proved it today.
Sounds reasonable. Let's see what happens tomorrow. I'll be sure to take another look into my predictions. Thank you so much for the warning. And it was a pleasure to talk with you, Torak. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
We run it down for the first 2 days, and we take it game by game, even versus Lion's Creed.
I think what this really does is, I think this actually shakes up kind of everyone's rough power rankings. I think, like, obviously, Lions Creed are still the team who everybody expects to be the best team in the league. But what I think it means is, I don't think, like, it means our bottom teams are strictly bottom teams and more just kind of in the middle. I think that's what it really does. It just kind of shakes up where our kind of middle of the pack looks like. Seeing seeing Lightside get that win. So that's kind of where I'm at on that front. I think, you know, right now, I think a lot more is up in the air. That kind of kicked a lot up.
Yeah, I agree. I think we heard Don Jake say that there are 5 teams fighting for 4 playoff spots.
Yeah.
I originally thought there were 6 teams fighting for 4 playoff spots. And one of those was not Lundqvist Lightside. So maybe there's 7 teams fighting for 4 playoff spots. And bear in mind, this is an 8-team league. So yeah, it's definitely throwing a spanner in the works.
You don't have to keep reminding us of that, you know?
If you want to get pedantic, technically there's 8 teams fighting for 4 playoff spots. But, you know,
All right,
realistically.
Jake, you got what I meant, bruv.
USB 10. So let's jump into the interview. We have Banderas waiting for us, the top liner. We need to talk about a lot of things. Banderas, welcome to the interview. Obviously, you were not expecting this. So before we jump into the interview, I want to understand the matchup between Gwen and Seth. You actually had such a big lead. The state of the wave was so good for you. Not Seth, but I'm sorry. Xante. I hate that champion so much that I actually removed his name from my vocabulary. But versus Xante, he had to teleport to actually manage the wave. It was so good for you. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, I got a bit greedy. Like, I had a freeze, and I was like, okay, I can just keep trading and, like, eventually all in. Like, I took the plant, so there's no sustain for him. So I was like, okay, I'll keep it and I'll all in. But I'm like, you know what? I think I can all him here. I think I got the angle, and then we play it out, and then he wins with like 1 auto attack, you know. And then I mean, kudos to him, you know. Like the minions fucking they clutched up, you know. But yeah, I mean, it was clean played by him, and yeah, I mean, not much else to say about the solo kill. Like just miscalculation from my part.
That is the matchup. It was a miscalculation, but then we go into the bigger picture. What happened in the game itself? It seemed like Lions Creed was giving away so many objectives. You didn't want to fight for specific things, but then you fought for other things that were not reasonable or necessary to begin with. What happened in terms of communication?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say, like, it was an off day. Like, I think our draft was also, like, it's not something... Like, it wasn't really that easy to execute. Like, the moment they get the ball rolling, it's like they're really tanky, you know? Like, we have Jim, we have LeBlanc. Like, there's lack of damage. And the moment I lose my lead, you know? Like, that's all good matters a lot. Like, the moment I'm not there to shred the front line or, like, whatever, I just have to start trying to kill the back line instead. And then who's going to kill Kazanti, you know? They don't have enough damage to do that. Yeah, I mean, it just... Fights became really hard, and we decided to contest things that we shouldn't have. Like, after we killed the Nautilus in mid, we're like, okay, maybe we can try and Baron and, like, turn on them. But, like, it wasn't that good of a call because they just poke us out. But, yeah, some miscommunication, but, you know, it happens. We just learn from it. And I think it's good that we get, like, this kind of, like, tested, you know? Like, I didn't expect it to be from Nightside, so we'll play it from them. But I think it's good we get tested before, like, we get to playoffs and further on. Because, yeah, I mean, not good to be too overconfident.
Yeah, Kasing was talking about it on a previous interview that he but he was finding it more reasonable and interesting to lose a few matchups so you can learn and adapt and work from behind. So instead of let's just winning it all, getting to playoffs and losing a game and then freak out, getting a loss on the stage is really, well, positive in the end of the day. So do you think this is going to affect the way you look into the rest of the split? Do you think the team learned anything from today, or...
Yeah,
it's a bad day?
I mean, yeah, I think to learn, but I think we need to like delve into it more and take stuff from it, you know? Like, I think it was good that it happened, but obviously it really sucks losing and we didn't expect it. And yeah, I mean, you can have regrets about it, but like we just need to shape up because at the end of the day, it's going to be us representing NLC in the EMEA, so we need to be in top shape for that.
Hey, that's confidence. I like that one. Banderas, thank you so much for the interview. I'll see you soon. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
We're going to be representing NLC. That's a bold statement. Well, talking about that, can we bring up the bolds or broke from Hip Rain? Because I
got receipts. I'm safe. I'm safe, man. I've already posted the receipts.
Can we understand what Hiprain brought into the Boulder Broke? Hiprain says Eragon Eragon. Oh, Eragon to finish last in the prediction competition by the end of the split. I like this
That's
one.
happening. That's happening 100%. That guy's gonna end. He's already done it today, but that is the first of a bad sign for him. Like the omens have aligned. It's all doomed.
Okay, then Venom Crest will finish top 4. I get alongside this one. And
I don't think this is overly bold.
it's not.
But at the same time, like, I think they were an underestimated team at the beginning of the split. I think top 4, maybe because there's so much like talent at the top, I do think it is a little bit bold in that sense. But I think this is probably the safest thing I've said here. We can just cut this here. That's fine.
Okay.
We don't need to go any further.
Let's jump to the last one. Lions Creed will go undefeated in a regular split.
All right. So I actually didn't come up with this one, and I was going to play this off as I'm a genius.
What?
But actually what happened was I came up with those first two. The Aragon one came to me very easy. Like, just immediately, I knew Aragon was going to lose. Although, to be fair, Initialize is turbo-inting, so it actually, he might be working against me in cahoots with Aragon to make sure that Aragon doesn't come last by losing for him. I did also hear Aragon has paid him 10 grand to lose, but we'll see. No, but I actually didn't come up with that Lions Creed thing because I couldn't come up with an idea. So Christian, who I can't say his online name because it's a bunch of letters and I have no idea.
Okay.
But Christian came up with that one for me, and if people don't believe me, I can post the receipts.
No one
online.
cares
Like,
about
You know what
the
I'm gonna
receipts
do?
for
I care.
Hiprain, I have to do it. I'll do an inside check for you. Let's see.
Insight.
Nah, you're lying. Let's move into the
Bro,
game of the day.
Scroll the on-air chat. Scroll the on-air chat. I
Venom
posted
Crest
it in there.
versus Natives. It is the match of the day. By the way, this is a massive dice. Look at this beauty.
That is a big old
Let's
dice.
talk about the match of the day and why is it the match of the day. We're about to jump into the champion select. Why is it so important? Fox, drop it.
Oh gosh, you've thrown me into it. Yes, Venom Crest, Natives. Brilliant, exciting stuff. So Venom Crest, despite being Jake's top 4 prediction, it is relatively bold. It's coming into last week. You know, it's a new team here, and we didn't really know what to expect from them. But they've 2-0. They've won all their games so far. Undefeated team here in the NLC. The only remaining undefeated team in the NLC, with Lions Creed dropping that last game. And Natives, obviously, we had expectations of these guys coming in. Their legacy here in the NLC is pretty storied. They've done some beautiful things, but wasn't looking too good in the last week. So this is where both teams now have to ask themselves the question: Venom Crest, are you as good as you showed in week 1? Are you a playoff team, or was it just a good week? And Natives, are you washed? Are you turbo crap? Or do you still have something to show us still here in the week 2? So this is why this is going to be the game of the week, and it will 100% deliver either way.
I think a lot of people put. Yeah, I mean, he's a flamer. What can I say?
I love it.
I think a lot of people put a lot of attention on Natives as like a top team. Venom Crest definitely slept on. I think the person who impressed me the most in week 1 was Zubak. He's really, really solid jungler. I was thoroughly impressed by his performance. I don't think this is an easy slam dunk. I really don't think this is this is a game I also put 5 points on for Venom Crest to win. And actually, I feel this was a riskier bet than the Nord one. Genuinely. I think Venom Crest, they're still a relatively new team with some new players. I think this is one where they could make those mistakes and throw it all out the window. But I'm so impressed by Zubak that I have a lot of faith in Venom Crest, and I think they're a very slept-on team. They're going to get their hands on the Varus, first of all. I expect this will probably just be a Jhin trade here by Rusty Sniper. A lot more ADCs are open than in the last game, but typically it has been the Varus Jhin handshake today. So that's kind of where I'm expecting. The question is Yaki going to go for the Xin Zhao as that jungle pick and get himself a powerful pickup there? Maybe not. Maybe changing things up.
Yeah, well, it's just a horror for now, but we've actually seen a distinct lack of Azir considering how strong it is in the meta. But yeah, it is going to be slapping that one down right here for Nulu. So going to be a relatively uninteractive mid lane here. I do think, as you mentioned, Jake, firstly, we've got it. We've got Nocturne has finally gone through Bigs and Bans here. Like, that's going to be good. That's going to be fun to watch. But again, quite a low low energy type jungler, just wants to get to like level 6 as soon as possible. So it does suit having that matchup in mid. I wanted to highlight bot side, but I don't even think that's relevant at this moment when you see these picks coming through, especially if that is Zubats Belveth, which is okay. So we're getting more of a farm style jungle matchup here, which we haven't seen too much so far in the NLC. It's been a lot about that early game, a lot about that aggression.
Belveth is scary with the Void Grubs post 6. You get a mini army of fishing grubs.
Yes.
It's not nice. She shows up with the whole fishing tackle and everything. Takes over a lane. I do think though for Deadhound on this Varus dealing with Nocturne, I hate it, but like it is really obnoxious. Playing into the Nocturne, does the lights go off and then you don't know where anything is. You've got to be very clear. A bit easier to play into Nocturne in like a team setting than in solo queue, because in solo queue people are just randomly pinging and you have no idea what's going on, but at least people can make calls in chat. But I think Natives right now drafting themselves a very, very solid team, getting their hands on that Cassante as well, someone who can really take over the top side of the map, as we just saw in our previous game. Painful picking up the LeBlanc into the Azir. Very interesting. Things like the Corki were open. The Orianna was open as well. Your typical go-tos into the Azir. Instead, opting into this LeBlanc. I'd be curious to see if Painful wants to go AP or AD. I think right now, I prefer the AP, because there's not as much ability to stop the LeBlanc like you would have in the last game. There was a lot of tools that could stop the LeBlanc from just Wing forwards, but AD obviously becomes a real menace in the side lanes as you go later into the game. So we'll see what the rest of the draft looks like, and that could probably determine what this LeBlanc's going to look like.
Final ban stepping in as Ornn is removed. Top lane is still, we have no idea who's going to be playing for that one. Lenny has no champion yet revealed. The other side is about removing the AD carries and that utility like the Ashe, and even maybe the Jhin if they would like to remove it. Or although if you have the Nocturne, you might use an AD carry that can go a little bit into the team fight and be more proactive, although Jhin has been the pick of the day. And if I'm not mistaken, he has won both matches. This is the third one of the day. I think Jhin won both matches, so even the priority is on Varus. It's not bringing any rewards, but this crank is going to be removed, so let's see the fourth pick out of Natives.
If you want some more engage coming through from Natives, which they kind of lack as is, then you might want to go for something like that Nautilus or something along those lines. I really value a champion like Naught in this meta when there's low mobility carries flying around, because you just press R on them and you zone them for the whole duration of that ability channeling on them, right? So a few options available here. Both these teams kind of lacking in that engage. Obviously, Nocturne being able to jump into a fight is, you might think, ultimate engage, but hell no, you don't want to be the first one jumping in if you're Nocturne.
This is a weird over,
yeah, no. I mean, if there's Eve with Belveth already picked, then shocking, but I don't think that's what we're going to see instead. Actual answer, hopefully, here into the Cassante, like a more of an interesting answer, someone that can put some pressure on this guy, because Cassante so far is just so difficult to deal with, very uninteractive really as far as lanes go, very strong at all points of the game, and maybe a little bit more pressure coming through here with that now.
See what this final pickup is going to be. Obviously looking towards the support here for Venom Crest. Again, another thing kind of talking about this team.
Okay.
Lacking in engage. If they go for the Heimerdinger, they are basically going to be wanting Natives to engage on them and them to peel back. I like the Heimerdinger here. I actually think that's really fun. It's going to take over the lane. We've already seen the Jhin struggle early into the Varus. Heimerdinger just makes that infinitely worse for them. And now looking towards Natives and their final pickup, actually looking towards something that may not go for that engage in the follow-up. They do lock in the Karma, so this kind of leans again into the problem. Like, Nocturne is your like first in, which isn't always a great call, because they can just get absolutely popped. You're jumping into turrets, you're jumping into just the amount of burst. I really want this to be AP LeBlanc. I think AD LeBlanc here is not a good pick. You're into the Karma, you're into the Jhin. Once you've got like the Shadow Flame and the Storm Surge in the build, I mean, I've seen some LeBlancs completely just ignore a mana item and rely on Mana Flow Band. I think you get Storm Surge, you get Shadow Flame, you can just pop Jhin, you can pop the Karma, you can pop the Azir. You have so many abilities to take out these squishies, and the only tanky person is going to be this Cassante. So I hope Painful recognizes that and goes for like an electrocute, burst LeBlanc here and not just look to play the side lanes.
Yeah, that's the thing that jumps out to me the most is how squishy both these team comps are. But I am really kind of struggling to identify a kind of a game plan for either one of these teams. They seem like quite unique team compositions where no one really wants to engage and no one really wants to play side lanes. And there's not really any poke coming through either. So it's going to be, I think, a lot of controlling areas of the map, getting that first movement in a lot of plays around vision and forcing the other team to kind of, face check into and getting advantages that way.
So it's upon us to see if Venomcrest will go undefeated on this day to stay as the only undefeated team, or if Natives is capable of switching it around. I know the answer is 42, but I don't know the question. Maybe Aragon and Duckling knows it.
I don't think we know the answers to any questions anymore, Ashram, after what happened in that second game of the day. Anything Aragon is up in the air. The draft has been spicy. Magic could happen in this game, or we're in for a rough one. I think we're going to be thrown into a mud pile here where these teams just ham at each other, and we'll see who wins.
Yeah, so it's quite interesting. I do think, right, so baseline, Natives do outscale, right? They have stronger front to back. They have Cassante front line with an Azir and a Jhin scaling in the back line. But in the early game, I'm inclined to believe that you have Prayer topside as the Gnar, as the LeBlanc into the Azir, as well as you have a very volatile bot side with the Varus Heimerdinger into the double range bot lane. This is pretty classic. So the jungler that can do a lot more with this volatility benefits, which is the Bel'Veth. You also have a really strong potential for grubs with these topside picks. So eyes on Venomcrest. How do they snowball? Lions Creed last game weren't able to do it so well, so we'll see if they can pull it off a bit better before the team fighting front to back comes online for the side of Natives.
And one of the things we talked about pretty early on in the draft when we watched this unfold was the Nocturne lock-in. We discussed it at the first game of the day. He's normally always banned in the first rotation. We would rarely see him. Why? Because there are so many strong combinations with the champion. Not only the champion itself being pretty strong, you got the Orianna you compare that with. That combo is absolutely disgusting. You mentioned the Nico as well, but when it finally gets through the draft, and I'll hold on to my point because it might be in for a little bit of level 1 chaos. Doesn't seem like it. But when you then get that Nocturne through the draft, you instead pair it up with the Azir, which was very confusing to me, considering I just thought that might have been a better option.
Yeah, you really want to play a lot of dive with Nocturne. So typically the pairings you do see is the Nocturne Orianna combo, which is really OP, as well as Nocturne Nico, right? To hide ultimates. You could do Nocturne Kennen, does the same sort of thing. Nocturne diving in with Azir, yeah, it's alright. You have Jhin ulti over the wall, over the top as well when you engage with Nocturne. So it's not terrible, but I prefer pairing it off with a lot more. You can still use the darkness for team fighting front to back. Still, I do think their composition makes a lot of overall sense in terms of team fighting like that. They do have a frontline, backline, very simple to pull off. Venomcrest comp, however, is not so simple, right? And I want to see a lot more flexing from Painful and this LeBlanc into the Azir with this counter pick. I want to see the perma push down bot side. Who will come out on top in terms of the trades to be able to secure these turret platings? Because when you play Karma, this champion, it's not that good. Right, when you play Karma, you have to come out a lane really far ahead because of the lane domination. And if you don't, generally, you're kind of a bot. Right, you don't contribute that much, so you really have to come out on top. And it looks like Venomcrest are getting the better of the trades early.
Yeah, this is something that you've taught me today during game 1 was, bot lanes in this game is very, very volatile, just concentrating back and forth.
Yeah.
Regardless of what the matchup really is. And we're seeing this AD carry matchup, in particular, 3 times back to back to back for today.
Oh yeah, you're right, actually. It has.
It is blue side Varus, it is red side Jhin for the 3rd time in a row. Varus coming out on top of one of those games, and Jhin coming out on the other one. What I will say though, and this is just my personal play-by-play, I am not an expert at the game opinion, I just don't like the Jhin in this current meta. Even if you get ahead, it just doesn't feel like you would be as useful as have you picked pretty much any other AD carry. Whereas I do really like the Varus. I think if you snowball on the Varus, you deal too much damage for anyone to really handle.
Yeah, look, Jhin, it's a counter in the sense that you can match the range, but you typically lose anyway. Look, I'm gonna be real with you, as typically is. But the problem that Jhin has a lot of the time is, we talked about it a lot, but the ability to threaten neutrals, check, they've got an Azir for that now, right? I really like Jhin when it comes to, or a lethality champion down bot side when you do have a lot of DPS in the mid lane. So I like it paired off with Azir, so you can actually threaten the Baron. Another problem is when you're against too many tanky targets. Now, the side of Venomcrest doesn't really have a Cassante or anything like this, so you're not really too worried in terms of that, and Jin shouldn't get stonewalled by that too hard. Now, you see Venom Crest, these trades really matter, right? If they get low enough, then there could be a gank now. Yeike's on the way.
I think he might just go towards... No, he's not going
Flash?
towards the Scott. He's looking for the kill here. Flash
We need the
has
flash.
to be used, but holds on to it. Didn't realize Yeike was there, and natives will punish first blood to Rusty Sniper. That's what you call a caster curse. Just flamed the champion Jin. Now he picks up first blood.
Yeah, in hindsight, he probably flashes there. Patsy, he realizes, you know, a chain CC comes anyway. And Jin just holds the W until he flashes after. So, really good awareness from Shawikatami and Yeike, skipping the camps and just going to gank. Yeah, skipping the crab out and managed to find a gank. And it looks like the Nocturne's doing more early than a Belveth, which is surprising. Still, going to be able to full clear and find a gank anyway, as any champion can.
Yeah, and for Subak, there's just 1 minute until these void grubs are up and running. So, good luck for those as well, considering he's on the top 5. Still 50 seconds to go, though. And Shoei Katami, sorry, is in the area as well, as Painful goes in, despite seeing Lulu, will likely look to force his TP out, as Painful has already used his own.
No
He's
chain?
now being engaged upon. No chain, so can't really lock him up or get that extra bit of burst damage. Pazzi rotating up as well, just to get control. A lot of action early on, despite only needing to 1 kill. A lot of pressure being put down. And both teams want to make a statement here early on, as Subak now trying to steal this jungle camp away. Those Raptors. He'll get the small ones. The big one will go over to Yeike, who smites it.
Yeah. I'm still surprised that Belveth did not pat the bot side and cover that bot lane gank or play around bot in any kind of way because of the potential for the 3v3 and how strong your champion is early. One of the strongest early game champions for invades or any early action. Still, Lenny might be ganked here. Nice flash.
Oh, that's a really good flash. Fair play to him as Yeike goes in to try and help push out the wave. They want that wave control so they can get the grubs, but he needs good damage back. Smurf is slow, doesn't have a flash.
He's
Neither does
1v3.
Lenny after just using it, but walking forward, hops forward as well. Now Shorty Kamadi is the one in trouble. Will be taken down by Subak. Subak and finds the kill. This was Native's play. Venom Chris, they punish, they find the kill, and they'll find the void grubs as the prize.
Yeah, an outplay from Lenny, honestly, flashing and not Eing, which would have been interrupted by the Kasante W. And then Shoei Katami, despite having first move, doesn't manage to find anything, gets caught pinned against that huge new wall from the new season, and just ends up falling. Still doesn't flash or anything, doesn't try to flash the wall, just ends up dying, maybe saving it for a potential fight in the future. Still, this is the power of having so many counters in the top side here. Your skirmish is so good, right? You have LeBlanc perm push in the mid lane, you have Gnar outplaying top side because of the soft counter, and you see that, look at that top lane CS discrepancy, it is nasty.
Wow, oh my god. I didn't even notice that, Aragon, and despite just 6 minutes being played, that is a big difference. 700 gold lead now between these two top laners as well. Venom Crest, a real surprise so far in our league. A team I looked at saying, I really don't know where to rate these guys. They could be at the bottom of the table, they could be okay, but when you have 5 new names, the only one I really recognize being Painful from NLC Division 2, promoting into NLC Division 1. I mean, I thought, yeah, maybe they could contest, but I didn't expect much out of the roster. But they've surprised me, just like Ruddy have. And that has really spiced up this league. Natives, a roster with a lot of experience in terms of in our division and around other ERLs. They will pick up that first rank thanks to Yeike, just pointing out some of the names. Obviously, Lulu will ring a bell if you mention Selfie, the former name of the player. Rusty Sniper, though, someone you could look at as well. Aragon spent the whole of last year in NLC Division 1, being a consistent performer on a team that didn't really perform.
Yeah, absolutely, and looking forward into this game. You can see Venom Crest, they want to walk up bot side, they want to trade, but Zubak off of Viego, it's an interesting one, right? Talking about the players and the narratives, Zubak had Viego twice last week as Painful. He's not going to find anything, I don't think, but Zubak might be.
Lulu does have the flash. Emperor's Divide has been used, but he might die regardless. Painful still has the flash. Holds on to it for a second longer. Still finds the solo kill. And that's a mid-diff now in the bot lane, though. Pazzi, the one in trouble yet again, holds on to the flash. A return kill will come through, though. Yeike falls as Deadhound. Locks him up and has the damage. Curtain call as the 4th shot goes wide. Doesn't find the kill, and now Subak is here. Shoei Kamati has to be careful, and he will be forced to flash away.
Yeah, just pulling the trigger with that Nocturne is really important. You get those ults down as soon as you turn 6 to get it, get as many as you can down and convert that pressure. But still managing to turn it around, really well done from Venom Crest. Turning around a 2v3, and in the end, they tried to dive Deadhound with that wave, but Zubak is there to cover. So something this team has been really good at is moving their players around where they're needed to cover different lanes when they have pressure, right? Pazzi and Zubak, whilst Pazzi's not having a great game this game, he was really good at it last week. And
it is
down a few levels.
it is a bit when you're playing support. It is a bit of the thing when you're playing support, right? If you're an
Yeah,
engage
that's true.
support, you're the one making the engages. They either work or they don't. You often pay with your life. And as a squish support like this, you often get focused because with the little gold you have and behind it XP, you're so squishy as painful. I don't know how you found that chain. Good damage on Nulu as Subak. Has to go back as Shoei Katami. Shows his face as well. Yaki in the area. Painful. Really feeling himself going the AP LeBlanc this time around. Not going the temp AD build we saw just before. That didn't work out in the slightest. And having success on it so far. Impressed by finding that solo kill.
Yeah, you can see so much action happening in and around mid and bot lane. You can see a bunch of invades happening now from Passy and Zubak as well, trying to threaten a dive down bot side. So much so that Rusty Sniper needed to recall because he was below half HP. Now invade with Rusty Sniper's recall. Let's see if he secures it.
Oh yeah, gets that blue buff as well. Venom Crest feeling good. They're looking good. 2-0, our only undefeated team in the league so far. As I mentioned, big surprise, but when we turn our eyes to their opponent's natives 1-1 on the scoreline with this roster, I would have expected natives to make playoffs, and obviously I'm speaking very early, we're only 2 games in. They very much still can, but the start hasn't been as confident or as strong as I would initially have expected, and I don't know if it's due to them having a lower level than I predicted, or to other teams that I were unsure about proving to have a way higher level than I originally saw.
It's an interesting one. I think what they've got to do now, though, is with this objective spawning up, they've got moved from mid onto special, but I think Venom Crest can contest this if they really want to. But it's going to be tricky. This game is already so even on the knife's edge. TP coming in from Varus. Let's see who contests and who wins. Zubak is in a bush right now, unwarded.
Passy, level 4 here. Still one turbo in the play, though. Lenny has built up a bit of
Knockup.
now rage, so we'll look for Smurf. Very squishy at the beginning stage of the game. Same goes for Subak, though, and he's taken down in return. Now, though, Lenny scoop right into the team. He can find 2 with the Gnar. Nulu delivers that on a silver platter for the Venom Crest top lane. A Rusty Sniper tries to trade back, but there is nothing to be found. Deadhound claims a double kill for Venom Crest.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate. Smurf on this Cassante didn't manage to W the CC from the knockup on Zubak, and in the end just gets chain CC. Let's take a look at this again. Yeah, he gets knocked up. You can see Native Smurfy on that Cassante instantly falls because he didn't manage to get the W down. Maybe it was on cooldown, popped by something else, but it didn't look like it. And Lenny with the huge Gnar against the wall, and Rusty Sniper using the woes of a Jhin versus a tanky target, having to reload, not managing to pick up the kill onto Lenny. And despite starting out the objective first and Lenny having moved second, they managed to come out on top.
They managed to come out on top, and Venom Crest sitting at the top of the tree will be able to claim. I think there's 2 white craft more they'll be claiming here. Maybe a kill as well of the Smurfer, to be honest, as he has been chained up. The Ghost, I don't know if that's enough. It's pretty tanky, has got a lot of armor already though, so those auto attacks not really hurting. Nulu forced to back away as well. So Venom Crest will go back to their original target, claim that, and I do believe it is the 4th. I don't know if our producer can confirm. I do believe the 5th, maybe rather, as I do believe 1 before the fight did go into natives. So that should be 5 if my calculations are correct. So there will be a Voidling spawning, as Shoei Katami and Yaki are looking for a way back into the game, and that is at the moment by invading, and without that paranoia, Yaki doesn't feel confident going in towards Passy.
Yeah, of course. Like you said, without that paranoia, it's going to be pretty useless. To actually manage to complete Hex play already, so they're going to have to wait for it. I'm surprised they're trying to make a play already. They're sniffed out by Venom Crest. Yeah, items come out right now for Rusty Sniper and the Nocturne, Yeke on this Nocturne. So they're not actually that weak, right? They can potentially contest some kind of objective fight if they want to on this Nocturne or cooldown, which will be up in like 20 seconds. Because they aren't that much further behind. They're actually ahead in items. But Zubak, going to also go to contest. Hops over a ward, though.
And despite the gold lead being small, I do want to highlight some of the key items being hit here. It is in particular for Painful, having his first item complete already. That Luton's Companion, giving that extra bit of burst. Nulu now needing to be just that slight bit
can he
more
cancel
careful.
it? No, he can't.
I mean, that's really, really big brain though. He did force Smurfy just to stop the back with that pressure. But Deadhound though, 1.5 items already. Got that Yumu Scourge Blade. The serious stacking, I think, varies when you snowball, especially with the lethality build. Just deals so much damage into what is a still pretty squishy roster. Pretty much everyone else except for Smurfer will feel the hurt of that. Subak looks for the target. Nulu forced to flash. Is Painful. Can't quite connect on the change. A full-blown fight is about to erupt right here. As now the flash forced out from Subak as well. Painful finding himself in a weird scenario. Rusty Sniper can't follow with the flash. Let's see if Painful can dance his way out of this one. Very low. That 4-shot deals good amount of damage. Shut down on towards Rusty Sniper. That's a big one as well. Shut down gold as well 3 1-on-1 now on that Jin as Rusty Sniper looks to make the champ look somewhat useful.
Yeah, Deadhound, not quite there, right? You can see him running up in the middle of that fight because he realizes his whole team has been collapsed on with that Nocturne, tries to catch up, but couldn't make it in time. Props to Nulu there for surviving long enough to be able to win that as his bot lane collapses, but it might continue here. No Nocturne to turn.
Yeah, no smite for Subak though, so the 50-50 isn't really a reality despite the jungler being here. Can he go in though, disrupt, try and do something? The smite comes through, but the kills will look to go over to the side of Venom. Krista found one, but that's occurred, has been called. Subak is low enough to potentially die, so he dies out of range, and Pasi takes a lot of damage, still very, very squishy. So they'll claim 1 kill. In return, Natives, they get the Drake.
Yeah, playing really well, Natives, around that dragon, finding the pick with the Nocturnal, converting it into a dragon. They should be really happy here, despite being a little bit behind, despite the 4-0 and the 2-1 carries on the side of Venom Crest. You know, that Soul Point condition is online, and it's Cloud and Chemtech early on, which means it's going to be an actual useful dragon, which is good compared to last game with the Cloud Soul. Still, painful. Gonna look for Yeki.
Can he find him? The shield denies the initial pop. Still, good damage, and we can definitely see what this... Oh,
it's the squad.
And he's brought out the crew. I can't one-shot fine enough. I'll get my whole team up here. As he sends his all his teammates to help him out. In the end, they'll just steal away the Crux, and even Yeki will still claim many of the small ones with Smurfer helping out. Red buff, the Tiger to rush the Sniper. He should be able to claim it. Shoikatami forced to flash though, as both teams continue to look and make their opponents make mistakes. Herald in the eyes. Ultimate paranoia available. Not sure if they just want to go for this. They will just give it up.
I'm just a bit worried for the side of Natives. Shoikatami keeps getting picked off and being in unfortunate situations consistently, having to flash away or just not flashing and dying. So a little bit worried by the positioning around these neutral objectives, like this Rift Herald, and getting caught around that Wraith Pit. Now, Rusty Sniper can counter jungle, and that is the saddest counter jungle I've ever seen because of those 4 shots. Yeah, it's just going to reset him. Going to neutralize it. Take a look down bot side, though. Natives want to cross map down bot side for that Rift Herald. And we've got to see the HP of the tower, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Yeah, painful. Now knows what it's like to be outrange. We'll try and trade a bit with Lulu here and catch as many of the minions as possible. Lenny has it as third item spike, feels very strong. Level 11 as well. That knock cooldown now reduced. Smurfer
should be fine.
Realizes he's in a bad situation, but yeah, as you say, will be fine thanks to the Ghost and the W. Being unstoppable is a very nice thing. But instead, though, his turret can't quite do the same. And will go down instead. So the gold lead is still in favor of Venom Crest. The game, in terms of gold, is quite even, but Venom Crest having control of the Rift, they're the ones making the moves, and Natives are the ones responding.
Yeah, gonna get a lot of damage down here with the Void Grubs as well as the trigger's pulled.
Lenny will try and build up the rage, but far from narrowing out at the moment. CC Chain is there, locked up, taken down by Nulu. As next on the menu is Subak. Will go over into the hands of Rusty Sniper. Shutdowns go over, the kills secure, and Natives, they pounce back.
Yeah, really not ideal for the side of Venom Crest. Mega Gnar expires, or rather, he's just in Mini Gnar, and you can just one-shot. That's the problem with this Gnar pick versus the current state of Cassante, is that his ultimate will just one-shot Mini Gnar. And with those 2 deaths, yes, you secure 700 gold from that turret, but you don't want to fall for that. And really good pick. Proactivity with the Nocturne. You know, maybe some disrespect to Nocturne in side lane. Really famous for that still. Overall, I would edge it out to Venom Crest because of how valuable those turrets are. Unfortunately, Venom Crest don't manage to cross-map that topside play with any damage mid lane, and I want them to play for this tier 1 bot side turret now. They can really easily with this Belvet and the setup from a LeBlanc, so we'll have to see how they pilot that. It does look like that's what they're going for.
If they're down, trying to force down this tier 1 will take quite a while. Not on hits, so the Overdex doesn't do quite as much damage. But gets it quite low, should fall within the next couple of pushes. There is also a Drake coming up in a minute and a half. That is a soul point that we need to keep our eyes on. Both of these AD carries, Aragon, ridiculously strong in terms of both items and gold. 2 items completed on both of them. I will say though, Painful has been struggling after completing that first item. Unable to find the one-shot, doesn't have the damage quite yet, and still getting a second item spike quite a ways away.
Yeah, game has slowed down for him for sure. Hasn't found too much. Some flashes onto Nulu occasionally around the enemy jungle, but even then that backfired versus the Nocturne ulti. Still, Nocturne ult's up now. Dragon spawning in a minute's time. Let's see how Natives can find these objectives. I don't really like this. If they're trying to cross-map topside, there's nothing to take, so I'd rather they just contest mid-prior. Now, Natives, it's really important that they escort Shoikatami, because he's been getting picked off a little bit too much around these objectives. As Smurfy shifts back topside to defend top, but I don't think he has to worry about too much. He can just catch that wave and TP down again.
2,000 gold the difference. Natives though, the ones who look to be making a move. The Paranoia is available, looking for the flag. Nulu has the flash as well. Deadhound has his. Here comes the Paranoia curtain call as well, and they're going right on towards Deadhound. Instantly forced to flash, will be able to make it out. And it seems like that is all they needed to back off. Zubak though, just a couple orders from Nulu does a lot of damage. That seems to be the sole point. Or at the very least, making natives confident enough to go for it, as Deadhound has to recall. Zubak goes for the red buff. Can he get into the pit though? Division not there yet. He doesn't know what's going on. Instead, without the Q being able to dash over, he just has to back off as Nulu looks for the play. Can't find it, but that soul point is secured, and that is what natives came for.
Yeah, absolutely. Soul point, Hextech Soul on the cards now in the next 5 minutes. So much damage coming in for the side of natives. You can see a Nocturnal and a Curtain Call, and no one is on that composition. That team comp can catch the Curtain Call, so it's really, really painful. And it's just to showcase the value of something like Cassante. I think Cassante might be, after this game, 3-for-0 today. Might be wrong about the first game, but still really, really powerful in having attack. And I guess that's why they banned that Ornn. Someone to disrupt the damage of that Jhin who really struggles. And that's the problem they're facing. They need to be able to find a pick or something like this, play for side lane with this LeBlanc. They can't just win the straight up front to back, which is something we highlighted that natives are really good at with this composition. They have a tank in front, and the scaling of the Azir plus Jhin in the back line. You really need to find a pick in the side lane, Zubak. You need to go down bot side here with this Gnar, but the problem is Cassante is so damn tanky. So what do? They're kind of stonewalled here.
Yeah, and that is the right question you ask, right? We've seen that scenario play out a couple times up in the top side. What happens? Smurf presses Ghost, then just W's away as soon as the W is about to come out from Zubak, and he continues to happily walk along the rest of his day. So what else can they do? Well, they can look for Nulu maybe up in the side lane, but he also has dashes to try and get out of sticky situations. So it is a tough one to say the least, but anything can happen, and at this level it is not uncommon for oversteps. And I guess that's just what they need to look for, or try and force them around the rift and the objectives. But they just don't want to force themselves into a front to back, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And they're going to play down to bot side here. One map split for the other map split. You know, Nulu's going to take that top side tier 1 whilst Venom Crest that. As Passy's low, they can't catch
he
these.
Is so squishy, man. And look who has to tank. It is someone like Deadhound who now gets engaged upon. Will stay alive as the W connects, and it's not quite enough. And instead, Yaki, the one to fall. Natives though find a turret as a response. Nulu on the top side, not falling for the bait. Trade though, as Lenny finds that bottom lane tier 1. Smurfer might be in trouble, no flash. Remember, the Ghost though popped, and as I just discussed, will just walk happily along his day. Painful! Dies underneath his own turret. What's happened here? As Nulu, very low, will fall to the auto attack. Goes over into the pocket of Deadhound, but forces the TP out of his hand.
Yeah, LeBlanc getting solo killed by an Azir under turret is an interesting one. Didn't have that on my bingo card. That is something I don't think I've ever seen. Still, some nice movement from Smurfing down the bot side on that gank, dodging out on the Belveth knockup with that move speed from the Ghost. But yeah, Nulu really getting the better of Painful come this mid game, like you highlighted before. It's really, really rough. As Zubak, he might be caught here. He's going to find the 1-2.
No, he's caught someone. Rusty Sniper, forced to flash. It's the damage there. Finally, it comes through. A couple more auto attacks was all they needed. Zubak
shut down.
Happily trades his life for that shutdown. That's worth for Venom Crest as they hit that 40k gold mark.
Yeah, absolutely. But you see, I just saw Deathcap spawn in this Azir's inventory, man, and it's not pretty. Let's take a look at what happened here. Thanks to the replay observers, and he just walks past, tanks a bunch of hits. Does Nulu take the EQ?
Goes in for the wave. Now has no mobility.
Huh. He just kills him. All right. Well, the TP comes down for Varus. Yeah, he just kills him under tower. Varus Deadhound managed to secure a shutdown, I believe, onto him afterwards, TPing in, but still really nice play. Nulu getting the better hand of this matchup.
And to think about how the matchup changed, right? Nulu had been solo killed during the laning phase by Painful, who masterfully found his way to that solo kill. And this time, Nulu scaled up, plays it correctly, gets the damage, and just kills him, as you said. Analysis isn't always hard. Just kill him.
Yeah, and Lenny, Minion, gotta be careful a little bit. They can
is low, same goes for Deadhound. Here comes the Paranoia. They've found their target, but still, the kill not quite there.
Nulu!
The Emperor's Divide, though, finds them both from Nulu. He's still alive as Painful tries to trade back, but it's a change, can't connect. Venom Crest can't find the kill until finally Lily trades his life for it. As Painful and Zubak now the final member standing. Smurfer, he's all outed, and they've found 4 kills, 3 rather, It's a fight for natives and the soul. They can get control over the objective.
Yeah, they can get secure soul now. They can be extremely happy. There's not much that the side of Venomcrest, Zubac, and Painful can do. At the very least, they managed to pick off Azir, and that is huge. Neither one, this Azir, was their priority, their main ability to kill this Baron with the DPS. Now, let's take a look at what happened here. How did Passy get so chanked? Did he just get hit by an ult Q from Karma, or was it some Jhin damage? Oh, it was it was the turret.
Oh, no,
it was just the turret. Okay. Did Jhin continues to poke here? Or what happened? Okay, so it was another turret shot. Nocturne ult goes in onto the flashless AD carry over the Heimerdinger, which was great isolation, but then Nulu
catches them both with that Emperor's Divide. And the damage as well. Painful misses that chain. I think that could have killed Nulu, but Lenny, though, able to trade it. Still, not in the favor of Venomcrest, who were the ones with the lead early on.
And this is the power of the scaling.
That's the soul.
Yeah. Can Venomcrest defend this choke? They have control, at the very least. They're first on the objective. I wonder if natives just go and threaten Baron here, or they still force their way in. They do have Nocturne Paranoia, so let's see if they pull the trigger here.
Yeah, they want that soul. 7,000 HP and dropping. Lenny about to now out. No flash on pretty much everyone except for Deadhound, really. Good damage on towards the tank, but it's only on towards Smurfit. Never mind though, Smurfit is squishy. Same for Passy. Both of them now gone. The soul has been denied, but the fight not yet decided. Lenny in the front line though takes so much damage in the backline. Yaki having fun with his opponents. Triple kill for Rusty Sniper. He's made Jhin look like a champion, and it's the ace for nades as the Baron is their prize, and the gold lead will follow.
And Smurfit gets caught on at the beginning of the fight without that W. Managed to get absolutely one pop, but it does not matter. The damage is way too high. Rusty Sniper breaking the Jhin curse, like you said. Let's take a look at this again. The damage comes through. He gets Chains of Corruption, can't W because they're mobilizing. And it gets absolutely one shot. Now, Lenny tries to go in. What happens to him? He goes towards the Karma in zones 3 alone, but it's just not enough because you can see Yake down in the bot side, one-shotting Deadhound, and the W from the snipe, from the Rusty Sniper, completely carrying these fights. As Painful then gets killed by the support Karma. Shawikatami finishing him off, and that should be a Baron.
And exactly, as you said, Aragon, that is the Baron. Was that Zubac who tried to do something about it? No, Deadhound Smurfit sacrifices himself for that. Will they lose more? Here's the question. Hexgate coming through the resets. Haven't been able to be there. Nula now the target. He goes for Painful, but himself might taste a painful death. That's the Baron gone. Will trade back on Painful, but denying 2 Barons. 3 Barons, rather. It's a very decent outcome for Venomcrest, considering how bad that situation looked.
Yeah, and just general really good overall play from natives. That Hextech Soul is going to be such a pain to deal with. That's what I'm looking at. They still managed to get the Baron onto Yake, I believe. So just going to wait for everyone to spawn. They can pretty much play it pretty easily. They can barrel it down mid if they want to, or they can play side with that threat, the Nocturne ultimate. I don't think Venomcrest are going to be able to do anything with this, with these Death Timers, because they are facing down onto this Baron there. Take a look at the top side now. Rusty Sniper can just auto them, right? Hextech Jhin is not balanced. Oh my word.
Let's just see the curtain call. Can he connect? Yes, he can, is the emphatic answer. As Yaki would now like to go for more, but can't quite find him in the Paranoia. I was certain in the fight we had before Venomcrest were able to deny the soul, but I have been mistaken. Want to make that clear. Yaki able to get the steal off. It looked like Zubac to me got it, but I was wrong. That is now the Hextech Soul as well. I had been flaming on Jhin. Rusty Sniper, you're a phenomenal player, baby. Making this champ look good. 9-2, his damage is incredible. And this is one of the points you've been making all along, Aricon. But Jhin against Squishes, though, does do damage. It's just against tanks where he really struggles.
Yeah, and honestly, in terms of team composition as well, just keep it simple, right? It's so easy to play this composition. You just group up as 5 Rusty movement.
Sniper,
dodges
man.
that.
He goes where he pleases. He does not care. He goes underneath the turrets. He's still full HP. He just found the opponent's ADC, man. What?
I just dodge out that Velvet W at the end there as well. Rusty Sniper just so fast. How do you deal with him as the flank comes in?
Looking for something, but he's gone towards the support. You need to get Rusty Sniper because he one-shots whoever he looks at. Nulu goes forward. The Emperor's Divide goes wide, but who cares? It's Venomcrest have nothing left to do in this game. It is natives having all the fun. Smurfit wasn't even there.
And it looks like it's going to wrap it up, all but ending through their Nexus now as they... Oh, don't do it to him. Passy, no!
That's the Paranoia. We'd have to require a pentakill from Deadhound, but they're dead in the water. Venomcrest no longer undefeated. Natives 2-1. And what a win in just 28 minutes. Rusty Sniper and Lulu. I don't know who needs to be MVP here. They both played phenomenal League of Legends.
I think it has to be Rusty, right? I also think, fair shout to Yeke, managing to find the ultimates and find picks in a lot of these fights. I think my mind goes back to that top lane siege at tier 2, which Venom Crest tried to take, but then they get punished by the Nocturne ulti and the 5-man collapse. I think that's really where it started going downhill for them. And on top of that, their composition, it was so hard to play because the amount of lead they needed to get to not be outscaled by an Azir Jhin with a frontline was super high. So I think evaluating the early game, seeing if they could snowball a little bit better is probably the way forward here.
What a game. And we no longer have an undefeated team in the NLC. That just spices everything up so much more. There's still one game to go though, but before we get into that, we'll head into a break. And when we come back, the analyst desk will break down Native's win, which moves them up to first place in the standings.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
And we are back today. It's Chaos Day and I love it. So it seems like everybody lost some points. Venom Crest is no longer undefeated. Everybody took an L in 3 days of the split. Let's talk about what happened in this game. I need to understand, why was Venom Crest a little bit behind? Why were they demolished? And why was Native so good?
I love how you phrase that. Why were they a little bit behind? Why were they demolished? And why have they been abandoned by their parents?
He did it in stages of the game.
Yeah.
They were a little bit behind, then they were demolished.
That's true, to be fair. I think it was, honestly, Natives have showed up today. It's more what I was expecting from them. Their carries specifically. I'm going to give huge props to Nulu and Monsieur Sniper. I thought they were very, very impressive. Yeah, and just we didn't really see that out of them in the first week. I am disappointed in Venom Crest, though. I voted against them twice in week 1 because I didn't have faith. They tweeted me saying, "Why aren't you voting for me?" So I voted for them, and basically Venom Crest, I'm disappointed in you.
You got you baited. You got you baited. Well,
I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed.
This is important because we have already someone from Natives ready for the interview. It is Smurfy that is waiting for us. So let's meet him and let's talk about this one. Welcome to the show. And
okay, thank you.
You just went versus Nar. Obviously, it's traumatizing. I understand. Range shop planners shouldn't exist. But you won the game. So let's talk about laning phase and then jump into the game.
Yeah, I mean, laning against Nar is always a bit of a disaster. Especially when the push out doesn't even work. But yeah, I mean, you don't pick this lane to like win the lane. You just play it for the team composition.
Oh, we have a question right now. Is it pronounced Smurfy or Smurf?
I mean, you can call me Smurfy.
No, but you gotta decide, man. It's your name.
Oh, but it's not supposed to be English name, you know.
Oh, so tell me the way it is supposed to be pronounced. Everybody's going to learn right now.
In like Norwegian is like Smurfe.
Smurfe, okay.
But like when you pronounce it with English, it's like Smurf-E. So yeah.
Okay.
It's whatever.
Smurfe, and then if we miss it, it's going to be Smurfy. Okay. So tell me something. The fight for the top 4, because everybody was like, well, is Natives a good team right now? And you just prove it. That you guys are a good team, an amazing team. The fight for the top 4 is looking menacing on day 3 of the split. Do you believe this is the most well-rounded split so far? Are you afraid of the top 4? Are you confident you guys are going to get it?
I mean, I think we're quite confident. We just we started late scrimming, so we're just getting better and better at this point, and yeah. Good to play scrims and playoffs, or not playoffs, but games.
So tell me something. If you had to say one strength from your team, what would it be? What is the strength from Natives right now?
I mean, right now I think we're really good at like reading the map, and the laning phase might be like rough, and we might get caught a lot of times. But I think like over the split we just get better at those mistakes, and we will become a really like solid team.
Okay, love it. Last question for you, by the way. If we got another interview with you, what song would you play on the guitar behind you?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a few years since
I got you.
It's been a few years since I played the guitar. Just, I mean, never. I mean, that's a good question actually. Maybe I should practice some songs for the near future.
Think about it. We'll put that on hold, and throughout the split, I want one song from you on the interview. It could be like a 10, 15 song, just show up something and just smash it, just smurf it, you know? Thank you so much for the interview, and I'll see you soon. Congratulations on the win.
Yeah, see ya.
There you go.
Archer?
Yeah.
I want you to sing a Champ Select for us at some point. I want you to whip out the
Sing
guitar
a
and
Champion
serenade
Select.
the entire Champ
You know
Select.
what? Next game, I'll give you like background music while you're doing the Champion Select. Is it possible?
Yeah, but the problem is I can't sing. Like I'm a drummer. I'm at the back of the room. I do not go near a microphone
I
in
understand.
that sense.
Fox.
So yeah, Fox,
Don't
you can
even.
rap
You're
it, I'll
barking
sing
up
it.
the wrong tree. So, so Don't you even want it.
Don't worry about it. I'll just give you like the background music, and you guys just can improv and just do the champion select.
atmosphere.
Yeah, don't worry about it. But we need to worry about that hound that is waiting for the interview. We need to understand what happened for Venom Crest. Welcome to the show. Obviously not the result you were looking for. Everybody was voting on you, so something must have happened. Do you know what happened? Can you identify it?
I think honestly our overall strategy in this game was pretty smart, right? We had the Varus set up with the LB and Tabella resets, but I think overall we were just not really aligned on when to go in, and I also think that Natives overall as a team is very good at playing in a certain way where you don't obviously catch them all the time, right? I think they're one of the better teams at being actually worried about Varus ult, LB flanks, so on, right? And I think that led us to have a lot more turbulence compared to the other teams that we've been facing, right? Because I also do believe that even though Lightside won today, right, which was a good upset, I still believe that they were not very strong in V1, and that's also a reason why we were able to show off our performance when we were like just running, right? Because I think being in the driver's seat is always easier, especially in a meta where you're rewarded for snowballing with the void drops.
So tell me something. I see a lot of war between the Varus and the Jhin. Can you tell me like the strengths and weaknesses of those two champions? Which one do you prefer and why?
I think the reason why you see a lot of Varus and Jhin is just because they overall do the same thing, right? Like Jhin is a champion that you can kind of leave on his own, let him be far back, or play crit and go up close, right, towards tanks and do more damage. And I think in allowing a champion with the identity of Jhin, right, being able to just support your team in a way like Ashe, right? I think even Ashe actually into Varus or into Jhin is actually a good answer because you provide more utility for your team in the early game, but you have less burst damage towards squishies, right? So it's a trade-off. But I believe that Ashe is very slept on when it comes to the whole trifecta of like Jhin and Varus.
Love it. So tell me something. On the first week, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that Zubak was so active with the champion, like with the Viego going to the bot side. Usually we saw him going for that like early gank on the red side to try and punish the red side team on the bot lane, allowing you and the rest of the team to snowball. And you just stated, snowball is really important right now in the meta. Playing the Bel'Veth kind of stole that away from you guys. Do you think that could be an issue? Or like, no, it just didn't work out for today. The Bel'Veth was not the issue. Where do you see yourself in this one?
I think genuinely Bel'Veth is a champion, and also just the overall rotation of junglers, right? I think you can be very aggressive. I just think that in today's games with our draft, I would say on bot lane, right? The Jhin Karma versus the Varus Heimer, I don't think you can really move either side that much, right? It's just about whoever gets the initial push and actually stays ahead in sums will always end up having the prior. And especially with Nocturne being level 6, right? You always have to be a bit wary of him unless you get deep vision, which you can't really accumulate when you're playing Heimerdinger, usually, right? Especially not against pushing bot lane.
I really enjoyed this conversation, man. I really want to talk more with you in the future. You seem really well eloquent and providing the answers. And aside from that one, best of luck to tomorrow. I hope to see you guys win and see what you can improve in the Rift. On the top 4 note, are you worried? Because I need to start making this question. It seems like 7 teams or even 8 teams are looking for that top 4. Are you worried the top 4 might slip from your hands?
I mean, it's week 2, right? I think it's too early to say, but I'm definitely confident in going into the next game tomorrow and also in week 3 that we will just come back swinging even harder than before.
Thank you so much for the answer, and thank you so much for the interview. Best of luck for tomorrow, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you. Take care.
I was really excited to talk with him. Like, I want to know more. I want to learn more from Dead Hound.
Was that a bit jarring for you, Arch, though? You went from chatting with some of the dumbest men on broadcast to a very well-spoken and intellectual boy. I felt like, you'd just been dragged down the whole evening, and then this guy comes in.
I've been on the desk today with Hiprain, and then I got to meet Dead Hounds, and I was like, oh, so this is a normal conversation.
Hold on. You're acting like Foxy's not down in this pit with me. Like, I'm quite happy to be down on the low ground, but Foxy's mud wrestling with me right here. Like, it's doomed on this desk, my guy. It's so doomed.
Well, I'm not native, so I like to do this one.
I'm not native. That's not the excuse, man. That's no way.
Of the match with a 12-2-7, sniping people from afar. Alongside his team, getting that W for natives that nobody, 2 people predicted it. I think so. Initialize was running it down, but somehow we found like Gold. He was looking for copper. He found gold. That's good for the initialize. But let's move on to the next one. It is the last game of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, Verdant versus DMG. What can we say before we go into the background music?
So, I mean, let's be real. After everything that's gone down, a lot of people are very excited for Verdant. It's been a day of upsets, and I predicted DMG. I'm the only person who predicted DMG. I put only 1 point on them, so they've not got too much to lose here. It's definitely a tall ask. It is definitely a tall ask, and you asked me at the beginning of the day why, and I couldn't give you an answer. So I thought about avenues and ways in. I think actually Leon Cole and Person in the bot lane are probably the avenue for DMG to take over this game and to win it. So they're the ones I want to keep my eyes on. They're the ones I want to see, how draft goes in their favor. I hate to say it, but I'm expecting another Jhin Varus handshake. I would love to see something other than Jhin and Varus, but that has been every bot lane today. I expect that to be the handshake. I feel Liam Cole prefers the Jhin. But I'm again kind of pulling that out my bum. I'm not 100% sure if that's the case. But then, yeah, I think bot lane is the one I'm going to keep my eye on here for DMG. If this happens and DMG get another upset, this would be our third upset of the day. Fourth upset of the day. If DMG pull this upset off, first of all, this is an insanely cool day because it is the big old upset day.
Oh my.
Also, I am just Giga Galaxy Brain and everyone else can suck it and just like, it's time to sign off. It's done.
I think what's interesting about this matchup is it's a tall ask for sure, but not the tallest ask of the day, which would, in my opinion, was Lundqvist and was it Lions Creed or was it Noise that they played? No, it was Lions Creed. Yeah, that was a bigger upset. So I think it's certainly something that's doable as we move on into Champ Select here. Arch is going to be providing the sultry. This is like yes, this is like RPG tavern style music. Yeah, I'm here for that actually. Ooh, I'm feeling this.
I got D&D tomorrow, so this is just warming me up for that. See what the bands are looking like. Emilio, Ash, Senna, and the Nocturne getting taken away. Pretty much standard stuff across the board on that front. Now looking towards, our final band here for Verdant as we are beautifully serenaded.
I love it.
For this picks and bands.
It's what is it? It's a Diablo town music as well. This is what I'm getting. Anyway,
yeah.
we are playing League of Legends, or we're getting into it. A lot of support takeaways so far. The Nocturne going as well alongside the Ash. You mentioned that handshake between Varus and Jhin. Looks as though we're going to be set up for that again in this one, unless DMG throw a spanner away and maybe decide to ban one of those out. Not going to be the case. Is it going to be Varus' first pick for the fourth game in a row? Yes, it is. Will it be followed by a Jhin on the other side?
I felt like the Jhin was what Liam Cole would rather have, but there might be like a world where he goes, I don't want to play the Jhin and play something entirely different. I'm trying to think like who actually would show up other than Jhin here though in the ADC. We did
Liam
see
Cole's Aphelios is the only.
We
other
did see Aphelios
really.
get hovered. I don't particularly like the Aphelios into the Varus. I mean, scaling wise in late game and team fights, obviously it's gonna offer so much. I just worry you're going to have a very rough laning phase, so you're not going to be able to get those expensive items which Aphelios needs to hit those spikes and be able to take over the game. I worry that in a team fight, a loose chain of corruption or a stray arrow hits him and blows him up. But DMG, they're actually all inning here on team fighting and kind of going later into the game. The Orianna, the Aphelios, like one good big wombo combo. If they get some good engage put together here, that could be a really scary kind of thing for Verdant to play into. But I think they're just going to look to play the range tools here. I think the Azir suits them really well. They could pick a support that can peel for them as well, and just look to play as far back as they want.
I was going to say, as soon as that Azir gets hovered and locked in, it is all about the range here for Verdant. So the way you counter that on the side of DMG is you need to be able to pull the trigger.
Rumble.
You need to engage. Yeah. So...
I actually think Rumble's quite good here.
Yeah, I'd be curious because Rumble is a champion that DMG have actually banned away. I think they banned away in all their games so far. So I don't know whether that implies LVS can't play it or whether it was more of just, those two games, those matchups. But you need to be able to pull the trigger here. I think Jarvan alongside Orianna, that's fine. You want that engage from your jungler, probably from your support as well. Try and get yourself that nice topside matchup there with against the Cassante, which again I think we've seen every game today, maybe. I think, not sure.
No, he wasn't in the first game. I can't remember what the first game was, but it was a little bit more exciting.
We see him a lot, yes. But
we have had a lot of Cassante. He's been in at least 3 games today.
He was probably banned in that first game, to be fair.
I think they just ignored him entirely. It was really weird. The Gwen is going to get banned away. I think that's fine. We saw not particularly great success, but Gwen actually did get picked up as an answer to Cassante earlier today. Got solo killed, but typically and normally you expect the Gwen to actually win out on that fight. DMG just focusing more on these kind of early skirmishing junglers, looking to deny. Don't really want to be dealing with like an Azir and like a Xin Zhao going in for skirmishes. I do worry what DMG have got right now, though, does mean that they might struggle on the objective game. So I want to see a top laner which can get control of top lane so they can at least secure the early Void grubs in response to these dragons. Because I expect this bot lane just to get giga shoved in and not really be able to play the lane. So I expect you to kind of lose that that first 2 dragons realistically. So now going towards those final bans, the Nar's taken off as well. So another solid pickup into the Cassante. Looking towards something that can maybe skirmish. They actually go for the Aatrox here.
Okay.
I mean, we saw it in game 1. The healing was nasty. It can buy a lot of time for your team. And if they do get in the mess and into the thick of it, it is rough. But the Cassante can kick you out. The Azir can kick you out. It's hard to play Aatrox in this game. I think I would have preferred the Rumble personally.
Yeah.
But they've decided that Aatrox suits them more. And Verdant now, they've got a lot of long-range tools and a lot of things to facilitate that. So I expect 2 engages really to get picked up here. This Rel suits them really well for that. Something that can kind of jump into the middle of the fight and set everyone up. Curious about their jungler, what they're going to pick into the Jarvan, but I would like to see someone who can also initiate fights. We had a Maokai at the beginning of today. I think that also works pretty well with the Rel in that front. Kind of gives you long-range, non-committal engage to go off. So I'd actually be okay with Jolbu picking that one up.
Yeah, I wonder what else they would go for. It's something like
Ego check.
You're kind of reaching pretty deep at this point, aren't you, for your jungle champion pool? It is going to be at least the first time we've seen that so far here in the NLC for Yulbul. That's quite exciting actually. And Rakan instantly slapped down on the other side there for DMG. So Aatrox in top and Rakan in the bot side going to complete and round out DMG's team comp. I think it's very interesting choices here. There's a lot of go in and engage. I'm glad they did some more go in and engage from DMG there, from their support choice. So you're not just relying on Jarvan, and it's another great setup alongside the Orianna. I do have question marks around the Aatrox, just as you said, Jake, because I think it's very difficult to pilot in this game in those team fights, especially. There's so many peel tools, so many things you have to run through. It can just be, Aatrox wants to be in the thick of it, in the mess of it all, and just healing and hitting loads of people, and that's not going to be easy to do versus Verdant, so it could be tricky there.
If I'm completely honest, I actually feel like DMG just have 2 major flaws in their draft. I think actually I like a lot of what they put together, but I think the problem with the Aphelios is, like we said, he's going to struggle to get the money to get the items he wants to spike. If he can spike, then it's completely separate. Like it's its own thing. But I feel like he's going to struggle to hit that. The Aatrox again, it's very hard to pilot. Like we were saying, you're going to get isolated easily. You're going to get separated. You have a lot of sustain on the champion, but it's going to be hard to do what Aatrox wants to do, which is standing in the thick of it. Whereas I think Verdant have actually given themselves some really, really solid tools in this game. I don't think this game is like completely over. I do think, if this Aphelios gets the gold and the disengage tools are used wrongly, then I think DMG can definitely take over team fights. And a big shockwave, that's enough. Like, one big shockwave just wins the fight and wins the game. So that's always something you got to keep in mind when you're playing into the Orianna. The lane's wider as well now, so harder to gank an Orianna as well. So there's tools. There's definitely tools here. Thank you for the music, Archie.
Champion Select says he's done, and I gotta say, it is way longer than I thought it would be. So I'm about to send it to the casters as I'm bleeding. Take it away for the last game.
Thank you very much, Ashram. Beautiful little music number there. Aragon and I agreed that was more Walking Dead vibes, though. Did enjoy the draft still. A lot of questions about the draft, Aragon. You told me before we went on there was a very clear winner of this draft there. Mind elaborating who?
So I think that Verdant came out on top, right? So I'm looking at the drafts now, and so a clear plan from DMG. It looked like, so you secure your comfort in Aphelios early into Varus, which is already questionable, right? Because you're outrange. So I'm not a big fan of that. And then you get R5 counterpick to maybe salvage the lane after they blind their support pick. But the problem is then they counterpick themselves with Rakan into Rel. And so the lane now is going to be absolutely miserable, and I'm really scared of slow pushes into dives and how the trading goes, because it's going to be really hard for Liam Cole to play, in my opinion, catch waves with the threat of the dives. You have some nice ball delivery with a Jarvan Orianna. I believe Hitbrain was talking about that, which is true, right? As long as they can pull that off. If they can survive bot lane, right, and eventually get the ball delivery online with the Rakan follow-up, that nice little micro interaction trio is really solid, but getting there is going to be challenging. At the very least, they have counterpicks in the top side with Orianna and Aatrox into their fellow matchups.
Keep walking back, keep walking. Okay, so...
A little bit scary.
Trying to do something here early, they will spot out Perso, but can't find Liam Cole, and that's the important one. And I do really like the point you're bringing up, Aragon, about this is about, can DMG survive the early game with what they've drafted? And it was the same question we had when we saw them in the first game of the split up against Lions Creed. That was not only because it was up against Lions Creed, but because they kind of drafted the same situation. If you look at the bot 3 players, like Agony, Pain, Liam Cole, and Person, it was the exact same draft, except for the Rakan being swapped up for the Milio.
Oh no.
Scooby now finds Liam Cole, who does have the clinch and flash, holds on to both of those things, so in the end, just takes a little bit of damage, but that's not good, considering you will already be struggling in the lane. They do get the ward though, so it's the XP lead, the XP difference, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Early wards, early scouting on the individual clears. We'll have to see how the junglers want to play out this one. Priority in the mid and top should go over to the side of DMG, but just watch this Verdant bot lane, man. It's not going to be pretty. These trades should go over to the side of Verdant as well as lane priority, and I imagine Shift on this Jarvan is going to have to do some covering on some slow pushes.
And that's what I want to see DMG have been able to adapt on from the first time we saw them play the Aphelios bot lane to now. I want them to be able to make him survive, because otherwise you're just drafting yourself into a situation where you can't get to the point where you can win the game. As you said, if you get dived 3-4 times, as the Aphelios here, the game is very hard to win. You want to be able to survive that early game, and you need to. And for Liam Cole, a player that I did like on Vanilla last year, I thought he was good, but he was fantastic on that Aphelios. So far, 2 games on that Aphelios. If it doesn't work, I'm starting to get worried for DMG. A roster that I didn't actually rate walking into the split.
Yeah, assistance pings coming down for the side of DMG's bot lane, which is a bit weird.
Already?
Right? Do you typically ping when you have comms like that? But anyway, assistance ping made it worried about receiving this wave and scared of a 3-wave stack into a dive from Julbu. But Julbu's not going to go for it. And it looks like Liam Cole's going to be able to catch this wave just nicely. Trade's coming out. I think he should be okay. Has a potion, fall back on if he needs to. Full clear coming from both junglers, and we'll see if a play can be made around this scuttle grab.
Misses the cannon as well early on, so what Verdant are doing here is at the very least denying some minions, even if they won't be able to find the dive, which I doubt they will, unless they get the help from Julbo. But looking at the broader picture here, the perspective of this game, Aragon as a whole, Verdant, a roster that I at the very least hyped a lot coming into the split. I know the other casters from chatting with them rated them as one of the better teams in our league at the very least. I think they have a good roster. Obviously, it is 5 Danes, but that's not the main point. I do just think they are 5 players who should at the very least get playoffs and maybe even aim for the final, to be honest with you. I even predict them to come first in the regular season. And they didn't look good in week 1. They had a very, very drawn-out second game. The first game they lost against Ruddy, where they had the good early game, but they just couldn't close it out before they got outscaled, and I haven't been too impressed by them. And for DMG as well, a roster that not as many people rated, but I look at this and know 3 of the bot lane players, I know these guys can definitely participate in NLC Div 1 and be competitive, and they just weren't that in week 1. So both of these rosters have so much to prove, and that just means the tension in this game is just that bit higher, because they both want to show, both of these teams want to show that they can deliver what we expected.
Yeah, a lot of names we know, a lot of names that we don't know, but still going to be a lot of high-skilled players, especially my eyes go towards that top side. LVS, good player, as well as Doxy, a long history in tournaments like MSI is. Second rotation Raptors come in, and Shift steals them, throws the thumbs up. And yeah, gonna get the better of Jolbu in that one, as Jolbu maybe looks for a dragon here, potentially spawning in 20 seconds. We'll have to see what he goes for. Maybe a bot side gank here.
A lot of good individual players in this game, that is for sure. A lot of these players
take a look at the pings.
Yeah,
sorry to cut you off. Take a look at the pings down bot side on that wave. They want to play and play on that wave. There was assistant pings on that wave that's coming now. So maybe after these Krogs, you can have Jolbu dive here, set up so many pings coming down. Shift knows it as well. Maybe on this control ward.
The thing is, though, it seems like Burton knows where Shift is picking his 2 saying he's probably one of these 2 plays, but they're still wanting to force this play. As Liam Cole stepping up, wanting to clear out this wave, making sure that if he gets dove, he would have at the very least caught some of the wave and wouldn't be losing it all. Instead, Drake seems to be the priority. Shift is pathing away. He's not rotating down to cover. The DMG bot lane survive, but it is at the price of the first Drake.
And this is why I keep talking about bot lane prime being so important. It's so easy. This lane is just auto win, right? I could be auto-filled here and win this lane because of how strong the matchup is. And you can just secure dragons for free. So we're getting the standard, dragon on blue side for the red side grubs trade, because the red side bot lane is really struggling. You see Rakan opening through mid, but it's just inevitably going to go down bot side to help Liam Cole catch this wave, and Shift going to secure these little grubbies as Orianna, Agony Pain on this Orianna comes to help.
And you've talked a bit about the fact that we know a lot of the names of the players here. Looking at this Void Grub, and Doxy in particular, doesn't want to step up. Well, maybe he does with Yulbu coming in. Story points here, hard to get out. Always just teasing the action. But regardless, what I want to say, we have a lot of individual mechanical players on both of these rosters. In particular, I'm looking at both Agony Pain and Doxy. You've mentioned Doxy's been to MSI, that is completely correct, but he's also been one who's been around the block in terms of ERLs, but in the Danish Red Bull Solo Queue qualifiers, both of these players in particular have had standout performances and made it to our LAN finals, actually playing against each other at Gamebox event just a couple of years ago. That was when Agony Pain was also the first player to reach Challenger in EUS, so both of these players know how to play the lane, know how to play mechanically well, but especially Agony Pain, one of his first team experiences on DMG, has struggled to translate that good individual play and laning phase into the team-wide perspective.
Right, absolutely. And Shift coming into top side here, I think this is a misstep. You can't kill a Cassante like this for sure, unless you perfectly combo, but he has so many tools.
Oh, he oversteps maybe? Oh, flash, pull, back, he wants his Doxy.
Oh, he has no W.
Tries to go for the 1v1. Shift goes forward though, the auto deals so little damage. LVS though, still able to fight it. Julbo gets the good knock up. Oh, the juke around. The damage, not quite there though. And despite the fancy moves, he can't find the counter kill. Julbo though, made it look flashy, but it's DMG that claimed the prize.
And the Observer's tricking me out.
Oh,
there.
LVS,
might be dead.
Minion
auto?
Oh, not quite enough. 21 HP and he is out. On a knife's edge, he survived, but Julbo, man, those mechanics.
Shift there though with the counter gank, knowing that Yulbu is gonna come up topside. The Observers tricked me there. I didn't quite see Yulbu there coming up Yulbu there coming up for this gank, and he turns up, but Shift is there, combos out Doxy. Doxy uses W to dodge out some damage as well as the CC. Unfortunately, doesn't have it up. Then he gets comboed and killed by Shift. So really good play from the DMG top side. Really impressed. Nice layering CC and this counter pick coming in from the Aatrox, doing work.
And the game so far delivering in terms of the mechanical skill. Doxy wanted that 1v1. Shift made him pay for it. Julbo almost made Shift pay in return. So very back and forth so far. The gold pretty even, but when you zoom out again, we look towards the bot lane we talked about earlier. DMG are surviving. Yes, they're behind 400, 500 gold, and they will likely lose a couple plays before this laning phase is over, but they haven't been dove yet, and that is the positive news.
Yeah, getting a 20 CS lead is pretty solid, but I think Liam Cole can be mostly happy with this. He'll be incredibly comfortable on the champion, he knows how to play. And Julbu not finding anything down bot side. Instead trying to gank this Aatrox up top side. We'll have to see what he does next. Potentially look for a shuffle onto control mage using that Azir sec, right? That is definitely an option. Or head down bot side here, but that Tribush is warded, so probably not.
Yeah, Julbu looked for it, he was fishing, didn't catch anything on the hook. Shift nowhere in sight, so if Redden want to force this, they certainly can. Kaz and Liam Cole though, both having full sums and ultimates, especially that Severum healing gun, will make Liam Cole kind of hard to kill. So they're backing off, not overstaying their welcome or forcing plays that could flip the game on its head. As we talked about earlier, a lot of tension in this game as both teams, a lot to prove left in the NLC. And today has really been the day for the underdog reigning supreme. Lungfish Lightside taking that massive win against Lion Creed, proving that they belong in the NLC. And also Natives with a statement win against the only undefeated team we had left in our league. Now though, Duxie might be a bit too over-eager in the 1v1 once again. Shift shows his face, and with that Duxie has the respect that he needs to and backs off. Now though, hit by the flag and drag. Is the damage there? Not quite. The Kazante taking, especially with all that armor already invested. So Duxie able to get out.
Yeah, props to Kazante, so props to Doxy, but Kazante honestly is one of those ungankable champions in the game, right? You almost never want to really try. Still, managing to make it work, at least chunking him. I really want to see Verdant put more pressure onto Agony Pain on this Orianna, get his flash somehow, send up the rel if you have to. Maybe Agony Pain's just playing too well. I don't think he takes this. It'd be a bit scary.
I mean, Lee Sin syndrome though, Aragon. You never really know.
A flashless Orianna is a super big avenue you can attack. So I really want to find them a way to do this. In the river especially, if she was ever caught out by an Azir sec, she is gone. So, see that. Vision on PlayStation right here. They're going to have to sweep everything out. But it looks like these grubs are going to be the point of contention now.
Crux? Oh, not Crux, sorry. Grubs.
Shift?
The contention, as you say. Yeah, that's Shift. Behind enemy lines. PlayStation. Not spotted here. The grubs are being taken as we are speaking. Yulbo. He's focusing those down. PlayStation can stop this from happening though. He now knows what is happening as that first drop is being taken. It is a death for PlayStation. Nothing you can do, not even get the crash down. And Yulbo now trying to run, but he's locked up inside the cage. Has the flash though. But Agony Pain caught out, locked up as Scooby takes that one. Doxy would like to get more here. As you say, does have the all out. Can he connect on the W? Not quite the Q. Neither, but here comes the all out. LVS the target. He doesn't have the world ender, and that will be his world gone for now. As he falls down, can they get something back? Doxy, as you say, playable situation here, but the damage not there. Verdant win the fight, and they get the prize as well, being those void grubs.
A huge skirmish with Liam Cole just sitting bot side, but he might be dead on this crash.
Yeah, he's overstayed his welcome, and he will pay for his sins. He might get Goopy, but no, the heal keeps him alive, and instead it's Liam Cole who pays the price. 3 kills, void grubs, and everything in the world at this moment going towards the favor of Verdant.
Yeah, Verdant managed to make a play on the top side, but also deny the cross map onto Liam Cole after they crash, and Liam Cole tries to take those platings. You thought that DMG's jungler Shift had a huge flank there after waiting for Azir to recall, but managed to buy enough time. PlayStation does get popped, but in the end, the long fight with Doxy and with Jolbu, they managed to pull it off, and in the end, it goes massively the way of Verdant.
Agony Pain being a little bit annoying here, forcing the flash actually from PlayStation. I guess PlayStation, not knowing exactly where the DMG members were, didn't want to be too far forward.
Yeah, also doesn't want to be chunked, right? Doesn't want to be chunked just in case there's a dragon contest. Wants to save his HP rather than waiting and then flashing later. Still gets a reset in. Might have his first item here. Potential Trailblazer. Want to see how much gold he has. Maybe it's too early. Still, game going to be fairly neutral for now. As Errol goes topside, we'll see if he can Azir shuffle over this big wall.
Yeah, Emperor's Divide is available. So is the flash. LVS does has one of his own. Uses it smartly, as I fumble my words. So does Eol on that sliding glide. The Emperor's Divide did get delivered, but not on the target. Didn't use the flash, so it's a forced that 5-minute cooldown. He's happy with himself. Didn't lose much in the mid lane. He can walk back and pick up the win.
Yep. Just an attempt, right? Popping a flash is always decent. Errol doesn't really lose anything for it. Manages to catch the wave on the backside. As you know, that's a striking difference in the bot lane in terms of item completions. Liam Cole delayed his item by buying a Cull, so 10 more CS on that one. Might have a Kraken Slayer, but you can see Shift trying to make the play down bot side. Gonna be a 3v2, but I think he's been spotted out with that ward in the back push there.
You know where I'm going? You could call him Liam Cole. That was a horrible pun. Thank you for the reaction. Moving on.
You stun locked me.
I stun locked you. Is that good or bad though?
Just let it simmer. We'll just let it simmer.
Right? Doesn't make it any better, man. Give me a reaction. Come on. I need some compassion here. Just, you know. I rarely hit a good joke, and I was actually pretty proud of that one. I thought, proud. It was a decent pun. I'll give myself that much credit. As Herald is now on the rift. Yulbu is in the area, but he's not going forward instantly. Talking about Yulbu though, he's someone who I was really excited to see return to our league. He's by no means a rookie in terms of playing in the ERLs and being around the block, but he started back in our own Danish league, right, Aragon? And he was mediocre at best. He wasn't that good, to be honest. He was known for his crackers, and that was it.
And did he have a glow up?
He went around. he has had a glow up. I've followed him when he's been to the Baltics. He's been to the Elite Series as well. Especially in the Elite Series, he's been at multiple stints, always being the best jungler in the league. As far as I've watched, obviously I don't watch every game of the Elite Series. I'm sorry to all those guys who watch that league. But he has been dominating when I've watched. And I've also seen a lot of Twitter on him getting extra coaching, giving everything to improve. And I was really excited to see him back. I think this could be his split, and he's been mechanically good so far as the other jungler, though, Shift, is the one to find the play around the Herald. It's 2 so far, but the 4-man kick! The piercing arrow as well! And exactly as I talk about him, he goes back in! That is insanity for Verdant! The triple kill for Aeon, that's the ace for Verdant!
And the perfect team fighting with the massive kick set up from Jolbu into the Emperor's Divide as we instantly to replay. Take a look at this. So the ball delivery comes down, but it's only onto PlayStation. That's problematic, right? Because now they can completely play without any threats onto their carriage. Jolbu with a beautiful kick. The 5-man arrow, the 5-man E into the 5-man play with a Shurima shuffle.
I have been stun-locked by that play, man. Verdant!
That was beautiful. Honestly, that was one of the best plays I think we've seen all
Define
split.
perfection, man. That was insanity. Danish Dynamite delivering a bomb there on the Rift.
Yeah, it's good timing. You were hyping up Jolbu and he gets that kick, man. That was
5-man kick.
Everything lined up perfectly there, and all the gold goes over to Errol with that quadra kill, man. This guy is gonna be overloaded. He already has his Nashers and a needlessly large rod at 16 minutes. His death cap is gonna be online soon as LVS, I'm pretty sure Errol wins in melee range, mate. I'm not going to go for it.
And this game has just taken a different turn. All of a sudden, the gold is in the favor of Verdant, and look where all the kills are sitting, Aragon. It is on Gubi, it is on Erol. And DMG, who started up the Herald, decided, no, we will win the fight instead. They won none of it, and now they're losing the Herald as well.
Yeah, that was beautiful. I can't get over that. That's so much better than last week. I think last week we were kind of a little bit disappointed with the games. Dropping a game versus Ruddy was unexpected, but now we understand that Ruddy's actually a pretty solid team. Still, and versus Nord, they had a lead but through. But seeing that synergy in that team fighting, I am really happy about that. Still, Rift Herald going to come down, going to crash in here. They're just going to be able to secure this tier 2. No cross map on the bot side either. Going to just settle for some bot side vision to potentially secure second Drake, but this isn't a good trade. You're going to lose so much damage and potentially a tier 2 tower if Errol goes unchecked.
And despite there before being a small lead for Verdant, that they were doing well, I was feeling pretty confident for DMG. They were scaling up, they'd survived the laning phase. As I talked about Agony Pain, good laning player. He went out even with the Erol, didn't do anything amazing, but he by no means made many mistakes. Liam Cole, yes, he had died once, but he was still in the game, he was scaling up. I thought they had all the points they needed to be able to take the game, but no. Instead, Verdant flipped it on his head. Now they'll find something backdoor on Groupie. They need to get this kill, and they do. The shutdown over to Agony Pain, but it's traded 1-for-1. Still, though, getting that shutdown. They are happy with that until Erol comes in to secure his 5th kill on the game on to Liam Cole.
Yeah, Liam. You could tell what Liam Cole tried to do there. Walk downwards to avoid the bounce of that Shurima shuffle. Still not enough. Doesn't quite get walk far enough. Still has to walk into the enemies to be able to do that. And I'm really surprised that DMG didn't try to make a play down bot side. Have Orianna cross map onto that turret. Maybe they're scared of the 1v2 from Doxy. Still. Not quite there. As the replay comes in. Let's take a closer look at this. The damage comes in. Really big ball delivery. And PlayStation managed to keep one. Now, where's Erol in all of this? He managed to come from topside first. A TP, it looks like, with home guards. And the tip of that Shurima shuffle wall managed to connect.
And in the picture-in-picture, they pick up the second Drake of the game as well. And this must feel good for Verdant. You just hit on this point as well, but both these teams having something to prove. Domino still have more to prove, but Verdant looking way better than they did in that first week. The thing is, can they now close it out? Because I don't want to praise them too soon. I did that with Nord earlier, where I said they're looking way better, and then it took them an additional 10 minutes to close out the game. I want to see these teams be able to confidently, and maybe not easily, because I would like to think all the teams in our league are good and will put up a fight, but, you know, confidently be able to close out games within a decent time frame and not have to spend 10-15 more minutes throwing a couple fights here and there. And that's just not thinking for the fluency of our league and my confidence in it. But it's also, as we are slowly but surely looking towards EMEA Masters, Aragon, I'm tired of being embarrassed on the big scene. I want us to do well again. So I want a team that can make that happen.
Yeah, and we got to see which team that ends up being this year. Regardless, though, I think it's smooth sailing for Verdant now. He's just going to have to play through bot side, secure that tier 2 bot, secure that tier 2 mid and tier 1 mid as well, make them really uncomfortable and choke them out with vision. And Bob's your uncle. Honestly, this isn't that hard of a game to play out now. They can play for Soul too. They have a Bob's your uncle. You never heard that expression?
Bob's your uncle? No, I've never heard of that.
There's
What is
no
that
way
saying?
you
When
haven't
do you
heard,
use that saying?
There's no way you haven't heard our 6 British casters and analysts say that ever in your life. You say it when something's like, you know, it's done and dusted. You heard that one?
Yeah, done and dusted. Yeah, of course I've heard that one.
It's
I
pretty
mean,
much
I
the
know
same.
this. I know the simple English sayings. It is my second language, but I do mostly dabble in the Danish sayings, and I do believe they are of a higher quality. Regardless, though, that is not the point. I want to ask you one simple question, Aragon. DMG, Baron is down on the map. Verdant obviously wants to take it. What can DMG do to keep this game going and continue scaling up?
It's got to be a dream Ori delivery ball into a dream Aphelios R, but this Deathcap Nash's Baron is going to start up maybe, you know, there's a turn here afterwards, but I don't think so. This is going to go down really quick.
Yeah, 6k and dropping will work.
Shift got in.
Yeah, I don't think they want a 50-50 this early on. They don't want to delay the game more than needed. Yeah, Agony Pain stepping up, but surviving for now. Okay, so poke, they stopped them from the Baron. I guess that's something. Back to your point, Aragon. How do we delay the game if you're DMG?
I think it's
so
incredibly
the dream ball
difficult,
and
right?
just pray?
I think Verdant actually could have committed to that dragon if they had Gooby on flank watch and stopped Shift from coming in, maybe wasting his time. But they didn't want to risk it at all, which is understandable, completely fair. They're in such a driver's position already. They can just restart it if they want to. Play for continuous vision around topside, so every single time they walk in, they're under pressure. And with this Azir, they can keep trying to one-shot it. But alternatively, 2 minutes to dragon, you shift your vision down to bot side, you push out bot and mid and top, and head over there. And that's like what they're going to do.
So the game, not quite over, but not putting that pedal to the metal.
Ooh, more pinks coming down to Baron. PlayStation.
They do want to take it, and as you said, they do take it quickly with that 2 items here. The wards have been cleared out. Person can't get in this time. Seems like they want to commit to it, just making it that much harder for DMG to even get any vision. Is there a ward in Shift's pocket? Yes, there is. One control ward, but yet again, as soon as they know, okay, they can contest, they back off. They don't want to take the 50-50.
Yeah, and honestly, all this stalling is pretty good for DMG. Not finding the Baron is really, really important, but still, they have 1 minute now and to decide if they're going to contest this third dragon. So, I'm not sure which dragon this is. Maybe you can fill me in here if you manage to see it.
It's the Mountain Soul.
It's the Mountain Soul. Okay, so for the Mountain Soul, that's actually really big for the initial burst of the Orianna and the ball delivery. So we'll see. We'll see if they decide to contest it or they try to cross-map tier 2 as the side of DMG. But I think they have to, right? It's just too much to give of a soul point every single time. So both teams going to move over to mid. See Liam Cole shifting over as well as the Orianna going to move through mid too.
And when you're talking about why delaying is good for DMG, well, you can instantly just look into the pocket of Liam Cole. Look at his components, desperately needing that second item. He might be an item behind, but it does look worse than it really is because his items are very expensive while Goopies are very cheap. So Liam Cole really wants to take an item. I do believe he has the gold now, as that's the reason he is recalling. So he is able to contest, but the poke definitely sticking. You can see it here, Agony Pain, using a lot of mana on shielding himself, still losing HP every now and then. Groovy feeling good. Erol in the extended fights dealing a lot of damage, and it's hard for DMG, but it's not impossible yet. And Persson has gone on a deep mission to maybe look for a flank. No, they're playing for the Drake. I'm not sure what he's doing in No Man's Land.
Yeah, it's just going to be an easy secure, right? It's going to be no-brainer here. I think you take this and then you potentially play for bot side tier 2 turret, but the problem is you don't have that much siege. You don't really want to overextend too hard. You can have Errol try and hit it, but it's always a decision of whether or not you want to play for tier 2 bot side or this Baron rush, and I think they could do either, so it's really up to them here.
Yeah, the Mountain Drake will go down. The Mountain Soul now lays in Verdant's pocket, or not quite yet, but the Soul Point is in that pocket. Soul should follow in 5 minutes unless DMG by that time have something to say about it. 2 items coming through that Infinity Edge has been finished. Sundered Sky has been completed as well by LVS, giving them that extra bit of healing. For Erol, obviously, we've talked about the 2 item spiking a million times, but god damn, is it powerful. Outside of Julpo, Doxy have completed as well.
I want them to do this Baron. I think they can just absolutely do it, but they seem so terrified. Like, just have Cassante or Gooby on this Cassante, or have someone stop the Jarvan from entering. You have so many tools to turn as well with Varasol, you know, so many turning options over the wall as well. I really want Verdant to do that rather than just playing this slow game for this Dragon. They have the tools to play more proactively, so let's see it. They are all going mid now. Doxy is going bot, but he has TP.
Yeah, so DMG, they have the tools to fight. They've reached those 2 item spikes, so they might have a chance, but as you said earlier, it needs to be near perfect. Keep your eyes on Erol's inventory. He does have that stopwatch. The stopwatch. It is now the Seeker's Arm Guard. That is the new stopwatch if you are confused about it. So he can go golden. If he gets caught out, he might be able to still survive shift, able to flag and drag away to safety. And just look at the control that Verdant that easily gain of a huge area of the Rift. Eyes back on the Baron, and they really don't want to flip it. And I like that in concept, but only to a point. You can't just not flip it at all. Like, then you need to try and do something, because you're delaying the game here.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? If they want to play this controlled style, that's absolutely fine. Push in top and mid and get more vision around the top side jungle, and eventually choke them out and then make it incredibly hard for them to contest. Now, that's exactly what they're going to do, but I'd be a little bit scared for Gooby here. He could get his flash popped. Still not going to happen. That's the problem, right? You need the carries to blow their flashes so that your ball delivery can't be flashed. They need this Rakan or Rihanna Jarvan setup to be able to pull it off at this next dragon, or just generally. But it doesn't look like it. Errol hitting over the wall. He is so strong. He's almost at the Zhonya's as well. Does have that stasis from the Seeker's Arm Guard, so any engage onto him is going to be nullified.
The Shift won't be able to secure the red buff for his team. Instead, force the flag and drag out to safety. And I really do agree with your point. I do think, though, a silver lining for DMG is, if it's Person who goes for the engage, he might be able to change CC them, and neither Gooby or Erol has any form of cleanse. They would have to one-shot Erol, and as he goes towards the Baron, now might be the time. But for Gooby, though, he does have the flash, yes, but if you lock him up, you can easily change CC him and burst him. But look at the Baron, though. The damage he's taking is absolutely incredible. They don't have vision in the pit. It's 6k and dropping. Shift. You need to get in there, buddy. You need to get some sort of vision control. You can now see how low it is. But look who's stopping him from getting in. It's Doxy. The fight starts on the other side. PlayStation goes for the 3 others, but Shift still looking to try and steal this away. Yulbu kicks him out. Flashes back in. Wants to take it. Can he get it? It's a 50-50. It's stolen. But does it really matter if you lose them all? 3-man Shockwave provides absolutely nothing. 3 Barons gone for DMG, but they denied. And that's all that matters at this point.
And Shift with the hero play manages to steal it. Baron got a bit too low from the side of Verdant, getting it down to 2k. And managing with that Cataclysm to do a bunch of damage alongside that AoE from Errol. That's what we wanted. Managing to get past Doxy, and maybe that's why they were so scared of starting up the entire time. They get a bit impatient, want to do it, and I agree with the call. But still, not going to work out, not going to secure the Baron. Still managing to take out a bunch of turrets, and honestly, it's probably still really good for Verdant. Now, Dragon spawning up in a minute 20. They need a bunch of vision down bot side after losing that play. What can DMG get done with this Baron? And the answer is probably not a lot. They're still so incredibly behind.
Yeah, it's more about denying it, and now Aragon, you and I have a minute to regroup, refocus, look at what's been used in that fight, what power spikes have been hit. Erol unable to get that. Sonya's Hourglass still has the Seeker's Arm Guard available. Flashes, though, not blown on either Erol or Gooby. Crucially, they should still be able to get out if they get engaged upon, unless the change CC is perfect. But Liam Cole and Agony Pain also keeping their flashes. And the one I really want to highlight, it's Person. He can find a flank. He does have both sums. Ultimate should be up for a fight around the soul spawning in 30 seconds.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's going to be all about that ball delivery. Pearson's part of that, right? Absolutely going to be part of that, but it's also up to the Jarvan. Now, are they going to give over this Dragon Soul? It's going to be absolutely rough, but they're face checking. They don't have any vision to be able to, punish a face check on themselves with that ball delivery onto Gooby, but he has flash. So what are your options? It's going to be really tricky.
You can see the poke. The longer they think about it, the lower the HP bars will get. LVS rotated down. It is clear a DMG will make a stand. Shift. Gets the vision, doesn't go in. Doesn't have the flash himself. Person spotted. Yes, he has the flash. But as long as he's seen, there is time to react. He's still on the Warhorn on that Q. Hits 3, piercing arrow, forces backing down to half. Doxy keeping Person away, so it seems like DMG might go for the turret instead, but they'd give up the soul. Agony Pain almost dead. Could recall TP back in. He does still have the Baron. The traps are being put down by Liam Cole to deal some damage, but they are being corralled into a small area. Yulbo could look for the kick here, maybe on 5 men again. Look at the piercing arrows. It's almost a solo kill. Liam Cole, locked up, will be taken down in an instant. He tries to survive for now, but his future is not that long. He's gone, he's out, and same goes for the rest of DMG. 4-4, Verton can claim the soul, but maybe they just go for the end here.
Yeah, it's just an absolute disaster. If you don't find the ball delivery, that's all your hopes gone. But the problem is they have sums and then they outrange you. So you don't want to engage, only if you're engaged to be flashed and whiffed and then killed after. But then you also need to engage because of the outrange. And we just saw the damage Gooby was able to pull through here with those blighted arrows.
Agony Pain trying to do what he can. Maybe he can bide the time, pass it up in 5. 10 seconds though, still on shift. And it seems like Verton have agreed they cannot end the game. The shockwave invested to deny the minion wave. So if they fight instantly now, it'll be hard for DMG to win. But that would have been the answer regardless if that ultimate was up or not.
Absolutely. Just going to reset. Going to head over to topside 2 now. It should be easy as anything. All you have to go is topside as 5 and wait for the minions to come in. You can maybe even send someone down bot to threaten and engage like the Azir. But yeah, let's take a look at this replay a bit closer. They just corralled them, like what you said, right? And take a look at the range. Agony Pain goes down to 1 HP. And this is why Aphelios historically has hated playing his long-range champions. Ziggs comes to mind, right? Varus is the exact same thing, which is why I was surprised to see it in draft come out. And then it's just a slaughter, isn't it? Gooby just runs through everyone. Errol collapses from a different angle. And now you feel like you're just waiting. You're just waiting for the Nexus to blow up. But one last stand, maybe? A death push? Fnatic death push? One last chance.
It's a bit of the problem of I want to play comfort and I'll play regardless of what. And I have no doubt, we all know Liam Cole is so good at Aphelios, but he just doesn't get to show it when he's in these very, very hard matchups where he can't really do anything in the fights. And it sucks to see because we know how good he can be. He just doesn't really get to show it. Now that they're trying to force their hand and they're looking for Gooby, they've CC'd him up, but he's far from done yet. He's going low, but not dead yet. It is Agony Pain who tries to find Erol, and he's low as well, but they just can't finish anyone off. They're all still alive. No one on Verton dies. Finally, Gooby falls, but it might be too little too late. Liam Cole in the front line as Erol goes golden to deny his own death. Verton might have just sealed the victory. They'll push forward here as Agony Pain and Pearson is all that stands between them and their second win of the split.
And they find and engage, but it's too late. Agony Pain is also not there to completely go synergize as Doxy.
Might be a bit too eager here. The shield coming in just a couple seconds. And no, he was not. Agony Pain survives. If he can get back, there might be hope. But no, the Sonic Wave connects. Erol has his piece. It's a double 11-0-6 for him as Verton cruise their way to their second victory on the top of the NLC standings.
Yeah, clean and kind of clinical. Right, you could tell they're trying to be extremely disciplined. Jolbu, I don't think we can talk much about this game outside of that massive kick. The 5-man kick into the 5-man Shurima shuffle really sealed the deal. Some issues in draft, though, I have for DMG. Maybe they have their own justifications. I don't know. Maybe the analysts can give us some explanations to what they think is potentially up with that, but I wasn't a big fan of it.
Yeah, neither was I. And I think DMG, that's probably the approach they need to make. Agony Pain, I talked a lot about how good I think this guy is. He's doing well in lane. We are seeing glimmers of it, but he just doesn't have the impact on the Rift that I need to feel from someone that I know has the mechanical ceiling that he has. I hope we get to see it. I hope we get to see this roster soon pick up a victory, because there is no doubt in my mind there is talent in that group. It just hasn't worked out so far. Nowhere near what I hope from this team. And it's a bummer to see, but for Verton, they look to potentially be back on track. We'll find out more about that as our analysts will discuss it right after this break.
Break it down, step on the gas, let's get out of town. We're gonna break out and have some fun. We're gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. It's less so we go do.
Burden takes down DMG at the last game of day 3. That ties them up at the top of the leaderboard with a lot of teams with a 2-1. So this is going to be interesting. Meanwhile, it seems like DMG are still searching for their first victory. But in order to understand that, because I saw the game, I was like, okay, first of all, it seems like it's kind of tied up, and then we got that play. We got that play.
Do I break yet?
Calm down.
I'm breaking.
I want to talk about the play before you lose it.
Go on, go. I will
Fox,
hold.
Let's talk about the game-changing moment where we see a perfect kick, followed up by the chain, followed up by Errol's ultimate from Azir. Like, that was beautiful. That was synergy.
Yes, it was a good wombo combo, and I'm just gonna say it. I'm just gonna throw it out there. When you're playing against a team that has a lot of, shall we say, small compacted damage, skill shots and the like, playing in choke points probably isn't the one, and DMG found that out the hard way. To be fair to them, and I will give them slight credit for it, they had played well up until that point, more or less, and I think they were kind of just feeling it. You know, sometimes when you're, especially when you're the underdogs, you really do need to go off of momentum and just, you know, just not, I don't want to say not think about things too much, but you definitely, you know, don't want to overthink things, because it's really easy to second guess yourself and just be like, you know, realize what you're up against and think, oh, but this, but that, and then you just kind of beat yourself. So I kind of respect they were always wanting to push forward. Unfortunately for them in that situation, Verdant punished them perfectly, and yeah, like Goobies, you know, arrows and whatever in that choke point around Baron was crazy. The kick was really, really good as well. And I just think it was a little bit too much for DMG. So we did see a lot of upsets today here on the NLC, and I don't know what's going to happen as we move forward here, specifically when it comes to playoff spots. But DMG unfortunately weren't able to cap our day out with their own version of an upset.
Before I give it to you, Hip Train, I know it's coming. I know the train is coming. Let's go and talk with Yubo, and then we'll talk about what you want to talk about. Yubo, thank you for the interview. Welcome to it. Congratulations on the victory, first of all. And this is a perfect way to end day 3 for you guys, no? Like, you're the top of the leaderboard, tied up with other teams. How do you feel about this?
Well, thank you for having me, and thanks for yeah. Well, I'm pretty happy with how we're going. I think we were a bit disappointed in the start that we started off with a loss. To be honest, we were a bit shocked, a bit. Yeah, so I think it's good. We are getting a bit better, and I think our read on the meta is very good. And I think this game showed that we can play a pretty good game, even though our early game was a bit meh, I would say. And then the Baron flip, or yeah, the coordination was a bit off. But yeah, overall a fine game.
So even though you're at the top of the leaderboard, you still understand, like, oh, we have some parts of our team play or our gameplay that still needs to be adjusted. So that is really important. Although you tie up at the leaderboard, you know, hey, we're still not where we want to be, correct?
By far. And I think we haven't had a lot of time to scrim before the split started, so we are also getting getting all the fundamentals right. And I think yeah, our early game at least is a bit rough sometimes. So,
chaotic.
But I think yeah, very chaotic. And I think, to be honest, I think the mid game and late game is pretty decent from us, and I think often that's what the hard part in a team, because like that's where you really need to get all the players on the same page, and yeah, stuff like that.
Let me know what happened as soon as you got that perfect kick, because everybody was talking about the Azir shuffle, and everybody was talking about the Varus, but you set it up. You kicked everybody into the same spot. You put them inside of a bucket, and then your team just shook on that bucket, and everybody died. So how did you feel when you got the kick?
Well, it felt very good. I was not sure if I got the 5-man kick, but I saw it afterwards. I did, and it was good. I think often as a jungler, sadly nowadays you just set up your carries, so you all got the shutdowns and all the kills there. But it was a nice feeling, and I'm happy to play Lee Sin. I think often nowadays the junglers just get to play a tank, get a Maokai, Xin Shao, right, stuff like that. So I'm happy that I got to play a bit something
more exciting.
Now going for a tough question for you. Tell me something. Since everybody's fighting for the top 4 and everybody's talking about who's the top 4 team, do you see any other team right now as a contender for the same spot as you're searching for?
Well, I think we are very clearly looking for top 2, and I think the only real opponent for us is Lions Creed. And I think today they looked a bit, they didn't look that well, so that's good for us. And then I think also when we get more scrims going on, we will be a lot better. So
love it. Congratulations on the victory. I'll see you soon. And well,
thank you.
Good luck for tomorrow. Have a nice one.
Bye bye.
Okay.
Jolbu actually raised a really good point there,
okay.
About Lions Creed. He kind of said, you know, everyone kind of predicted them to be the best, and they actually didn't look that great today. I don't think anybody looks infallible right now. I don't think there's a single team that doesn't look like they won't drop games, that they won't... they're not like... I don't think there's a clear first, basically. It's probably the best way to say it.
Yeah.
There's a clear group of teams at the top, but I don't think there's a clear first out of those groups. I think it's still very much open and up in the air on that front.
I cut you off here, Brain, so without further ado, let's talk about what is happening with DMG. Why are they not getting the light? Keep in mind, we are on a live broadcast.
Yes, I will.
I'm kidding.
I was my language off air was probably not particularly appropriate for on air. I have a few issues with DMG.
Okay.
First of all, they need to stop picking Aphelios. There was an adjective I put in there prior to that in off air. But I think I just think this, like, Aphelios isn't a bad champion so much, but in a sense where, like, right now the meta doesn't give him the time to get to where Aphelios thrives. Like, the games don't go as long for Aphelios to be good. You can't get the items that require Aphelios to be good when you're in lane versus champions who spike on smaller item spikes. Yes, they lined up perfectly to get wombo comboed and absolutely clapped at that Baron pit. That was a complete mistake by them as a team, and whether there was a Jhin on that team or an Aphelios, that mistake would have been a bad fight for them regardless. That you can't blame the Aphelios for that. But there was so many times where, like, it was like, oh, if Aphelios had like another 2 items, this would have been a 1 fight. But, like, you're not going to get those 2 items. So I honestly feel they need to start looking at playing more meta ADCs and getting rid of this Aphelios. It's an ego pick. You can't afford to be doing that. Agony Pain, that man was fighting for his life out there. He played really, really well. There were mistakes, don't get me wrong, but compared to the rest of his team, he played very, very well in this game. And I think he was let down heavily by the fact that the rest of the team weren't able to really enable what he should have been able to do on that Orianna. So I think DMG, I don't think they look bad, but I think there's a lot to work on, and I want to see them work on those things, otherwise I will start calling them bad.
Hey, I love the way you put it. It was...
I can put things eloquently.
Yeah.
When I'm on air and fightings are at risk, I can put things nicely.
I was worried off air. Well, I need to talk with Pride right now because I know we heard everything. So, welcome to the show. That was aggressive, Pride. That was really aggressive. How are you doing? Oh, we're not getting sound, Pride. We're not getting sound. Wait, just a minute. We might get sound close enough. I know the production is doing the best they can to make sure you can talk to us, because I know you can hear me, but I can't hear you. We are not getting anything from you in terms of sound, apparently. That was a fast interview.
They're silencing his comeback for me. Like, so he can't prove me wrong. That's what that was. I've paid them off.
They said you paid them off, and I was like, "Who's that?"
I paid him off. Yes, I did pay him off to eat his clothes.
Well, we had a lot of questions for Pride. Sadly, we won't be able to make them today. Maybe next day we'll be able to put him up and talk to him a little bit. And maybe we can still do it today, because one of the things I really want to ask to, specifically when you're talking with someone that is not part of the team itself and is part of team management, let's call it that, I really like to understand, well, your team started off on the left foot 3 times in a row. How can you keep the mental up? How can you push back the team? Because it's not only gameplay right now, it's also about the mental pressure they're having because they're falling back in terms of points. Those questions are really good. So that's why we're going to make him right now, because Pride is with us on the interview.
Take 2.
Yes! Yes! We got you!
There we go. We got me.
So, first of all, Attack him, right?
I can't attack him like we didn't show up today. But it's fine, you know. We will. There's probably like a comeback I can come with, but we will take that a few weeks in when we actually have improved all the things we need to fix. Because you know, as I said last time, this is a rookie team. This is a squad that needs to develop over time, and it doesn't matter if we lose 3 or 4 games early in the season. We can take that back later in the season, and that's the goal.
So tell me, how hard is the job now to look into the team and say, well, we're not getting the results we want to. Don't worry, it's about working off the competitive to the competitive. We might lose, but we're looking in the long run, not on the short run. How hard is it, and how is the team mentality as well?
I mean, I think it's maybe harder for the players because, of course, they want to win and they want to show themselves. But for the staff, me and the coaches, like, we want to just see them improve and improve, right? And this game is a bigger improvement from last week, you know, and it was just a mess up on that Herald fight that, you know, really put us behind. But before that, like, much improvement in the early game from last week. So we just have to keep motivating them and telling them it's going to be like it's going to be a process to get that victory, right? But when that victory comes in, it's going to feel so sweet. So, you know, we just have to keep ensuring them that it's fine to, you know, it's fine to be in this position early because you guys need the experience, first of all. Like, Pearson has the experience, Liam Cole had the experience from last season, but Agony, LVS, and Shift, they are completely new to Division 1 scenes. So, you know, it will come. It will come.
It's a rough job, but someone has to do it, and it's off the screens as well, and people often don't take into consideration the amount of work you guys put in. So best of luck on that one. I know it's a rough one, and let's see what happens for tomorrow, man.
Yeah, lucks for losers.
There you go. Now we're talking. Thank you so much, Brian. You're a loser, Brian.
Hey, I'm not lucky. I'm actually quite unlucky today. Just slightly less unlucky than the rest of you. I will say.
Oh no.
I actually think him not having a comeback was better than anything for me there.
Yeah.
Like, genuinely very humble in the fact that they recognize that there are issues. They obviously still are a rookie team and stuff like that. So it's good to see that. I am still going to be cheering DMG on. I might take the mick a little bit, but, you know, I think at the end of the day, that didn't look like the worst team versus the best team in the league going toe-to-toe. That's not technically what it was, as far as standings go anyway. They still look really, really solid in that game. Obviously, you know, I've raised my issues. I think these are things they need to work on. And as you can see from the interview, it seems like Pride is very much aware of those issues. And I think that's the biggest thing, is being able to recognize those issues is the first step to actually being able to kind of improve and fix them for later weeks. So, you know, he's still got a game tomorrow. They still might find that miracle victory, or
3 games in and already saying miracle victory.
Yeah, they just lost.
Who are they playing tomorrow?
It would be a
actually?
miracle if they won a game. Well, that is a rough one. But the split is
I
still
don't think
young.
they're playing tomorrow.
The split is still young, so let's show who was the MVP of the game. It was the Shuffle, it was Shurima, it was 11:05 at all jumping into this one, which means you need to look into the Player of the Day vote. We have all our 4 contenders, Warzy, Bucci, Rusty, Snapper, and it all coming in. And, well, look at those scores. Well, they are the MVPs of the day.
Hard.
You pick one.
Yeah.
It is.
This is hard. I'd actually love to say Warzy, purely because he got me that big upset at the beginning of the day, and he played very, very well on the Corki. But Bucci was a lunatic, man. Like, I loved Bucci on the Cassante. He was a complete menace. So I actually, as much as Nord came through for me today, I actually think it's Bucci in my head. That's a personal take, but I'm going to go Bucci.
It was an interesting
That's a tough one to call.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but it's up to you guys back at home. I'm sorry. It's back to them. So even though we put up the MVPs,
it's not up to us. Yeah. Who cares?
People at home,
We're just influencing the vote, man. We're just influencing the vote. That's it.
We're just the
I'm sure people really care what I have to say.
Well, I'm really
here.
interested in seeing what today's standings are, because it was a shift. It was an interesting day to begin with. We have Natives, Nord, Venom Crest, and Verdant with lines. Oh my. Everybody's tied up in first place, and then followed up by Rudy, Lightside, and at the end, it's DMG everybody's looking for that first place. My gosh.
It's
I
super
hope
close,
it stays
isn't
like this going into the week 3. I hope like tomorrow everything stays very tight and like we still have a lot of teams at the top. This is like old school NLC.
Yeah.
So anyone who remembers the glory days back when we were over in back when we were in Sweden, there was this whole thing of, especially with Div 2, where like it was not decided right up until the final day. Like everything was still up for plays. Like who took first, who took last was still up in the air. I hope we get a split like that. That's quintessential NLC in my opinion. Like where it's a complete mess. Now obviously there is a drawback to this. Normally when you have like teams all this close, it means EU Masters, EMEA can be a little bit more messy because you don't have like a defined, really solid team to represent you. But I think for the viewing experience, it makes life a lot more fun. So I hope things stay tight. I really do.
Keep my eyes on Light Shield, Lungfist for tomorrow, because was it a fluke that they beat Lions Creed, or are they actually a contender?
I love that idea. So let's look into talent predictions and how it went. It was...
Oh, look at that. Oh, God.
I got 1 point. This was...
Jake, you were off to such a start.
It went real bad, real quick. Aragon caught up. Oh, I hate him so much. That stupid boy.
I feel
going to live forever. Who is that?
I'm going to live forever, though. Don't worry.
Oh, this is painful. So switch it up and let's see how we're... Oh, my...
Wait, Initialize still did bad.
Oh,
what an idiot.
Oh, no.
Oh, I went from 12 points to 0.
Yeah, man.
You lost.
I
You
got
lost 10 points
butchered.
today, didn't you? Yeah.
You lost 10
everything.
points. Archie, you're a goddamn clown, man. What
That
the
is
hell
actually
happened
really
there?
poor.
Man,
Sorry.
I'm glad tomorrow's leg day because I have a lot to put out. Well, Initialize is looking at the -2. He's looking in negative degrees. And
Can everyone in Twitch chat just point and laugh at Initialize for me, please? I need it to be.
I feel like production has already done that for you by circling his score. No one else has a circled score. mind you.
I'm getting
Just-
information
just
that we're doing a revamp on Go Bold or
Hey,
Go Broke Hit Brain Edition. Wait.
Mm.
Last minute.
I wrote this in a bad. I was in a dark place.
Wait.
I was in a really dark place.
Lions Creed will go undefeated in a regular split. Venom Crest will finish top 4. Aragon finish last in prediction competition by the end. Wait, what?
No, don't do it. Oh,
What's
done
going
dirty. Oh no, these are. I might have amended it through the day.
Wait, but
I wrote that before they lost.
But it's gone.
Oh.
It's gone. So
Yeah, I
Venom Crest
know.
already
It went
lost.
wrong.
So
It went really wrong.
The MG won't win a single game. Oh my gosh.
I mean, he's still on for 1. Jake, you
All
got
right,
to pick a lane,
I'm
bro.
gonna make a comeback. I promise you. Aragon will lose at the end of the split. He will be at bottom place, and Venom Crest will be top 4. I can still go 2 for 3 here.
All I can say is we are terrible at this game of predictions, but you back at home might be amazing. So head on to Twitter and put in your predictions, and you might win if you're the best. A Steel City's mouse, look at that beauty. Steel City's Aerox 5 wireless mouse. You have the ability to win 1 per week. And if you do win 1, you won't be able to win another one for the rest of the split, but you don't need another one. You just need one of these and you're good to go for life. So head on to Twitter, put on your NLC predictions because we are terrible at that. And let us know how good you are. Tag us if possible and laugh at us. Because I feel pain.
I got the Nord win. That's honestly all the dub I need.
That was
like,
amazing.
I'm still sailing that high, man. That was amazing. What a rush. Oh,
Yeah.
Nord, I love you. I've won 10 points on Nord, by the way. Like, no, I've let myself down. Nord, I am sorry. I should be doing better by you guys. I'm really sorry.
I just feel pain. Foxtrot, last words of the day before we wrap it up.
Oh, what a fun day that was. We had so many upsets, didn't we? Apart from, my predictions didn't go too well. But I don't think anyone's predictions went well today, did they? But no, aside from that, it was good fun. We're still trying to establish who is the big cheese of the NLC. We got a lot of teams that are trying to figure it out still. I think we kind of have established the git among the pigeons. But aside from that, I would say that it's all up for grabs, the other 7 teams.
I say it's funny that you talk about the big cheese while you're just dressed as a block of cheese right now. Very yellow jumper. It's a bit of a costume day, isn't it, today?
We got more holes in your bold or broke than a Swiss cheese, mate. So I'm just gonna leave that one.
I love it.
Leave that one there.
So, Hip Brain, last words of the day.
I love your cricket garb. You looked amazing.
You're just critiquing our outfits, dude.
I've got my Hello Fellow Kids hoodie on today. If I get the cap on a skateboard, I'm ready. I'm ready for it. Hello Fellow Kids. No, honestly, Nord, you guys are the real ones. I love you. Venom Crest, you let me down. I had 5 points riding on you. I've got to sell the house now. It's doomed. But I believe you'll make a comeback. DMG, I might have mocked you, but genuinely impressed. Archer, I've really enjoyed being on the desk. I haven't done desk for a while. I'm shouty man, not smart intelligent man. So I've used all of my brain power up for the year now. So next time I'm just gonna be kind of like I'm just not gonna be working.
Thank you so much for that one. Well, from my side, it was a pleasure to have both of you and to have you back at home watching, and I'll see you together with us. So be sure to stay tuned for tomorrow at the same hour. We have another day. It's day 4 or day 2 of week 2. My predictions are terrible. That was the only thing I had in life, and they stole it from me. So I'll be able to go for revenge tomorrow. I'll see you soon. Keep climbing. Never stop.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
G'day there, mates. I'm Bruce Brisbane, 8-time runner-up Australian Wildlife Presenter of the Year, and recently exonerated Stingray trainer. The top blokes of the NLC have chat me a ripper gig to give you a fair dinkum tour of Summoner's Rift, showcasing some of the wild critters you're going to be copping an eyeful of in 2024. First up, the Void Grubbies. These guys are new to Summoner's Rift and fresher than a cold one on a scorching arvo. Knock off these drongos early and they'll just come right back like a bad rash. And like most river critters up the top end, they're not fond of blooming construction messing with their turf, dishing out bonuses to the team that kills them to take down those structures. Take down a bunch and them tails will be more covered in mozzies than me after a night out in the bush. Now, let's meet the Rift Arrow. She's dolled up and tougher in a one-on-one stoush. But remember, you can always give her a cheeky poke in the peeper if she's causing you strife. Play your cards right, she might even give you a lift straight into the enemy towers. Crikey! Baron Nesh has copped a makeover too, now split into 3 new subspecies with teeth as gnarly as a pony's and breath that'll make a dingo blush. Each one got its own bag of tricks, some even reshaping the joint around them. Buffed up and beefed up, you'll need a couple cobbers if you want to take these legends down. When Baron spawns in, red buff, blue buff, and Rift Scuttler get a fresh coat of paint, with the Rift Scuttler giving a big burst of vision and buff share globally, so even the Bogon splitting down bot lane get a slice of the meat pie. Now, that's the lowdown from me, Bruce Brisbane. Make sure you chuck on the telly every Wednesday and Thursday to the NLC for top-notch Northern European League of Legends action. See ya, legends!